I'm a savage, drop the classic, thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic, got a mask, who was at her, living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tired, tell him on, if I am in second, it's after no one, just give me a second to let them know, I'm the headline, the deadline, big time. I'm ahead time, the rare kind, big time. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, big time.
The City of London, the home of the historic, the iconic, the symbolic, and the dramatic. This weekend, the capital city opens its doors to the T100 and welcomes in a cast of the heroic, led by the extraordinary return from injury of Hayden Wilde. He fought so hard.
He's arrived with a bang and he is delighted. There has been no faltering from this man.
Rico Bogan, you're a T100 winner. Puts his fist up in the air.
He should enjoy this moment.
Yelagines wins his second ever T100 race here in Vancouver.
There we go, that's it, that's the moment.
Cakewalk wins the T100 here in Singapore and raises it in the air. Julie Duron proving that she's got what it takes. Julie Duron raises the tape in the air. And that's the smile we've been waiting for. The class of Taylor Knibb back to winning ways on the T100 here in Vancouver. Beyond those who tasted glory this year is a field who want their own slice of success. This is T100 racing at its best. Time to hold on tight. And a very warm welcome to you all to what should be a fabulous weekend of T100 racing. We've obviously got the pros going for you in our live coverage today, and two great races expected on that front. But also worth mentioning, there are 5,000 amateurs taking part here in London this weekend. If you're not here, perhaps you should be. A lot to look forward to. Everybody's welcome, and that includes Jan Frodeno, Vicky Holland, and we've got to say a very warm welcome to Minnie Holland as well, the future of British triathlon here in studio. You've got a ready-made excuse to be lying on the sofa eating grapes this weekend.
But I'm here.
Never going to miss it.
Where would I rather be?
Where would you rather be? It's lovely to have you with us. We were talking yesterday actually as well, and you said, do you know, I love the setup here in London. Tell us what it is that you're looking forward to this weekend.
I mean, it's just amazing. You spoke to 5,000 age groupers who are here. You know, everybody's bringing a friend. There is just more energy. There's a bit of a show. It just feels like a true event that celebrates triathlon, and it has over the years, and that's what makes it really special.
Fantastic. Okay, let's get into the season itself in just a moment or two. But first of all, here are the T's and C's of the T100. If you're new to watching, we'll just quickly take you through how it all stacks up. We've got 40 contracted athletes. We've got 20 in the men, and we've got 20 in the women as well. It is a global season. That means we've got 9 races worldwide, of which London is the 4th stop. Athletes must race a minimum of 5. There's a cool $7 million in the prize pot. All roads lead to Qatar for the World Championship final, where there are more points available. But here in London, it is the standard 35 points for first place, all the way down to 1 point for 20th. And just before we get into some of the names that are racing here, just give us your view, Vicky, on what we've had so far in the first 3 stages of this year's T100.
Well, for me, the real standout point is that so far, 6 races, 3 female winners, 3 different male winners. We've never had that. So just different winners every time. It really just speaks to the quality, the depth of the field. It is not the same people winning time and time again.
Why are we getting more competitive racing than perhaps we've had in previous years?
I mean, it's really interesting, right? We have a 9-race narrative, which we haven't seen before. We are now starting to get to the meat and potato stage of the season, where things are starting to get a little bit more serious. But it gives a long range of time to be fit and not so much, you know, and athletes are always dealing with a fine line, and that's why I think we're going to see different peaks at different times.
Okay, the man who won in Singapore was, of course, Hayden Wilde, and is one of the most extraordinary stories I think I've seen in sport. 98 days after being hit by a truck in Japan and suffering, what was it, 6 broken ribs. I think he picked up a shattered scapula and a punctured lung as well. He is back on the start line. What does that tell you about the man and the athlete, Jan?
I mean, it is absolutely amazing what kind of tenacity and what kind of willpower that means, right? I mean, he speaks about taking 10 days to even get surgery. So he has, you know, that takes another 10 days off the 98 days. The amount of preparation must have been extremely short. Very focused. He's obviously got a good team around him, and I am very curious to see what he can perform today.
How big a challenge for him today physically, and how big a challenge mentally?
I mean, he's spoken about how he's absolutely chomping at the bit to get back racing, and he's only got 2 races under his belt this year, and he's desperate to get back out there. But, you know, we thought we might be lucky to see him race at the end of the season, that he might just about make it back in time, and he's back racing in August. It's beyond what any of us could have hoped for, I think.
To pick out a few of the other big names in the field today, Jelle Geens, what most impressed you about his performance in Vancouver?
I mean, it was dominant, I think, in terms of his run performance that we're kind of used to seeing, but everybody kind of thought he would lose more on the bike, and I think he's getting to a stage in his life where he's also learned from the adversity and from the bad luck that he's had over the years, and gets a different kind of willpower and energy to take that top step.
Okay, and if you're looking at other challenges potentially for the top step overall, a word on Rico Bogan, champion in San Francisco. How realistic a contender is he, do you think, for the overall title?
Oh, very much so. He's improved dramatically across the board over the last few years, but his swim and bike are now there, and it means that he is going to be at the front, if not off the front of the races by the time he hits the run, and it's whether his run holds it together on the day. In San Francisco, we saw him deliver that perfectly. He hasn't quite got it right in the other races, so it's all going to come down to his run.
Do you think he has enough to go all the way?
I honestly think he does. You know, he's been labeled a one-hit wonder. He's been labeled as somebody who can't race in the heat. Has had so many labels, and he seems to be getting better one T100 race at a time. And I think he's got a few more until Qatar, and he's doing a great job of it so far.
Okay, shall we move on then? Let's have a little look at the overall standings. And obviously what we don't have here in London is the overall leader, which is Martin van Riel, and that therefore opens up a lot of opportunity elsewhere. Interestingly, we've got 3 athletes tied on 64 points. Jelle Geens, who we've mentioned, Rico Bogan 2, and Mika Noot. Depending on what happens today, actually, anyone down to Yuri Kulin could end up top spot in the standings come the end of today. Great to see Hayden Wilde back, as we've mentioned, Morgan Pearson and Leo Berger completing the top 10. And plenty of talent in the top 22. Some will feel they have got big cards to play this season. The likes of Jason West, Sam Long, Jamie Riddle, Matthias Margeria and Vincent Luis, all hoping to feature higher up the table. And when you look at, I suppose, the overall, where else would you point at challengers today, Jan?
I mean, I think Jamie Riddle is somebody who's making a name for himself bit by bit. He's coming out there, and here we see some images of
Jelle Geens.
of Jelle Geens,
yes.
sorry, preparing. And importantly, in the tied standings for second place, he's the only one who's only got 2 scores on the board. Everyone else has got 3. So he is in a good position to come out on top here.
What about Mika Noot? 2/3 San Fran and Vancouver. Where does he need to find a little bit extra to be a little bit higher up on the podium?
Well, he's really impressed me with his consistency over those last couple of races, and across the board, swim, bike and run, he's just been really, really solid. I know he's just come off another really good training camp, an altitude training camp in France, so I'm expecting maybe a little nudge up again from what we've seen, and I think if he can just stay solid, swim, bike and run, I think he could have another podium day.
And a word of Kyle Smith as well, you know extremely well. Perhaps just outside the brightest of the spotlights at the moment, what does he need in order to feature perhaps on the top step?
You know, that step from second to first, I think, is the most difficult step an athlete can face in their career, and it's someone who's been working hard. But Kyle only recently has formulated and publicly actually said he wants that top step, and he's here with a Ayrton Senna themed race setup, helmet and bike, and I mean, you can't really make a bigger pre-race statement than that.
That certainly is pressure. Let's hope he lives up to it. And of course, it's the men that go out second. So we'll start now with a little look at the women's standings overall. It is going to be a fabulous race because we've got the top 6 all racing here in London. Julie Deron holding Taylor Knibb from the top step, having raced 3 to Taylor's 2. 3 Brits follow, Kate Woff, Jess Limont and Lucy Charles-Barclay, who's still hunting her first T100 win. Ash Gentle, perhaps looking to hit top form this season. And then it's Taylor Spivey, Holly Lawrence, Paula Findlay and Grace Theck, who are all more than capable of delivering something special here in London. Should we start with the overall leader, though, Julie Deron? Talk me through her form at the moment.
Yeah, Julie's someone who really burst onto the scene almost exactly a year ago by winning an Olympic medal and then coming to hit our T100 series with, I think she's now had 4 second place finishes and a win, so she's incredibly consistent. And when she gets on the run, if she is anywhere in striking distance, everyone else on the field needs to worry about her because she is our best runner right now, and she's shown that with a win and a second place this series already.
And we saw her going past Taylor Knibb there. Been 1 or 2 just very quiet questions around Taylor. She found some answers in Vancouver, but do you think she is still the name to catch in the race for the overall series win?
I think her overall mindset definitely points us in that direction. You know, she's very methodical. She is very much aware that it's a season-long narrative. I think London, if any of the courses, is probably not the one she's going to favor the most. We see her going through a technical section here, but London as a technical course is much more difficult again. So hopefully the other ladies will want to take advantage of, but never ever discount Taylor Knibb.
You agree to that?
Totally agree to that. I think it could be a lot closer off the bike, though, from a Taylor to the rest of the field point of view, and I just think that makes it more exciting.
The other person I want to ask you about is Ash Gentler. Obviously won here in London last year, but perhaps hasn't lit fires with her performances this time around. Do you see a slightly different cadence to how she's looking at the overall season, or do you see someone who is perhaps searching for her best form?
I think it could be a little bit of both, but I also think there is a fact that our level in T100 racing this year has gone up, and on the women's side, the introduction of some of these hot shots and the wild cards, they're really mixing it up and they're making it harder and harder to win races, and I just think we're seeing that from Ash now.
Yeah, exactly. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. Ash has been around for a while, and she's been the queen of the T100 for a few years, and you see that in the cadence of athletes' careers. There are highs, there are lows, and the thing is, the level now is so high. When you're having a day off, it's just not even within striking distance. She's openly spoken about having had her struggles, and you know, I think it's just something of turning it around, and she's got time and experience.
Okay, there is so much depth in the women's start list today. Let's just quickly confirm that for you. We've mentioned already the top 6 in the standings all race. Plenty of homegrown talent as well, because there are 9 Brits taking to the start line here as well. Pick out the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay, Holly Lawrence, of course, and Lucy Barham in that regard. And interestingly, if we change on as well, when you look at the overall, where else do you see challengers today?
Well, personally, I'm really excited to see the addition of Georgia Taylor-Brown as one of our wildcard athletes. She's predominantly known as a short course athlete. She's got 3 Olympic medals under her belt. She's taken a bit of a different approach to this season, a bit more relaxed, but I wonder if this sort of racing might quite suit her.
What do you think the expectations are on her coming in?
You know, with Georgia, I keep saying this, I think no one would be shocked if she won, and no one would be shocked if she came 15th. So it's a real, you know, she could almost do anything today, and no one would be that surprised.
Did you like racing? I mean, I know you obviously had an enormous amount of expectation. Did you like racing when no one quite knew what you were going to do? Or did you like to have your mark set out before you took to the start line?
Yeah, absolutely. I always said pressure creates diamonds, and I think that's what the uniqueness of a race situation is. Otherwise, it's just a Tuesday morning in the forest.
Okay. What about for you? Did you like to know exactly where you were, or did you like the element of unexpected and the challenge of it?
I would say I very rarely surprised myself in races. Once or twice in my career, yes, I came out with a result. I thought, gosh, you know, I didn't think that was going to happen today. But usually I had a pretty good read on where I was at before the race.
Brilliant. All right, it is the T100. Expect the unexpected. Conditions are perfect. We are good to go. And we'll hand you over to your race starter.
Wearing number 21 from Great Britain, winning gold, silver and bronze medalist, Georgia Taylor-Brown. Wearing number 5 from Great Britain. She was 3rd place in the Singapore T100 this year, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Wearing number 4 from Great Britain, Vancouver T100, 3rd place in 2025, Jessica Lemon. Wearing number 3 from Great Britain, she was the winner of the very first race of the 25 season, Singapore T100 champion, Kate Wolf. Wearing number 2 for the United States of America, Vancouver T100 champion and 2-time Olympian, Taylor Knibb. Wearing number 1 from Switzerland, the silver medalist in the Paris 24 Olympic Games and winner of the San Francisco T100, Julie Denon. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So away we go here in London. As always in the T100, a 2-kilometre swim is followed by 80 kilometres on the bike and then an 18-kilometre run. I'm Matt Baker, and as always alongside me is the 2018 World Triathlon Champion and Olympic and Commonwealth Games medalist Vicky Holland. Vicky, how excited are you for a home race?
Oh, I always love coming to London. I've raced here myself over the years, but for me this is the most stacked women's field we've had this season, so very excited to see it unfold.
Also joining us in the commentary box, Olympic and multiple world champion Jan Frodeno. Jan, we've missed you since Singapore. Good to see you.
And I am so glad to be back, sitting next to the action as we watch the ladies tackle this very, very short first turn. We're just looking at it from the balcony. It is incredibly short until they take their first turn, and that's where we can see it being so aggressive. If you look 3 or 4 rows back, they're already battling, and how much that battle is costing them speed. It looks like a front group already shaping up.
Yeah, it certainly does. Who have you got eyes on there, Vicky, at the front? Is that Jess?
So we've got in the white cap there, that's Lucy Charles-Barclay. To the left of her, that's Jess Learmont in the blue cap. In the pink cap, you can just see at the bottom of the screen there, that was Kate Roth. We've got green cap Taylor Knibb. So everyone is there or thereabouts, and I think in the middle of those two, the green and the pink cap, I think that's Holly Lawrence as well. So a lot of the athletes we would expect to be there at this point are, in fact, right at the front of the race.
Jan, tell us a little bit about the course here in London. It strikes me as one of the easier swims that we've got on the T100 calendar. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, the one thing that's for sure is any swim is flat, but, you know, we've got 2 minutes. We're 2 minutes in, and we've already passed the first buoy, and it's difficult to see from this angle, but here you can see it a lot better. That's a hard turn, and that means that a field that is 20 athletes deep, 19 in this case, that have had to kind of bunch together, and everybody's fighting for the inside line, which is significantly quicker. And that actually surprised me because it's a very, very aggressive start. Normally the athletes have more time until they have to make such a hard turn, and that's definitely shaping interesting for this first breakaway swim pack.
Could you find yourself getting a bit caught by one of those boys, Vicky?
Oh, definitely. I mean, in short course racing, there's, you know, maybe 2 or 3 times the amount of people, and so that the first turn buoy often does end up a complete scrum. But what the really top swimmers do very well, the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jessica Learmont, they get to a turn buoy and they accelerate out of it because they know that will cause damage to the athletes behind them, the ones who might be just about dangling on the pack, maybe haven't quite made it. That's when they push on, and I think they will have used that early turn to their advantage here.
Could you practice that? Is that something that you do in your training? It seems a very specialist skill, but I imagine in a race of fine margins, particularly in short course, but also in the T100 as well, that could be really critical.
Oh, definitely. There's 2 things there. There's an awareness of what's going on in front of you when you get to turn buoys, and the more people there are in a race, the harder that is to do because it's all a bit of a whitewashing machine and you can't see everything, but knowing that there's a gap going, 2 or 3 people in front of you, that's important. And the other thing is, yes, of course, you can practice accelerations, and knowing that at about 150 meters into the swim, you're going to have to put in a surge, and you can replicate that in training.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay is currently leading our swim pack, just behind Jessica Learmont, and I think that's Taylor Knibb just in 3rd position there. Athletes making their way on the back leg of this 1 kilometre loop before they'll get out at the Aussie exit. Do a fairly long run, it has to be said, for that, much longer than we were used to seeing in Singapore. Get back in the water, do another kilometre, before they make their way to T1.
We're just seeing bigger swim packs, I think, in the women's racing than we've sort of ever been used to before. We've never really had many people able to swim with the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay in these T100 races. She's often been either on her own or maybe had 1, 2 maximum other people for company, whereas right now she's still got a whole load of girls lined up behind her. And whilst we're early in this race, only 5 minutes in, she hasn't made any daylight yet between probably the 5 or 6 girls directly behind her who are all hanging on in there.
Vicky, wouldn't you say that's something quite usual, though, for an Olympic cycle? We always see a lot of talent coming up and stepping up traditionally in triathlon to longer distances after an Olympic campaign finishes. And after Paris, we spoke about it exactly being a year ago. It just shows you there's a whole new flock of athletes coming over and adding more depth to the field.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. And we're also seeing athletes kind of dip their toe in the water, so to speak, coming in and having a go at it, but also keeping their eye in with the short course racing. And we've seen the likes of Kate Woff, who's been exceptional already in the T100.
Oh, what's happened here?
Oh no.
Somebody's been pulled out of the water.
Ooh.
They seem to be holding their shoulder, it looks like.
Is that
Laura Matson?
Or Meg McDonald, maybe? We'll try and get...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't actually see who that is right now, but whoever it is obviously had a very unfortunate early end to their day. It's very rare that we see athletes, especially in the elite field, being pulled from the water, so you've got to assume it's relatively serious. I think it might be, yeah.
Not of a good kind.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we wish, we'll obviously get confirmation on who that is as soon as we can, and we'll let you know, but we wish them as good a recovery as possible, because that does look quite painful and quite nasty. But attention will turn to the front of the swim, as Lucy Charles-Barclay is still out in front with that wonderful smooth stroke that she has, that she's become known for.
Yeah, I think when you look at both Lucy and Jess right behind her, what you can see is they have a really high cadence for open water swimming, and many of the girls behind them don't have quite that same cadence. So that's kind of the key to open water swimming, really. How long can your stroke be and how fast can your arms go round? And you get those two things combined together and you're probably going to be pretty quick.
Ferocious. All right, Jan, you've had a busy morning here at the Excel Centre. You caught up with two-time Olympic gold medalist Alistair Brownlee earlier today.
All right, Alistair, we're here in your home. Essentially, you're the one filling these halls. I mean, people know you've made triathlon a household sport in the UK. How does it feel coming in, being on the other side?
Yeah, it's always great to be back in London, and yeah, this is a race I raced last year. So far, I mean, I was just thinking of it then, watching some of the guys going through some of their pre-race routine, whether racking the bikes or whatever. And I was just thinking, I'm so happy not to be racing. That. I mean, of course, I absolutely loved it, and I loved the buzz of it and the feeling and the nerves. But that hour before a race is probably the worst part of our job, isn't it?
We got 5,000 age groupers here. Pretty amazing. And I think a lot of these people know about triathlon because of you. London Tri, it's been a while. It's not in Hyde Park, but out here, it's pretty unique vibe, right?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I know some of the age group racing goes into central London as well, so
yeah.
That's awesome to be in one of the biggest cities of the world. And, yeah, maybe one day it can go to Hyde Park. That would be very cool. But yeah, it's a good location in its own way, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think T100 bringing some good vibes, some good energy, and again, it only seems to be growing. Which can you see yourself ever taking one of these as an age grouper? Just for
yeah,
fun?
I actually can. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I'll only do it if you race me.
I don't know. It might be a relay. Put together a dream team. All right. Thanks, Alistair. Enjoy your time.
So come on, Jan, you don't have to be polite now that you're stood next to Alistair. Can you really see him doing an age group race in triathlon? That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Imagine if you were doing, your T100 race and you saw a two-time Olympic gold medalist come up behind you.
I almost couldn't believe I was talking to Alistair. If I would have put money on that, on his answer, I expected some rude buff, and he's just
He's so mellow now, he's
he
retired.
Is so mellow that he's retired. And the fact that he has sort of committed to doing a T100 age group race, I think we should pull him up on this.
Well, there's a space available, Alistair. If you're listening and watching down in the hall, you're welcome any time to join us here on the T100 again.
Matt knows somebody who can get you on the list.
We'll give you a good spot. We'll give you a good spot. So, yeah, I think that is.
I think that's Meg.
Meg
That is Megan
isn't it?
McDonald. Yeah.
So this is footage of her just getting out of the boat, obviously, and hugely disappointing to see. And she looks in quite a lot of pain there, doesn't she?
I wonder what could happen now.
I know, I'm just wondering if it was some contact around the first turn buoy or something like that. She seemed to be either reaching for a side or a shoulder there. So, yeah, the only thing I can think, having seen her warming up just outside our commentary position this morning, I can only think that something, maybe she got a bit of a boot around the turn buoy or something like that.
The back of the shoulder, though, I mean, it's almost a cycling kind of injury. When you fall, there's no impact, obviously. And I know we spoke about getting caught up on the buoy, but she was holding a left shoulder on a right-hand turn. Maybe it's just an overuse thing that she's actually been dealing with over time. We'll have to wait and hopefully get someone to ask her.
She was only added to our start list, of course, on Wednesday this week. She was a late addition wild card, stepping in for someone else, and living not too far away, decided to hop in the car and come down here late on Wednesday night and give it a shot. So, of course, very disappointing for her.
Certainly is. We wish her well as she sees the medical professionals here at the T100. Okay, so back to the front of the race, and Georgia Taylor-Brown in the red cap there, right in the mix here, Vicky.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was actually looking as they went around those first buoys, and she'd got a little bit distant, and I thought, oh, this could be the moment that Georgia might see that sort of string break a little bit to the athletes in front of her, but she has rallied and made it onto the back of that string of athletes. And yeah, she's just an athlete that I'm so fascinated to see how she goes today. She's only raced over sort of middle distance once ever before, back in December of last year, but I think she's actually quite naturally suited to it. She's had a bit of what she calls a gap year from triathlon training because of the love of training, mostly riding a bike a lot, not doing super high intensity sessions. So, you know, it could suit her really, really well, but I'm so fascinated to see where she pulls up at the end of the day.
Yeah, a gap year is quite a fascinating concept at any stage of life, but particularly when you're an elite athlete. I imagine, yeah, maybe you come out refreshed a little bit and more willing to take on opportunities like the T100 after that.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where it's tricky to avoid performing well when you're happy, and that's what gap year can often do for athletes.
All right, let's take a look at this course. Jan, guide us through it, will you?
Okay, so we have a 2-lap Aussie exit swim course where we head out for an 8-lap 10K bike course, 6 roundabouts and 2 out and backs where the athletes can see each other. It's technical and not the best road conditions. It's going to be a survival, and then 5 laps, 3Ks each on the run course to come back to the Excel Center and take the tape.
Long way to go before they do that. All right, we're going to get our first timing splits as our athletes make their way onto the pontoon, out of the water and through the cheering crowds. As I said, a long walk, or long run I should say, on the blue carpet, down onto the pontoon in which they started and straight through, and that's a 3-second lead through that timing point that Lucy Charles-Barclay has over Jess Learmont. Taylor Knibb 6 seconds back. Kate Woff is right up there as well. Holly Lawrence, Hannah Berry and Georgia Taylor-Brown 15 seconds back from the lead.
That's a pretty good first lap from Ashley Gentle there, so she's the first one of that second group of athletes came through. As we see her in that purple hat just diving back in, so she's 20 seconds down on the lead, only 12 seconds behind the back of that front pack. Obviously now she's sort of leading her little pack, if you like. That's going to stretch out, but not a bad first lap from her, but now we're back with the front of the race, and you can see through that Aussie exit, we have now lost some of the athletes from the back of that front pack. So we're now down to 4 athletes, finishing with Kate Woff, and then there's a gap back to Hannah Berry, Georgia Taylor-Brown, and I think that must be Holly Lawrence. They are the 3 that have now been gapped in the back of that group.
So 2 things really stand out for me from that is we saw the Aussie exit and we spoke about how much longer it is as we see, oh, there's someone else taking almost a tumble, Laura Madsen coming in there. And the thing that stood out to me is that even though it was a long front pack, we saw Lucy Charles-Barclay take the lead, and we saw Georgia Taylor-Brown coming out on the other side at the same time. And that was all the front pack, which shows you there is a gap that's been created. And the other thing I noticed is right now here, we've got actually Jess Learmont leading out. She came around Lucy Charles-Barclay and absolutely stepped on the gas, running out, which hopefully is a good sign for her calf on one hand. But it's what you spoke to about earlier, Vicky, is that the exit is such a tactical point to step on the gas and really split the pack up. And that's exactly what's happened. We've got 4 athletes off the front and then 3 trailing behind.
It's what we saw Jess Learmont do in Singapore as well. She came out on the Aussie exit right next to Lucy Charles-Barclay, took a look back, thought, oh, this is a big pack, and then went round her to the front. She wasn't able to split the pack up on that day, but what she's done here today is she's taken that group from a group of 7 down to a group of 4.
Interesting enough, completely different dynamics, right? When you're talking about 31-degree water temperatures, which is what we had in Singapore, which kind of puts a dampener on everybody's performance. And here it's a wetsuit swim, which gives you that little bit of extra buoyancy, and in some degree also makes it harder to split up the pack. But it just allows you to really throw your arms over and go full gas, which Jess is doing, and she split this pack quite successfully.
So this is Els Visser just making her way back into the water after the Aussie exit, diving in. I think what's interesting to me is that through that first timing chip, I mean, a minute was basically spreading over the top 15 or so of the athletes, which is quite a small amount of time, given we've seen much bigger gaps, particularly in the sea swims that we've had on the T100 this year, thinking back to Vancouver and some huge gaps that emerged there. Perhaps this swim course is bringing in more of the athletes who are weaker swimmers.
I think the wetsuit helps with that as well, as Jan was talking about. Having the wetsuit sort of levels people a little bit, and I know that the better the swimmer you are, that it tends to be that you prefer to swim without the wetsuit. So some of the athletes who maybe aren't the most natural swimmers or haven't done it since they were 2-3 years old, they find it more beneficial to be wearing a wetsuit. But I'd be very surprised if those gaps don't blow out quite a lot on this second lap, especially now that we've got these 4 girls who have broken away.
Yeah, you can see how fast it looks just from on the boat there. I mean, extraordinarily quick, the pace that these front athletes are setting.
Just casually putting in a few backstrokes, making sure that her efforts are actually paying off. That shows you another thing. She's in control here. She's in a good space. She is looking back again, making sure that the position is right, and letting Lucy do the work up front as she gets and sits in her wake, which, it does save you a significant amount of energy. And very smart tactical racing from Jess.
But they've worked really well together there, haven't they? Lucy's done the majority, if not all, of the first lap on the front. Jess has ran really hard through the Aussie exit, taken the lead, put in a big surge, which has split this pack up. And now we've only got Kate Woff and Taylor Knibb able to go with Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jess Learmont. And then Lucy's sort of started to come back around, although as I've said that, it appears that Jess has decided actually she's gonna crack on and come back to the front again.
Yeah, they're sort of going 2 by 2 at this stage, aren't they? Which they're definitely not benefiting from as much drafting effect as they could. So our front group have managed to create quite a gap to those athletes behind them. Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jess Learmonth leading the way.
And then I think that's Holly Lawrence we can see now. She's the lone athlete in 5th place with the red hat of Georgia Taylor-Brown and the other blue cap of Hannah Berry behind. So those athletes, they either just weren't quite sharp enough through that Aussie exit and onto lap 2, or perhaps the pace was just so hot that it really just took its toll as Jess upped it at the beginning of the 2nd lap.
Well, I mean, if you're here tomorrow, you might recognise 1 or 2 people taking part. There's someone I'm personally very excited about seeing, but we'll talk about him in a second because he's a fantastic swimmer. But this man is well known for being ferocious in the kitchen and not bad at triathlon either. Gordon Ramsay is going to take on our T100 racers this weekend. He's doing it all in aid of Great Ormond Street Hospital, a charity he's raised money for the last 10 years.
Hi guys, it's Gordon.
And Tana.
Hello, I'm Oscar.
And we just want to say a huge thank you for all of your support over the years as we do another event for Great Ormond Street.
This weekend it kicks off yet again the T100, and an amazing event, but most importantly 5,000 athletes will be taking part in this extraordinary race. Just want to say thank you. The support has been untold. You know how important those funds are, and what Great Ormond Street does in general for those children and families is nothing short of extraordinary. So we're about to hit the 2 million mark over the last decade in terms of what we raised. So thank you, and I can't wait to see you all on Sunday. It's going to be a very super competitive day in the Ramsay household.
Lots of training has been undertaken and we are ready to race. And who's going to win?
Let's go!
Hello. Bye-bye.
Oh, fantastic to see. So Gordon, Tana and Tilly Ramsay all taking part tomorrow. And a man who is engaged to Holly Ramsay, so still part of the Ramsay clan, is Adam Peaty. Adam Peaty is going to be taking on the Olympic distance here at the T100, and I cannot wait to see how he swims. Is he going to breaststroke? Is he going to freestyle? Is he just going to pass every single person? Has he done much running? What's his biking like? So many questions.
Well, for those, we should say, Adam Peaty is obviously a bit of a national icon in the UK, but for those of you further afield, he is an Olympic champion breaststroke swimmer, world record hold breaststroke swimmer. And so to have him at our events is pretty special. But as you quite rightly said, is he going to swim breaststroke or is he going to bust out the front crawl? We'll have to wait and see.
I want to know if he could keep up in the pro field swimming breaststroke. Of course he's going to swim freestyle because, I mean, just because that's what he races at. But if he would have a challenge set, could he keep up in the pro field swimming breaststroke, regarding he's only a swimmer?
What can he swim for 100? I want to say his world record's about 57, is it, for 100 breaststroke? So, you know, I think he'd have a pretty good chance.
Well, I mean, there are
obviously over a long period of time. I appreciate
guys that can swim 57 over 100, I think, in this field. But for how long you can hold it, it would be interesting to see where he finishes.
And then get on a bike and then do his run. So we're going to have a quick look at the front. This is just while we were listening to that interview. So this is right at the very front. This is Jessica Learmonth and Lucy Charles-Barclay. And that was Jess just taking a look behind her to see how far that gap is, I think, here on the De Boer swim course.
Doing some of the Adam Peaty breaststroke to just give herself a moment to have a look back, I think.
At what stage does it become a little bit too much, though? I'm just wondering, like, if you look, you know, she swam breaststroke, but now it's all, I'm not sure if she's bored or if she's nervous or why she's turning around every few meters. Yeah, again, I think the pace is not quite hot enough for her, but she's probably wondering to what extent it's actually worth it.
Well, that's it. I think she's wondering how much damage they've managed to create to the athletes behind. But I also agree with you, Jan. I think at some point you've got to just keep on swimming, just keep going, do what you do. If you're hurting other people behind, then brilliant, but you can't really control that. And I know that her main aim is to just try and get as big a gap as she can through the swim and the bike sections, but can't harp on about it too much. You've got to just put your head down and go at some point.
Because
they have.
Yeah,
Look
I mean,
at this.
I was just going to ask though, with regards to the benefit you get from racing in the water with other athletes, at what point does that benefit become not a benefit, and you just actually have to strike out on your own and take the race by the scruff of the neck?
No, but look at this. The last boy, the red cap of Georgia Taylor-Brown, is just coming around, and she was at the tail end of this front pack 1 lap ago. So they've created some significant damage to this front group, and I think it's interesting because I wouldn't discount any of the 4 front runners on the bike. But sometimes when you're in the water, it's also difficult to tell who you're with. I always found that tricky. So, yeah, I'll see what kind of tactical choices they make once they get out.
Yeah, you would think Jess and Lucy certainly know each other pretty well, having been at the front of a few of these T100 races so far this year. Definitely in Singapore. It was the same in Vancouver. They know each other well, and I'm sure they would have perhaps had a conversation at breakfast this morning about who was going to do what. I don't know if they're sticking to it, though.
Well, the other thing about the sort of sitting up, if you like, and looking back that Jess was doing there is that then inhibits the speed that your group is going at. So if she was just to stay on the front and work hard and keep pushing, the gap they will have to the athletes further back will be greater than with her sort of popping her head up, looking around, doing a bit of backstroke, doing a bit of breaststroke to see what's happening. It means Lucy has to come round her again, and so that takes a bit of time away from the gap they could be creating. So whilst, yes, I totally advocate for having a look around and just checking what's going on, maybe once or twice in a race, I think there comes a point where it detracts from what you're trying to achieve.
It does, but creating that gap also comes at the front runner's expense. I mean, if you're at the front breaking the water, it is significantly more energy than if you're sitting on someone's hip, which I always found the best place to be. She's chosen here to sit on the feet of Lucy Charles-Barclay, which is probably the next best option, but I think there is a lot of tactical thought going into what's going to be a very tough 80K bike course, considering the winds we're seeing out already.
That's interesting, Jan, because I actually happen to agree with you about the hip/feet debate where you would swim. And I would always say that the best place to swim, where you get the best benefit, is actually right onto somebody's hip, sort of tucked under their arm almost. But it seems like a very unpopular opinion, and a lot of athletes these days don't like doing it. There's a lot of people kind of say that you're too close and you're dragging them back if you swim on their hips. So I've heard a lot of athletes talk about how they get kind of told off by other athletes for doing that now. So it's interesting that you're on the same team as me, Jan.
I feel like it's nerding out a little bit on the topic, but one final thought is, do you slow the front runner down if you sit on their hips?
Hey, we've got time to nerd out on triathlon. Don't worry about that. But for now, our attention turns to the exit of the De Boer swim course as our athletes make their way out of the water, and this very unique exit to transition 1 up the stairs. Lucy Charles-Barclay, you can see there, Jessica Learmonth as well, and they're all probably taking the slightly sensible decision here of walking up the stairs rather than exhausting their legs in that, but they pick up the pace now.
That would be brutal though, like all the blood flow from your arms and upper body going into your legs, and then I just ran these stairs earlier and tried to do them in one quick swing, and even I had to stop and take a breath without having done a 2K swim as the ladies approach their bikes over here.
It's a really fun transition because, as you can see, we've got all these crowds here. There's a real big buzz that we get in the Excel Centre that's quite hard to recreate in other races. But at the same time, you've then got to go up those stairs, so it's a bit of a catch-22. You get the atmosphere, but it's incredibly hard work.
I've never seen that before. Did you see Lucy holding onto her bike stand for support? That's a very creative way of using transition devices. Very smart. Helmet on, no blips so far. Looking good. Oh, 3.
So Jess Learmonth led them out, and it's Taylor Knibb she just lost a few seconds even coming out of the water, didn't she? She wasn't quite attached to them. We didn't see what happened. Maybe she slipped getting out of the water or something, but just a bit more of a relaxed approach maybe through transition.
Well, she chose to walk, which is one of the things to keep your heart rate down, I suppose. And she would be confident in being able to close the bike gap, but the one thing she always does...
I know exactly what you're going to say, Jan.
I'm struggling. Jump on your bike. Yeah. I know you're very strong on the bike, but that's like an easy 2-3 seconds to take momentum.
This is Lucy Byram here coming out the water. But just to have a quick check there on the time checks. That's Julie Derren, Lisa Perter, Ashley Gentle running into transition. We're here with Hannah Berry now at her transition wrap. That gap that was 15 seconds from front to back of the first 7 athletes went out to a minute across that second lap. So they really did do some damage. And that is the sort of quite funky suit of Georgia Taylor-Brown as she heads out onto the bike course.
Very funky. Look forward to it's got various bits written on it, hasn't it? I'm sure we'll get some close-ups.
She's got lots of her phrases, things that she says. Sort of, she's a proud Mancunian, so the sort of northern phrases that she comes out with, they're scribbled and etched all over her suit.
Amazing.
Julie Duran making sure all the things go into her transition box, just making sure she doesn't make any mistakes and incur a penalty.
And that's Ellie Salthouse there, just making her way onto the bike course. So eyes on the front of this tricky part of the bike course. Jan, you, when we went through the map earlier, you called it technical. Just break that down. What does that mean?
Technical is obviously a very broad term, but this is a very tough course. We've already seen a few speed bumps that these ladies have to navigate. There are 6 roundabouts on the course that we've counted. The road quality is hugely varying, and there is a safety marshal just getting out of the way just in time. See the last athletes jumping onto their bike here. This is the straight and narrow and probably the easiest part of the bike course. But once we get back to the actual course, we'll see just what these athletes have to manage. Because what our 2 ladies getting into their shoes here don't have to worry about until they exit this hall is the wind. The wind is significant out on course today, and I think it's going to have an impact on the race.
Yeah, the wind definitely blowing in this part of London today. Seems like quite a few athletes are struggling to get into their shoes. Oh, and that's a bottle
first
gone.
Bottle already lost. This is a big one out on this course. I spoke to the road surface here being, let's call it variable. In parts, it's brand new and smooth, but there are still quite a few holes. The technical team here has done everything in their power to make this as smooth as possible, but you know, it is a major city, and that is one of the things you just get when you go to the big and famous venues, is you can't fix the roads overnight.
Yeah, that was Holly Lawrence, wasn't it? We saw just lose a bottle there, so she would not have been wanting to lose that quite so early on in the race.
What can you do, yeah, to prevent losing a bottle on this course? Is there anything you know, I don't know, elastic bands or ways in which you can secure the bottles on a TT bike?
Elastic bands can work. We see a lot of athletes having kind of these things because, you know, if you get a race marshal who's very much going by the rules, it's a littering penalty, which you really want to avoid. The other thing that really works is putting sandpaper on the inside of your bottle cage. So what a lot of the mechanics do, they take a fairly coarse sandpaper and stick it to the structure of the bottle cage, and that gives the bottle an extra support. It's something they do in the classics, in cycling, you know, Paris-Roubaix, the big races, because if you're going over cobblestones, you know, you're facing the worst kind of conditions you can. As we get a replay here of Holly.
That's Holly Lawrence.
Oh,
no, she's missed the course altogether. She just didn't see where she was going.
Thought we were going to see her bottle bouncing off, didn't we?
It's been a rough start, it has to be said.
Yeah, but the bottle was already gone.
To the bike leg for Holly Lawrence. And there are quite a lot of very tight turns. I mean, you were mentioning earlier, Jan, about it being technical, but these TT bikes, you know, you need to watch where you're going. When you're going around those technical parts of the course, it's immensely challenging.
Well, let's just dive into where aerodynamic positions have gone. I mean, it is crazy to these spacecrafter bikes. It has changed so much, even in the time since I've been retired. Just the front ends are much longer. You can see everybody's vision being, you know, slightly limited because they've got their hands up. And this is obviously something that happened to Holly here, that she was just down in the zone and didn't have it 100% present, that there's a sharp right-hand turn. And that kind of error in this case was fine because she found a gap, but can be costly if you crash into a barrier.
And on this course specifically, I know we see the TT bikes on the T100 in middle and long distance triathlon. Is there ever a point on a course like this where you might go for a road bike?
No, definitely not. If you look at aerodynamics, they change at 22, roughly, give or take a K per hour. So that means, you know, these ladies would be averaging somewhere around 40K an hour still. The math doesn't add up. You definitely want to have that aerodynamic position. You can get a lot of free speed through a lot of these turns if you're able to stay in the aerodynamic position. That's something to practice, but I don't think a road bike over a time trial bike would ever be an option.
Good to know.
Are you asking from a personal point of view there, Matt, knowing that you're about to take on the course yourself tomorrow? Or?
Oh, well, we've given it all of 20 minutes, haven't we, until we mention this. Yes, thank you, Vicky.
You're very welcome.
Well, we'll come back and talk about my pathetic athletic endeavours in a minute, because that was another bottle.
Yeah, that was Jess
being
Learmont's
lost
bottle.
by Jess Learmont.
Yeah. And we knew we were going to see it on this course, as Jan alluded to. There are just certain restrictions you have when you are racing in a capital city, one of the world's largest cities, and there are a lot of speed bumps around this course. And no doubt they've all tried these mitigating measures to try and not lose their bottles, but they all knew it was highly possible.
Well, they knew it was so possible that they decided to change the course. We're going to see this on the way back, which is funny enough because the wind is such a factor. I think this is where the ladies will have a tailwind, but on the way back, facing the headwind, they're going to go into the aid station, and they've added a little chicane to slow everyone down a little bit, so we don't get the images that we did last year of, you know, people trying to grab 5 bottles and missing every single bottle. And that's the thing. The technical officials have done everything so that Jess can get a bottle as soon as possible again.
Is there something you might have to do differently with how you do your nutrition? Is it perhaps a race to use more gels than liquid in that sense? I imagine for an athlete, if you're used to racing a certain way and you make these changes, that adds an awful lot of complexity to what should be a simple part of your racing.
Again, not to geek out too much here, but the thing is...
Go on, Jan, geek out.
The athletes now have so many carbohydrates in their bottles, which is basically sugar. And that sugar makes that bottle significantly heavier. And so when you hit a bump, it just picks up so much more momentum, and it's so much harder to stay within the bottle cage. So really, even the nutrition that has come adds technical challenges that, you know, we just simply didn't have to face in my time.
I would never have considered that the bottle was heavier.
The density of the fluid. I mean, gosh, yeah, no, I'd not considered that, Jan, at all.
Well, seriously, pick up a bottle that's got carbohydrates in it. It just makes such a difference. As we see Taylor Knibb here choosing to store her nutrition between her arms. That's the latest aerodynamic trend. And we can see, because athletes are no longer allowed to put bottles down their tops. So they've now decided to stick them in front of their tops. And they're all very, very fast setups. But Taylor Knibb so far has not been able to make up the time to Jess, as we thought on this technical course might be the case.
Yeah, you're right. If anything, it's actually going out a smidge. The last time I looked at it, it was still in the 20s, the amount of gap between her and the very front of the race, and now it's up to 35 seconds. And it's very, very early on the bike leg. Let's not write Taylor Knibb off yet, but you did say at the top of the show, Jan, that this maybe isn't the absolute ideal Taylor Knibb course.
So Jessica Learmont leading us out in front. Five Brits in the top 6. Just Taylor Knibb right in the middle. And you can see there their speeds at the last checkpoint. Taylor Knibb definitely down, Vicky, on the others around her.
Does anyone know if she still has a bike handling skills coach? I remember she found someone that she was working with, and, you know, being Taylor, she recognized the weakness and decided to work on it. But that was last year already.
After Paris or before Paris?
Oh, is that a dig? Are you having a dig?
No, I'm not having a dig. Oh my goodness me.
Matt's too polite for that.
I just wonder though if you, I mean, it potentially was a problem, although in the wet, I mean, would you have to train your bike handling in the rain to get better at it? I guess you probably would.
Well, it's funny, for all the professionalism we're seeing in the sport, if you compare it to cycling and professional cycling, there are a lot of the races, you know, tire pressure is adapted, and then you still see these kind of mistakes happening even at the Paris Olympics with athletes just not changing their tire pressure in time. There are also different rubber compounds available that have more stick. So there is a lot that can be done. But yes, on this kind of course, I think let's just be happy it's not raining.
Yeah, very much so. As a London resident myself, it's great to see the sun out in London because it's certainly not always guaranteed. And we just got sight there, didn't we, of Taylor going around that really tricky part of the course. She made it look very simple as she makes her way through and trying to get on the back wheel of Kate Woff, who's down the course in front of her. Yeah, and what did you make of Taylor's win in Vancouver? Back to winning ways. I mean, she had this 100% T100 record, and now she doesn't have the 100% T100 record. People can stop saying, myself included, you've got a 100% record as an athlete. Do you think that's relieved pressure on her?
I honestly think she has such a stoic mindset. She doesn't really think or care too much about other people's opinions, if that's my impression anyways. I mean, that can of course be something to allow her to be a little bit more free, but she's also found that, you know, her endeavors in the longer distances have not been as easy as they were perhaps predicted. And if anything, I think Taylor is someone who loves a challenge, and she's found one.
Vicky, would you agree that she looks now, I think as an athlete in the T100, all of last year, all anyone was saying was how impressive she is. She's now got that competition, hasn't she, in and amongst and around her. How do you think that's changed her mindset?
Well, I think she really enjoys it. I think she's thriving off competing against girls that are challenging her and making her think about ways to be better, faster, improve on her weaknesses. And we know she's pretty meticulous in her approach to stuff, and so having any weakness or such exposed by other athletes, I think will only push her to be even better than we've seen her before.
Okay, well, London is our fourth stop on the T100 Tour. Julie Duron and Martin Van Riel currently sit at the top of the standings, but who will catch them in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
Very much look forward to getting to Qatar in December, but my goodness me, an awful lot of racing to go before then. London here on the T100, marking the halfway point in the season, as we get a first look on the bike of Kate Woff. And Vicky, what are you seeing? What are you liking about Kate Woff at the moment?
Well, according to our tracker, there we go. It's just updated. I think she's actually just gone in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay, so she's at least up into second, if not into first. Seems to be jumping around a little bit, but she's exactly where she would want to be at this point in the race. We saw in Singapore, she essentially tracked Jess Learmonth at about 20 to 30 seconds through the entire race, and then unleashed a best run of the day to win by our biggest ever margin. She never looked in danger. On debut, it was quite a stunning performance from her. She didn't race in Vancouver. We did see her in San Francisco, where she was definitely a little bit disappointed on that day, not perhaps racing to the level that she expected of herself. Said she just didn't really feel as good as she was hoping to, but I know she's had a very good training block since then. She's been based in Andorra. She went and did a short course race a few weeks ago, and I think that would have probably sharpened her up a little bit actually for the racing that she's going to do here. So Yeah, I'm expecting big things from Kate today.
She said she's got a lot of friends and family coming to support her at a home race, which I guess, Jan, really helps. Will certainly be a massive factor for her for wanting to do as well as possible.
You take that for granted, but it does also add a lot of expectation and a lot of kind of pressure and demand. You know, mum and dad are there, and then X, Y, Z, and everybody would like to have just, you know, with the best intentions, 2 minutes of your time. But that also means you can't quite check out. You know, you want that support on race day, but leading up, it can be a little bit of a burden as well. And some athletes take it on and absolutely thrive in it. But I don't think it's just a straightforward advantage as it's always put out.
Lucy Charles-Barclay, also a home race for her, and they've been training at the London Aquatic Centre this week. That's very much where she trains on a daily basis, so incredibly familiar for her. And she's also staying at home as well, which is a whole other interesting element of doing a home race. I think maybe for some athletes that would be great. For others, there might be, again, too many distractions. Vicky, did you ever stay at home and race immediately from staying in your own bed?
I'm trying to think. I think I have done it once, and I found it quite weird because I quite like going away to the hotel and getting into that kind of mindset of I'm here to race, I'm away from those home things, and this is my job now. It just has a feel to it being at the race hotel, so I'm not sure it would be for me.
Yeah, it sort of makes it a lot less like Thursday afternoon, right, when you're trying to get out and do your best session, but everything should be a little bit different and give you that kind of sense. As we see Lucy navigating these quite technical sections, we can see she goes through the larger pieces. Here we have some beautiful, fresh, new paved road, making it a lot easier to stay in the aerodynamic position. But there are a few seconds to be gained for those who are brave throughout the earlier technical left and right swings that we had on some more tricky roads.
Well, let's hear from her, shall we? She's still seeking her first T100 win, but perhaps it's getting closer than ever.
Last year, obviously, I didn't have a good day out there. I was dealing with multiple injuries and ended up not finishing the race. So it was a really negative day for me, and I feel like I wasn't able to actually enjoy the moment. So I'm trying to go into this year's race with completely new energy. I feel so much better than last year. I feel like this time around I really want to soak up having my friends and family here. Across the T100 series, I've been able to be really consistent, obviously top 5 finishes in all 7 races that I've done, but actually in reality, behind the scenes, that I haven't been consistent in my training. It's been a roller coaster of ups and downs and injuries and taking time off. So I feel this year that I have been consistent. I've had a really good training block. We're into August now, and I've not had a setback. I've not had to have time off of training. So hopefully that will lead to something good. I think it's really tough because the level is always on the up as well. So I might deliver my best ever performance, but that might not lead to a top 5 finish, who knows. But yeah, I definitely feel confident going into this race. Just to get a T100 title anywhere in the world, these are such big races. I think, yeah, I'm not going to be fussy when and where it happens. Yeah, but I'm just going to keep fighting until it does.
But if it did happen in London, Vicky, it would be better.
Oh, I think if there was one race she could choose to win on the T100 circuit, it would be undoubtedly here. Like she said, it's a home race. She's got lots of friends and family here. But already I think she's having a better race than we've seen so far from her this series. She's right in there at the front of the race. We're now 12 kilometres into the bike, and she's still right there with Jessica Learmonth and Kate Woff in front of her. And she wasn't able to do that at either of the other races we've seen her compete in so far. So far, so good is probably all we can say at this point for Lucy Charles-Barclay.
You can see on your left-hand side of the screen there just the percentage of max heart rate. All that data is given to the T100 in order to bring it to us. You can see Jessica Learmonth and Holly Lawrence in particular working very, very hard there. So, as that happens at the front, this is Ash Gentle overtaking Georgia Taylor-Brown further back.
That's tricky. Look, because even Taylor Brown is in the draft zone. You can see the race ranger going off ahead of her, so she definitely has to make a double pass.
I think that might be Hannah de Vet, actually. Is it not Hannah de Vet? gone past instead of Ashley Gentle?
Ashley Gentle is now sitting at the front of these three ladies.
Beg your pardon,
and
yes.
you are 100% correct.
Yeah, so it's Hannah Devet who chose to go round at that particular moment. And again, she's having to put in another surge now to try and get round again. So she's chosen a really interesting time to try and go round because it's so technical here.
It is so technical, but this could also be really smart because we've been informed that there will be no penalties given throughout these sections because it's so difficult. They've decided to not make it a no passing zone. So really, she's playing with fire, but she's doing it smart.
She's being clever.
Yeah,
so
she is
yes.
being, that is what you call being race smart.
Racing smart, for sure. We should just explain, if you're new to the T100 or watching for the first time, the Race Ranger on the back of the bike is a small device that will flash, and if it flashes red, then you have 45 seconds to make your overtake. Otherwise, you will get a drafting penalty, which is 1 minute.
And these are the little things you see. You see Taylor Knibb, every time here, she's getting out of a saddle and not pedaling. And this is something, you know, if you're a technically gifted rider, you see the world's top time trialists, they will just pedal over these things
just
and
plow
make sure,
through.
yeah, they just plow through. And that happens on all these little bumps. We can see Taylor's made up some time, and I would attribute that to having been the headwind section, which just means that if you're putting in more power, you will get more time back. And it'll be interesting to see what happens now on the tailwind down to the other end of the race course as these ladies get to see each other twice per lap.
Well, she can see them in front of her, can't she? There, when we get an angle from behind Taylor, we can actually see Lucy Charles-Barclay in the distance. So they are, there we go, within, they've just come around the corner as I've said that, but you can see Lucy Charles-Barclay up ahead of her. So she knows that she's within striking distance of the front of the race now.
Just looking there at Julie Deron in fifth, our winner last time, our winner out last time out in San Francisco. Taylor Knibb, obviously, who won in Vancouver. But she's well within striking distance at the moment with the speed that we know that she's got on the run. A long way to go, of course, on the bike course, but do not discount Julie Deron.
2 minutes is a big gap. Oh, this is tight.
This is Holly Lawrence and Ashley Gentle there.
So we've actually had confirmation on Holly Lawrence, who lost the bottle earlier on, and it was her frame-specific bottle that she's lost, which means that, as we lose another bottle, I would actually...
I think that might have been Ash Gentle's bottle, do you think?
It was definitely a T100 bottle, so
Gotcha.
it was a bottle that was already picked up. But the problem is with these bikes that some parts are just so over-engineered, like these aerodynamic bottles, which means you can't get a spare because it's not going to fit.
It doesn't fit in.
Which means you have to basically consume all your liquids within the short littering zone that's around an aid station. That's definitely something to consider on these races, that you want to have a bottle cage that fits the race available nutrition in case you lose it.
Yeah, going back to sort of where Julie Deron sits at the moment at 2 minutes down, I think what will be very, very interesting is a fit and healthy and flying Kate Woff versus Julie Deron at 2 minutes down. If that were to stay very similar, I think that could be a very, very interesting run battle.
Sorry, just to go back to Holly here, you can see at the bottom of the frame triangle, you can see that there is a bottle missing there, or nutrition that was meant to be there, and no bottle is going to fit into that, just so the viewer can see what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, those are the aero bottles, right, which are very specific to that bike, and unfortunately the aid stations don't have a load of those.
That's the thing, nothing is generic anymore, right? Everybody has to drop off their own wheels, which we have information that 9 athletes have chosen to in case they puncture. And I mean, if there's ever a course where things could happen, most of these athletes, if not all of them, would be running tubeless, meaning they don't have a tube within the tire, which is less prone to sort of pinching punctures, which is kind of what would be caused by a pothole in general. But there's still a good chance. And even if you get to the aid station, the bikes are so specific, you can't just take someone else's wheel because it just doesn't fit anymore.
Certainly the case. All right, well, if you're sitting at home and watching this and you want to get involved, there are still plenty of opportunities to join us on the T100 this year.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking the west, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now, foot on the gas, can slow down, no. Yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
So plenty of opportunities to join us still this year. If you scan that QR code on your screen, you can find out more about upcoming races. We've got the French Riviera at the end of this month, then Dubai and Qatar later on in the year. Great opportunity for some winter sun, I say.
Yes, I think by that point, especially those of us in Europe might be craving some of that, but lovely overhead shots of London there with the O2 Arena. London buses, it's pretty iconic, I'd say.
So we find ourselves back at the front of the race with Jessica Learmonth still out in front with a 9-second lead ahead of Kate Woff, and then Lucy Charles-Barclay in third. All British front three as things stand. I'm sure Taylor Knibb, though, might have something to say about that. Julie Duron just behind as well. Jessica Learmonth won between Vancouver and coming here to London, which was great to see. Must have been nice for her to get that winning feeling, Vicky, back in the legs.
Yeah, you know, Jess is someone who competed at an extraordinary high level at short course racing. She's been to the Olympic Games in both individual, mixed team relay, but after the birth of her son, coming back to racing has been a bit of a struggle. So getting back on the podium, winning races is great. And of course, there's always, you know, that uncertainty when you take a break for something like maternity, and you're not sure how your body is going to react when you come back to racing. And she's had a lot of injury niggles since she has returned back into the sport, but to see her put together great results, I'm sure, are incredibly rewarding for her and means something a little bit different now. It's a little bit special to be able to do that when you've got that family waiting for you back at home.
Yeah, especially if you're taking time away from your family. It's great to reward everyone with a win. All right, let's take a look at a comparison between Jessica Learmonth and Ashley Gentle. Jan, over to you. What are you seeing? What are you picking up on the differences between these two athletes?
Well, I mean, you see the head position first and foremost. Jess has got her head down. She's very much in a comfortable position where she's just trying to hone in and focus on her power, looking up just briefly, memorizing the course. And I feel like Ash is sort of arching back a little bit. She's struggling. You can see she's lost contact to the runners a little bit further up the road, and there's actually enough space for a motor to get in there and get us more images. And it just tells a bit of a tale of struggle, which is unfortunate to see for our reigning champion.
What do you think is going on with Ash at the moment? Obviously, superb results, a superb result here, the T100, as you said, last year, our defending champion. Is it? I mean, how does form dip like that so seemingly quite quickly in a season?
Well, a year is a long time for a start, right? And there's a lot that can happen. And Ash has been our T100 queen for such a long time that it just takes a toll on your mind, it takes a toll on your body, and we are navigating fine lines as athletes between being fit and just being 1% past perfect fitness, which generally results in injury. And then momentum can swing either way. Momentum can be in your favor when you're winning, when you're getting a streak, but when you're down, it really is something that can just spiral, and it just becomes a physical thing at first and then a mental thing because that session didn't go well, the next one didn't go well. And so I think in such a long season it really is tricky to stay on top the whole time. But Ash is a champion and I think she'll find her way back eventually. It's just a tough time that she's going through, but she has more than proven in the past that she can weather a storm.
I did an event with her this week and she was saying that she's now based in Andorra for the sort of European leg of the T100. And we were talking about whether or not, you know, coming from Australia, it's actually quite nice to almost base yourself here as more of a training camp to get the work done. When you compare that to living, say, out in Australia, and you've got the distractions of friends and family around you. She was certainly speaking very fondly about living in Andorra, but having to make sure she didn't do too many hikes because it would wear her legs out. Where did you, Vicky, prefer to base yourself, training camps or home? What gave you better results?
For me, it was striking the balance between the two. There's nothing quite like being at home and having your own bed and the routine and the comfort of that, but I always did find that a well-timed camp would help me to elevate my performance level by a couple of percentage points, really. And so you use them specifically for very specific reasons. So it might be a really hot camp to try and get that heat benefit, or an altitude camp, or a camp right in the middle of January, where we know in the UK that's usually pretty terrible weather, so just trying to get away and break up things mentally as much as anything. But yeah, putting in well-timed, well-structured camps, I think, are really beneficial to an athlete. But for me, yeah, living at home and having most of that sort of just makes life easier. You know, you've got your own car there, you've got your own bed there, you know, the supermarkets, you know, whether the food you want, it is in what aisle of the supermarket, or just silly little things like that are just a lot easier when you're at home.
I think, though, in this case that, you know, what they've done in Andorra is set themselves up, her and her husband Josh, to a point that they're coming back every single year. So they've got the familiarity, but they don't have the obligations that comes with really good friends. You know, you've got your social contacts. But in Andorra, it's generally, you know, having lived there myself for 3 years, it's a place where people come to elevate their level. I mean, the Pro Tour riders that live there, you know, nobody's there to go and have a latte before they ride. People meet to ride. No one meets at the coffee shop. It just is something where steel sharpens steel, or iron sharpens iron. And it's a good atmosphere to surround yourself and just see other people doing or putting in the hours and the work.
Do you find yourself learning off other athletes in other sports? You mentioned there the biking connection. Have you learned things off cyclists that you've gone and ridden with?
I mean, I think you can learn things from anybody. You know, in terms of your performance, I think scientifically, all the training that's dialed in. But again, it's just the kind of momentum that's created with your community, where you see people going out, and if you're suffering up a climb, doing your efforts, seeing someone else, even though they're on a completely different trajectory, is just helpful to see, because there is that idea of performance, and there is, you know, the energy of people preparing for the tour, and then there are MotoGP riders who come and do X, Y, Z, and it's kind of a sporting community that really understands that mono focus, and the broader community that respects that and makes room if you ever need any help.
Well, we know as well that Kate Woff has recently been training in Andorra as well. We know that Hayden Wilde and Hannah Devet also live there. So more and more of our triathletes are choosing to base themselves there, and certainly some performance gains being shown. Ashley Gentle and Josh Amberger, them coming to Europe is really important, because they're based out in Australia, and it's so hard for them to travel to the races and back again all the time. So they need to have, you know, a European base, and it's not really a training camp for them. It's a base. Whereas we're a bit more lucky, those of us who are based in Europe, we don't need that.
T100 doing their best, as always, though, to make sure things are equal. We now have an Australian race on the calendar, so everyone else will get to experience what it's like to travel across the globe to head over to Australia for our T100 debut.
Yeah, you'd put your money on Ash there, wouldn't you? With not having to deal with jet lag or all of those things. But yeah, we're heading to Wollongong this year, and the Gold Coast next year. Great venues on the T100.
And Yellow Geens. He was actually the one who complained about having jet lag here in London, which is one of the perks for him, well, of the negative perks of having moved down under within the last year.
Yeah, I think he found the travel back over with his daughter, who's not yet 2, quite challenging, and that is, again, one of those sort of family dynamics you have to balance as a professional athlete who's also a parent as well.
Okay, well, we've got eyes on Taylor Knibb, just there, making her way round the roundabout. Our winner last time out in Vancouver. Let's hear from her on how it is to get back to winning ways.
Well, it's really great to have a really stacked start list, I think, because then you have the opportunity. It's almost sometimes tougher when you don't have all of the women on the start line, because then regardless of how you race, you can race the best race of your life, and there's still these questions of like the what ifs. And so it's almost better when just like everyone show up, everyone put the cards on the line and see how you stack up, and however the cards fall on race day is how they fall. And then you can get a lot of information, especially building over the course of the season, and you just see where everyone is. I think you have to believe you can, and you have to want to win in order to win. Like, it's not just going to accidentally happen at these races. Also, I don't really think about pain when I'm racing, because like it's more, I have very much process-oriented goals and what I need to execute, and then however it feels in the moment is how it feels. And like there'll be good patches and not as good patches, and who knows how long each last. But it's more on what do I need to do in this moment, because that, like, you kind of remove all the feelings and emotions.
Yeah, and how does Taylor improve in a season like this, where she's not winning every single race she turns up to, like last year? What do you see in her that she could improve?
What a fascinating look into her mind, first and foremost. I mean, that interview is just to think so process orientated and be so objective about things that many athletes would treat so much more emotionally. But I think for her and her growth, it is absolutely the right thing at the right time, because being the overflyer and having, amazing results, she's obviously faced some challenges, but they're connected to what I like to call a growth pain. And I think she is really somebody who embraces that and is able to grow through those challenges. And she means it when she says, I want everybody to be there so I can see how good I actually am, because otherwise they're just numbers on a sheet of paper.
Vicky, it strikes me when I was doing my research for this race, in terms of when athletes are fully 100% at their best, and we were having that discussion yesterday, and it's almost so difficult to get all of the athletes in one place at 100%. Everyone's battling a cold or a sickness or a niggle or an injury. So Taylor almost, it sounds like there she kind of almost wants everyone to be 100%, and then she'll know if she's truly the best. Is that kind of the way her brain works?
I would say probably, knowing Taylor, because she's quite sort of literal in that way, isn't she? She wants everyone to be at their absolute best, and then she can see where the cards lie and where she falls. And perhaps she's going to have to wait until Qatar until that happens, because surely that is the race that you're going to be targeting in the series. It's our final of our World Series. It carries more points. It's where our world champions are going to be crowned, and so that race will probably tell the biggest story.
I guess that's the beauty, isn't it, of a season-long narrative, Jan, that across the season, the best athlete will win the race to Qatar.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just am reminded, my wife always used to tell me, it's better to be 5% underdone than 1% over. And it is a balance and an equation I never got, I missed so many times in my life. But it really is true that what you spoke to earlier, that, athletes can be sick, athletes can have little injuries, and they're kind of heartbreaking stories, because most of these athletes attach their identity to how their last training session went. And that's where the kind of spiral we talk about with Ashley Gentle can happen. But yeah, absolutely, that's why the T100 is so unique, because it crowns somebody who has performed over a whole year.
back with Holly Lawrence here, who's actually got her daughter Poppy with her this week. Took her on her first long haul flight. Vicky, any experience of a toddler in a long haul flight? How was it?
I've studiously avoided taking my 2.5-year-old anywhere further than the Canary Islands because I'm slightly terrified of what that feels like. I actually spoke to Holly a little bit this morning, and she said that Poppy had been brilliant and they'd kept sort of more on an American time zone, so she hasn't had to adjust too much. But then she said on the flight over that Holly herself didn't sleep because she was so panicked about how Poppy was doing the whole time, and is she too hot, is she okay in that bassinet, what's going on with Poppy, that she then couldn't relax herself. So, you know, it's sort of a double-edged sword, isn't it, being a mum? Like, you think you're doing the right thing by bringing them with you, but then you worry about them more and all the extra logistical and challenges that come with bringing a child with you, especially when it's cross continents.
And that is something, I have to say, is not the same when you're a dad. Like, honestly, my biggest kudos, because I always thought, okay, well, there should be a different categories, you know, for parents in general, but it has to be split. Like, when I was in a plane and the kids were out, I was out. There was no questioning. I did not have that worry. And I think
you weren't
that's a
worrying
motherly
about
instinct.
their temperature and
Nope, I was gone, and I think that's a motherly instinct that really shows and makes me give a tip of the hat to these ladies even more so than I otherwise would have.
Just while we were chatting there, I think that was Georgia Taylor-Brown just going past Ash Gentle. Quite a cool bike, I think, from Ash Gentle there. She's got this sort of red, almost looks a bit like graffiti on the side.
yeah, I think
Very
that's
cool.
quite new, isn't it? She's only had that for a month or so, so it's her new racing steed, but very distinctive. Nice for us, easy to pick her out.
Yeah. 6th place in Singapore for Ash, 11th in San Francisco, and then 5th in Vancouver. So how she would love to push her way up this timing sheet and start to challenge for a podium once more.
Here's that out and back section, sorry, Vicky, where the athletes can just see each other and gauge the distances, because of course they don't have the data that we have on the left of our screen. They can see twice a lap where everybody is and how they're looking.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it was only this time last year that we were saying about Ashley Gentle that coming in off the bike with a roughly 2-minute deficit was absolutely perfect for her, and she would be very, very confident with that. So I think we've got to, you know, acknowledge that actually this is a quite strong position for Ashley, and if her run can find the heights that it has been at, then we can expect a really top result from her.
Yeah, it's fair to say we haven't seen the best of Ash's run so far this season on the T100. Very much what she's known for, and coming from behind and charging on the run part of the course. And interesting, just looking at that graphic there, since the start of the bike leg, Holly Lawrence losing 7 places since the start, Georgia Taylor-Brown losing 4, Ash Gentle only losing 2.
All those girls are really kind of in the same, I'm reluctant to say pack that they were in at the start of the bike. So mostly I'd say that's just a bit of shuffling around of positions within the bike pack itself, as opposed to any real losses through the field. I mean, you've got Holly Lawrence, who probably has lost a bit of time. She was the athlete who came out solo in 5th place out of the water. And then Georgia Taylor-Brown came out of the water with Hannah Berry, who, according to our stats, she's still riding right with now. So those athletes have basically been able to hold roughly the same place. It's been the likes of Julie Dowan and Lisa Pertra and Hannah Devet who have managed to move their way through the field. And of course now Lucy Byron moved her way up into 8th place as well.
Yeah, because if you look there, Julie Duron 2:30 behind the leader, all the way down to Holly Lawrence 3:03 behind the leader. I mean, that's a minute separating, what is it, 6 places. So those guys are bunched up, they're working together, they're They're staying within touching distance of the front, but you might expect, I mean, what are we, lap 4 of 8 here on this course, 50 kilometres still to go. They might have a job to keep it with the pace that Jess Learmonth, Kate Woff and Lucy Charles-Barclay are setting at the front.
Yeah.
Well, Vicky, as you said, you're reluctant to call it a pack because we can see the Race Ranger, again, the distance device for those of you not familiar with it, that has a light system for the athletes to know. We haven't seen it flash up, you know, other than the images we got through that really technical section overtaking maneuver. Very fair riding. And there's been a lot of debate within the pro field whether this data should be released or not. I can tell you, I've seen some raw data. It's not that easy. We're a season-long narrative, so this is something that has to be done for every single race. But yeah, it's certainly made riding fairer. Oh my goodness, look at this. Okay, so at the back, can you see those bands?
Lost both of them.
Can you see the bands hanging off the back?
Yeah.
They're used to secure the bottles, but the bottle cage itself has actually snapped off.
Yeah.
So not just the bottles, the whole thing is broken off, which is becoming more and more of an issue as there are more and more 3D printed parts on bicycles that are just going through limited testing as the development goes so fast that you just don't have time to test everything.
I mean, the intel we've had is that she had 2 bottles on that mount at the back, and that means 1.5 litres of hydration and possibly nutrition in there that have gone, which is a huge amount to lose.
Yeah, I mean, in general, she'd have 40 grams in each bottle, so that's 80 grams of carbs. Sorry, she'd have 80 grams in each bottle, actually. No, hang on, per 500, it's more. So 120, yeah, that's a lot.
Carb maths, Jan, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
A whole new thing.
Yeah, you're our man for the job. All right, well, if you like what you're seeing at the moment, you fancy a trip to London next year, the T100 is going to be back on the 25th and 26th of July, and entries open soon. Gonna have to find that gentleman who was doing that sprint finish, because that looked absolutely unbelievable. So there you go, QR code in the bottom right of your screen there. You can take on a host of distances, the 100k like the pros are doing at the moment, or the Olympic sprint distances. We've got relay options as well. So if you're tempted, there you go, that QR code, scan that, and you can register your interest for next year.
Okay, so going back to my maths experiment around this, she would carry roughly 120 grams of carbs in each of those bottles, and that's probably on the higher end, but somewhere around what she would be taking to feed herself for 2 hours. So she's lost 2 hours worth of nutrition in those bottles. She's got one more between her arms, which is her own, you can recognize by the color, and she just took some water at the aid station, which we saw before the London images. So she's really having to manage that, because right now she's got nothing to kind of rinse her palate with. She's only got the sweet stuff, which obviously leaves that sticky taste in your mouth, and nothing to rinse it down with. Yeah, that's an expensive experiment.
We should say that obviously she can pick up aid on the course, but Jan, are you saying it's going to slow her down a lot, isn't it? And she's going to have to start doing her maths on the bike, working out what she needs from this point?
I wouldn't say so much that it's going to slow her down, because they've redesigned the course, so the technical officials have put in that chicane so athletes can grab it, but she can't store it anywhere.
Yeah, she's got nowhere to put it.
She's got nowhere to put it. The bottle cages have broken off, and that means that she can either choose to have her energy, I'm assuming, which is in the pink bottle between her arms, or she can take the water which is provided at the aid stations, because you don't want to test another energy product that you're not used to on race day, because the last thing you want is to see that again on the run course.
Wise words.
Especially not if you're wearing a white suit.
Yeah.
Just trying to read some of the writing on the on that suit there as well.
All right, well, while Georgia Taylor-Brown is out on the bike course, we can head down to Alex, who's with her partner and someone we're very familiar with seeing on the T100, Vincent Louis.
Well, she's lost.
We are indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Yes, Georgia out there doing all the hard work. Vincent's alongside in VIP. I'm not sure we've seen you the champagne yet, but certainly it's fantastic to have you with us. We're actually going to come on to where you're at in your recovery in just a moment. We were talking about the suit. Give us a bit of insight into how that's come together.
Yeah, so I used to have my own custom suits for every single race, and well, I guess Georgia was a bit jealous, so she wanted to make one, and we are lucky enough to work with the brand Tactic that can do custom suits, and yeah, she wanted to do something special for obviously the race on the home soil and the London race. So she has this custom suit with a lot of like English, I will say more Yorkshire slangs words on it. It's quite fun, and she has a new one coming for Frasers too.
Okay, fantastic. Keep your eyes peeled if you're into the fashion side of things, and it's obviously look good, play good. Fantastic to have Georgia at the T100. Tell me where her expectations were coming into the race this weekend.
Well, I think she mostly wanted to have fun. That's what she wants. She did a few like really short races. She did a bit of bike racing also. Now T100, I assume she'll race here and then Frasers. But yeah, she goes back and forth between the distances. I keep telling her as long as she's happy, I'm happy. I think she just want to have a lot of fun this year. It's the year after the Olympics, and yeah, no, she's just having. As long as I see her on the start line with a smile, I think that's all that matters.
Fantastic. And just a word from you as well. It's actually a momentary sort of element of calm inside at the moment. And actually, when the athletes come through, the fans come out. There's a huge amount of noise. What have you made of T100 here in London, given all that you've seen and done in the World Triathlon?
Well, I did race a few times in London, including the Olympics. Obviously, with Alistair and Johnny Brownlee, it was crazy. Like I've never seen that many people in my life cheering for a triathlon, and I remember racing a few times in Hyde Park too. But yeah, definitely today is another of these days when the British people can cheer for a sport event, and obviously it's really, really good that T100 has a stop here. The scenery is amazing. The indoor transition. You can be ready for some typical British weather, but we are really lucky today. The sun is shining, and no, it's really good to have all the people. I've watched the age groupers racing this morning, and I think everyone has a big smile.
Yeah, it is a fantastic event. And just to word on you, I imagine enormously frustrated not to be taking part. Where are you in terms of your recovery at the moment from a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, it is a bit frustrating because I did start the first two races of T100 a bit on the back foot. I was really preparing for my first long distance, and then it's done now, but I've picked a bit of an injury on my calf, and I'm now rehabbing, and next week I should be back running, so hopefully, finger crossed, it'll be a tight turnaround, but I'll be on the start line for Frasers, and then all the T100s that are following. I think I'll make the trip to Australia and then Dubai and Qatar. So no, that'll be good. It's definitely frustrating not to be on the start line. But well, it's still, I think, 18 weeks until the final in Qatar, so plenty of time to make moves, but I'm looking forward for the next racing, definitely.
And we can't wait to see you back doing what you do best. What are your hopes overall for the T100 this year?
Well, I definitely picked up my bike level compared to the start of the year. I'm a lot more confident now. We worked on a few bits with my coach, and yeah, now I should be more like closer to the front. But yeah, let's see. The guys they're not waiting, they keep improving, and we've seen how powerful some guys can be on the bike and how quick some people are also on the run. So no, definitely not an easy game to race here. You race the 20 best triathletes in the world. So no, yeah, I'm jealous right now, sitting on the other side of the fence, but I'll definitely be back and trying to have them running for the money.
We cannot wait to see you back out there doing what you do best, as we said already. We'll let you return to chief cheerleader for Georgia today. Lovely to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Nice to see you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Vincent. We definitely want to see him back in Frasers for our French stop on the T100 Tour.
And see what suit he's got this time.
Oh my goodness me! What a brilliant selection of suits we've seen. I think my favourite one was the San Francisco one. Was it the 49ers? I get the number wrong. Sometimes I do get the number wrong. I think it was the 49ers. I'm going to embarrass myself if it's the wrong one.
It's time for the 6 there.
Yeah. Very good. All right, so let's take our attention back to the front of the race. And Lucy Charles-Barclay right in the mix here. And she's got a host of good support around her. You can just see in front of her Jessica Learmonth, the head turning of Kate Wolf in second, and Lucy in third.
So good to see. I mean, she has carried the flag of support, I think, around the world of triathlon for a while now. You know, she's kind of been everybody's darling. She has definitely gone and raised the level, as we'd actually see Kate Woff taking the lead for the first time here. So we have a change on the leaderboard, and these three sticking together, I think, is going to be absolutely crucial to their success.
Yeah, Kate now out in front, with Jessica Learmonth just behind and Lucy Charles-Barclay in third. I keep saying, but all British top three at the moment. How the British fans would love to see those three on the podium at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sort of just touching on what you were saying there, Jan, about Lucy Charles-Barclay. She's been such a fan favourite, hasn't she, within the UK, but also around the world for such a long time now. And now we have these other British ladies mixing it up at the front of these T100 races. But I'm just really pleased to see Lucy seems to have raised her level from what we've seen earlier on this year. We're so used to seeing her at the front of races. She's never won a T100. She has, unfortunately for her, been caught many times on the run, often quite near the end of the run by one or other athlete. But right now she's put herself in a really great position. She's riding with these two girls that she wasn't able to ride with a little bit earlier on in the season. I feel like she's built really nicely through the year so far. She's just come off, again, what I would like to term a well-timed altitude camp in France, in Font-Romeu. And so far seems to be going really well off that.
Yeah, she seems to this season be making the most of being injury-free, doesn't she? Because she's raced a fair amount. I mean, she was obviously in Vancouver, in Singapore. She's done a long distance as well, and a half distance as well. So plenty of racing, which I guess for the Lucy Charles-Barclay of last season was almost an impossible thought. Jan, do you sort of agree with her mentality of, well, I'm fit, I might as well make the most of this fitness?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, she's had a rough, I would say, a rough time since her Kona World title for many races. Health issues that she's figuring out bit by bit. And, you know, as the years get along, you just become more grateful for the days that you show up and you can get up without pain out of bed. I mean, you just don't take it for granted anymore. And so to come out on your home crowd, race and give it a great shot, you can see, you know, everybody embraces her, and she's starting to be able to embrace that as well, knowing that this is what it's going to take to get her back to the top.
I mean, she has only raced 4 times this season, so whilst a couple of those races were, you know, back to back, which made it feel like quite a busy schedule for her, and obviously travelling over to North America to do that, she hasn't raced as much as a lot of the other athletes that are racing. So I think it's probably quite a good strategy, a good balance of racing a lot and enough, but not overdoing it.
She's in a tricky position here. She's got herself into the overtake zone through the technical as we get eyes on Lisa Pertra here, who's having a good race. She's within 3 minutes, 250 to the front.
Yeah, she finished second in Singapore, and was great to see her so far at the front of the race. This is actually Lisa Pertra's 5th race of the year, so she's been ticking them off. Also done some long distance,
which was only 3 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
Her first long distance of
Too
the year.
close?
So, well, depends who you are, doesn't it? It's all about how you recover and how you manage that time in between. She's been based in Boulder since that long distance race and just come over to London to race here. But so far, I'm pretty impressed with how she's doing, actually.
As we get eyes again on Lucy Charles-Barclay making the overtake. It took her a while through that technical section. She had to go all the way through the chicanes. As we can see the race ranger lighting up, and she's taken the lead for the first time again since the swim.
Yeah,
good signs, I think.
She had 45 seconds there to make that move, and you can see it turn blue, which is good news for her.
There we go, back with Lisa Perter, and just in front of her you can see Julie Deron. So these two athletes riding together, both strong runners as well. I would still say that on the form book, which we always like to rip up and throw out the window, but we would like to say on the form book that Julie Deron is the better runner of the two athletes. But what Lisa Perter has become known for in her career doing very well is racing extremely well in extremely hot and humid conditions. She's done that at multiple different distances across a long period of her career, and she showed that in Singapore with that stunning second place as a wild card. She's putting in a really solid performance here today, and we don't have those same humidity and the heat. We do have, so it's a warm day in London, but it's windy as well. It won't feel too hot for them, especially now while they're out on the bike. But yeah, still putting herself in a really strong position as we're now just approaching halfway point on the bike.
So we talked about the over-engineering of aerodynamic bottles and how every detail is taken care of. And if I'm not mistaken, Lisa's got a couple of gels taped to her top tube.
It's very short course racing, isn't it, Jan?
I don't know, it takes me back to the roots of when people used to get changed in grass parking lots in their car and had all their nutrition taped to the top of their bike.
I guess that's slightly entertaining, isn't it? Because you think about the amount of money these cycling brands spend on aero research and time in the wind tunnel that the athletes will spend fine-tuning the position. I mean, can a gel on the top of a bike really have that much impact? I guess it probably could.
100%. As we see the chicane still, oh yep, she got the bottle, dropped her other one, perfect, so she's got it right. 100%. This is something that comes into the bike design when you're not taking a road time trial frame, you're taking a triathlon bike, and a big difference is that you need to think of storage for all this nutrition. I mean, you're consuming somewhere between 100 and 200 grams of sugar an hour. That has to be put somewhere. That's, you know, that's half a kilo over one of these events. Interestingly enough, she's also one of the few who's chosen a sort of minimalist aero helmet. We can see a lot of the space Star Wars firefighter designs coming out. They're getting wider and bigger just to close that gap between the head and the shoulders and make it as aerodynamic as possible, try and attach the wind flow. And this is actually a more minimal design, which I think makes a lot of sense on this course where you're going left, right. There's not that many kind of wind tunnel situations where you're getting wind from a really straightforward situation. So it just gives you a little bit more cooling and feels a little bit more comfortable. I think this is actually a smart choice.
All right, well, as our athletes just hit the over halfway point on the course, let's head down to Alex, who is with Billy Munger.
I am indeed. I'm with a man who feels the need for speed in many different levels. Very nice to see you, Billy, and thank you for coming to have a chat with us here towards the finish line, where you have been a little bit earlier on. You have been out and raced this morning. Tell us how it went for you. Tell us what it feels like to be standing here right now.
Yeah, I mean, this was my first foray into a sprint distance triathlon, so I'm used to doing the really, really long stuff. And now I have to get fast and do the short stuff, which I did this morning. And the body feels okay, but let me tell you, just because it's shorter doesn't mean it's easier, because that was hard out there.
We're going to talk about you and triathlon, and as we see you here coming in,
hey.
Arms aloft and rightly so.
Yeah.
Tell me about you and triathlon. Did triathlon find you, or did you go looking for it?
The triathlon found me, and it sort of, my introduction to triathlon came after I did a Comic Relief Challenge, my first one of those back in 2021, and we raised just over £3 million to charity, and that was walking, cycling and kayaking 140 miles but over 4 days. And at that point, walking a marathon was a real endeavour, and cycling 100 miles was hard, but I had 2 days to split it over, and it didn't matter about speed or pace. And then after that challenge, my trainer went away and he came up with a couple of ideas for another challenge, because he said, that brought the best out in you, mate, and I agreed with him. And one of those challenges happened to be Kona.
Your story is extraordinary, and it's got so many chapters to it. It almost feels like there are a lot more chapters to come as well. But tell me about Kona. Tell me about your achievement there and tell me about how proud you were to do what you did.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it would not have been possible without the support network that I had around me. Comet Relief introduced me to some of the best trainers in triathlon. And it was a rude awakening at first because there's a lot that goes into this sport. You end up with so much stuff as well. Like
all about the stash and the kit.
Triathlon kit all over the place, plus the prosthetics on top of that. It was, yeah, my house has never looked more messy, but I just fell in love with the variety of the sport and just that feeling of constantly being able to improve and always looking for the next training session to tick off. And I just like that. I think it suits me and I like the lifestyle that comes with it.
What you haven't mentioned is how much time you took off the world record.
Yeah, we did okay. We took just over 2 hours off the world record out in Kona, so completely blew my expectations out the water. I mean, the world record I was going for a double amputee, there'd been 5 double amputees that had attempted Kona and only 1 had finished. So there was a 20% success rate of just finishing the race in the first place. So that was the goal number 1, was to finish. And then goal number 2 was, if we can, let's have a crack at that world record. And the race went really well. I was prepared as possible, and thankfully I'm stood here now, and yeah, I can say I broke the world record.
Those competitive juices are obviously still flowing and flowing in great abundance. Tell me how far you would like to take this.
Well, the goal and the aspiration is to now try and make a play to arrive in LA at the Paralympics in 2028. So it's going to be a completely different journey within the same sport. So I need to get fast and powerful and just learn about how you pace a sprint race, because from this morning out there on the course, it's just so fascinating for me. I like those little intricate details of how you sort of put a race on that sort of stage together, and a lot of learning happened today, a lot of enjoyment as well, which was they were the main 2 things going into it. I wasn't hanging my hat on my performance. It was my first ever one, but just happy that I could do it in my hometown, because Kona was the other side of the world and the sport today was mega.
Brilliant. And you've said you're right into the detail. Just tell us who you're keeping an eye on, who you're taking hints and tips from.
Oh, luckily yesterday I had a chance to sit down with Jan Frodeno. I mean, one of the goats of triathlon.
Not bad for advice.
So in terms of, yes, people to ask about how to tackle sprint distance triathlons, one of the best people in the business to do that. Although he did say that sprint distance is absolutely awful, which filled me full of confidence in my first one today. But no, it's honestly, everyone in the sport has been so welcoming and like sharing information and knowledge. And coming from motorsport, sometimes everyone wants to hold those fine marginal gains back. And I'm sure when I get closer to the Paralympics that my competitors won't be giving away the secret sauce, but equally at that stage I'll have hopefully learned as much as possible, and I'll be able to operate it by myself in the sport and be confident that I know what I'm doing.
That's Jan, always handing out the confidence. He's up in our commentary box, so we'll let him have a right to apply in a moment. Brilliant. It's such a great story, Billy. We wish you all the very best with all that's to come, and thanks so much for coming to have a chat.
Thanks for having me.
Good on you, top man.
Yeah, a truly inspiring story, an incredible achievement from Billy Munger. And Jan, you didn't mince your words with what your favourite distance was.
No, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, he asked me how painful it was going to be, and I said, well, a sprint distance tends to be the most painful of them all. It's that much more intense, and you know, he's not shy about stating his ambitions, which is what I absolutely love. Obviously, he comes out, he hasn't done one, he's like, yep, I want an Olympic gold medal. And I'm like, yes, good on you, go get it. And it's just made me feel, I don't know, just refreshed. He's just a breath of fresh air coming into our sport, bringing in so much positive energy from a situation that he could have taken completely differently, and he's chosen to take life by the scruff of the neck and make the most of it.
Yeah, he certainly is very inspiring, and I think a lot of people at home can probably relate to that in terms of getting swept up by the bug of triathlon, because once you give it a go, most people tend to stay for a very long time. All right, let's have a first look at Hannah de Wit out on the course. She's sitting down in 9th position at the moment. She won recently, around in May.
We saw her in San Francisco, I think, have a wild card, didn't we? And she didn't have her best day there on that course, but it had been quite the turbulent few weeks for her, given that was within a month, I think, of the crash that Hayden suffered out in Tokyo. She'd flown out to Tokyo to escort him back to Europe. She'd been by his side throughout his surgery and immediate recovery after that, and had gone off to a race and sort of put together a pretty stunning result, a win, got herself her wild card, but it was probably one race too many for that incredibly busy and I'm sure emotionally draining period for her at that time. But since that point, she's been back in Andorra. She's also been studying to become a physio. I believe she's at the end of those studies now. She's been helping Hayden a lot, I think, with his recovery, doing a lot of one-on-one treatment work there to help him have extra physio work to help his return to racing. But she seems to have been able to put together a really good training block as well, and we're seeing a much more rounded version of Hannah here today. She's really nicely in the top 10, currently sitting in 6th place at what we've got there, 2 minutes 40 down from the lead. So that's a really strong position for Hannah on another wild card performance here.
Have we seen anyone else wear aerodynamic gloves?
Not in the women's, but I think Hayden wore them in Singapore, perhaps.
I guess she's close to the source.
Yeah.
What, go on, Jan, why would you wear aerodynamic gloves? And also perhaps take us through what Hannah's wearing on her sort of calves and shins as well.
Well, I mean, the whole thing, you can see the bikes looking more and more like spacecraft because every aerodynamic detail is optimized. And then there is always the theories that you want to attach the airflow as long as possible, which is why you've got a disc wheel at the back. You know, it just attaches the airflow and makes it as smooth as possible to flow off. Then you've got these, well, they used to be compression sleeves, and nowadays they're just aerodynamic sleeves, really. And they've basically got a texture. They've often got lines running down in parallel with the leg that basically create like little turbulences that attach the airflow. And you can have the same thing on your hands, which are quite interesting because they're the one thing that's actually still. So while your legs are moving all the time, your hands are still and facing straight into the wind. And I wonder what the actual advantage would be. I can't imagine it being a whole lot, but it's obviously enough for her to consider using the time to put them on, because that's something you can't discount either. You know, it'll take a couple of seconds to put them on, even if things go smoothly. You've got wet hands, it's going to be tricky to get them on. But maybe she's just wearing them to hold onto her bars over the potholes, and I'm just
nice
talking.
extra bit of grip. She's got some blisters, calluses on the on the hands. She needed something to help.
Comfort just as important. All right, let's leave Hannah de Wit down in sort of 9th, 10th position.
This is Taylor Knibb joining the front of the race.
Taylor Knibb has caught up to that top 3.
Yeah,
and this is interesting because Kate was trying to put on the pressure thing to try and avoid this. Taylor's making light work and coming straight past them on this little inclination, and she's the only one who's taken the time to put on the socks, so she'll have a quicker transition, which she obviously paid for. She paid for 5 laps. It took her 5 laps to make up the time that it took to put on those socks. That's amazing.
Yeah, she was what, about 30 seconds down, or just under 30 seconds down coming out of first transition. She then hemorrhaged a little bit more time, so it's not really a hemorrhage, leaked a little bit more time out to those leaders, and then she slowly chipped away, and is finally at, you know, the end of the 5th lap, as she said, yeah, and that's an incredibly long time for her to take to get to the front. But she's now going past Jess Learmonth, who was in 2nd place, so now she has to go through this technical section, and where she can, if she wants to, collect a bottle, but doesn't at this point look particularly interested. Straight back into her aero bars, whereas the other athletes there, Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jess Learmonth, aren't. And it looks like we're going to have a new leader any second now.
Yeah, Taylor Knibb here is making light work of this front 3 and is projecting herself right to the front of this group and to the front of the race.
Again, into the headwind section, we've just had messages from the technical officials. It's getting gusty and windy out there. And that headwind will be something that plays into Taylor's strength, because she is, I would say, the strongest rider in this group for sure. Even though she might not be the technically most versed, you can see her only downfall would probably be that she's just missing a few pedal strokes over every one of the speed bumps. But this is definitely the section where she would be strongest out on the course.
Okay, so as Taylor Knibb takes the initiative, the lead keeps changing around minute by minute. We're going to catch a breath here in the commentary box, and I'm going to introduce Alex down with team Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Louise is part of team Lucy Charles-Barclay. We're watching on with great interest and great intent. You would say you've drawn the short straw because the family won't come down, and they've sent you to talk to us instead, so we are very grateful to you. You came and said, I'm a friend of Lucy's, but actually you're much more than that. Tell us what your role is within Team LCB.
Yeah, so I've known Lucy and Reese for many years now, so we've sort of been on this journey with them, which has been quite a roller coaster, but very exciting as well. And then this year I've been helping them a bit more with their team, more with all the bits that they don't want to do, shall we say, the admin side, just really to let Lucy focus on swim, bike, run and gym, and Reese focuses on making her swim, bike, run and gym, and I kind of do all the other things really and trying to keep it all together. And then we've got Holly, her sister, who is amazing, does all the media as well, so it's quite the team.
It is quite the team, isn't it? You talk about the roller coaster. Give us a bit more on that. We obviously see the athletes mainly on race day and we follow them on their social media, but tell us a little bit more about some of the highs and some of the lows, and how draining that is as part of the team, and your role within that, I suppose.
I think it's more draining for us than her, actually. Yeah. It's exhausting being a friend of Lucy. I guess over the last few years she's suffered with quite a few injuries that everybody knows about, so that's been really the roller coaster, and coming back from that, and just her mental resilience is off the charts. I don't know how she does it, just to keep, and Reese's as well, the two of them just are such a great team, to just keep coming back, keep working hard, putting the hours in that they do and the sacrifices that they make to keep where they are.
Okay, and she is obviously one of the poster girls of the T100. We know how desperate she is for success within the confines of this competition. Tell us a little bit about the pressure that she feels. Is that something she's aware of? Is she very good at blocking that out? The headlines when they come, she's comfortable with them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously social media now plays a huge part in everything, and you can't kind of switch yourself off to it, the positive and the negative side. She's always been one of those people that takes the negative and really uses it to drive her forward, right from some of the stories when she was swimming as a little girl and people putting notes in her bag saying she's not going to do that, we don't want you, because she was too good, and she really used that to drive her forward. So and now she's very chilled. I mean, I saw her last night, we were plaiting her hair and she was cuddling the dogs, and she was very chilled, and I think today she just wants to really enjoy London after last year of everything went wrong, and with her injury. So this year I just think she's got a lot of friends, family, supporters that are all out there rather than here. So she just wants to enjoy it and see what happens.
And where do you feel Lucy is right now relative to her best? Where are you on that graph of trying to peak at the right time in the season?
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? I mean, I guess with Kona coming up in October, that's still, obviously a big focus point. And I guess the year, there's not so much of an off-season now for any of the athletes, and I think with the T100 series, that's so they've got to stay in that peak fitness and stay on top of the game for a lot longer, which I guess is always a challenge to try and keep getting up there for every race. So I'm not sure, you probably have to ask Reese that one, where she is at the moment, but we're hoping for good things.
Yeah, and you talk about how draining it can be for the family, the highs and lows, etc. Are you, as a pack, are you good at watching on days like this, or do you all sort of wander around and do your own thing?
Bit of both. I think I'm getting better at it. At the beginning I was sort of a total nervous wreck. My husband's up there somewhere, probably hiding or having a beer, knowing him. So yeah, it depends on the racing, depends where we are. We're all sort of scattered around at the moment, but I'm sure we'll all come back later and see where we end up, hopefully celebrate.
You'll all deserve a beer a bit later on. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time. It's great to get an insight into the team behind the team as well. Louise, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Louise. Yeah, I think really interesting discussion there on peaking and when you would want to peak in a season. As Alex mentioned, the triathlon season now is long. Yeah, and when and if and how can you try and peak in a typical season in triathlon?
Quite frankly, I'm probably not the right person to ask. I raced few times in the year. My best seasons I would have raced maybe 6-7 times, tried to get it right every single time, but yeah, it definitely is something you have to build out to. I do think you can have probably 2 major peaks in a year, and then an Olympic campaign, for instance, is something different again altogether, where you're really putting so much weight and focus on one single day. But yeah, that is definitely the secret to a series like this. And if I'm honest, that's the one thing that's eluded me in my career.
Vicky, what about you?
I have to say I agree with pretty much all of that. I think 2 peaks in a season was about the maximum that I could manage to really try and squeeze absolutely everything out on those days. And again, then you're still at the mercy of things that might have gone wrong in the final day or two of the build-up, or injuries and things that come along. But yeah, probably 2 peaks a season was about all I could manage. And again, a series for me was always something way harder to get my head around than a one day. Like for me, I was always all in on the Olympic Games, and so trying to peak for that one day. So to actually have won a world title across a series was something I never thought I would do. So it meant a lot when I was able to do it, but got to be able to be at 95, 96% all year.
Yeah, that is the art of being a triathlete in this modern era. You certainly can't peak 10 times a year, because, well, I imagine that's exactly how you get injured, by doing far too much training.
How do you not get greedy when you're at 95%? Like, you know it's there,
you know
and you
you're
know
nearly
things
there, don't you?
Exactly. And how do you not get greedy?
Have people around you physically rein you in, I think, at times is probably the answer to that. And yeah, there were certainly times in my career where I think I could have had better overall series results, but coaches and people were telling me, that's one race too many, Vicky, you go to that race, you won't make it through to the end of the series, so back it off, and that kind of thing. It's important to have those voices, the voices of reason, even though you might hate them every now and again. It's important to have them around you.
First eyes on Julie, and interestingly enough, we've seen everybody lose their bottles. It looks like she's lost her visor on her helmet. This course is truly putting everyone through the gauntlet, providing everything as beautiful, smooth, fast roads through here, and then a little bit more adventure on the other side.
Is there an aero loss there?
Yes, there is. It's quite significant, actually, with the whole shield. I mean, it's something you want to avoid. Of course, that's all theoretical. If you're in a wind tunnel and you're measuring something without a windshield, there'll be a huge loss, actually. But once you're out on the course, you've got wind coming from the sides. You think you can lose much more time if you're just a little bit more insistent on the brakes. And we can see the difference here to Taylor Knibb, how she's just trying to use every little bit to pedal, but she's not in the aero position at all. So if you're not in the aero position, then it just makes the whole maths go a little bit out of the window.
She's now down to just shy of 3 minutes from the front, so for me that gap is now becoming a difficult gap for Julie to bring back down again, especially to the likes of Kate Woff. And the longer this race goes on the way it has done, the more I can't help but think this is set up for a second victory for the young Brit.
Oh, what's going on here? Georgia Taylor Brown has had something happen to her setup. She's slowing down. She's unclipping.
Oh no.
And what has she done?
I think she's
lost?
waiting for a wheel, perhaps.
Oh, she punctured. Oh, no.
Yeah, rear puncture. Rear puncture, definitely.
Rear puncture, but
that's tough to see, is it? I mean, it's been a rough day for Georgia in terms of losing nutrition, but to have a puncture, oh goodness me. When it rains it pours, unfortunately for Georgia Taylor Brown. So she will try her best to get her wheel sorted as we turn our attention back to the front of the race. So this is Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way through that significantly technical and delicate part of the racetrack. We've got some marshals on the side shelling out, but this is what happened to Georgia Taylor Brown a short time ago. And
that's what she's realising, isn't it? Yeah, she's realising that she's lost pressure in the back there, pulling off to the side so Hannah Devet can come through. do have roving mechanics out there, so I think that's what she's shouting to the officials on the bikes there, on the motorbikes, trying to find out where they are and if they're going to be around soon. And as I say that, there we go. So she has now got a wheel replacement, but I mean, we're a good minute or so on now from when we saw that happen, and she was holding nicely in that pack there. She was riding with Hannah De Vet and Lisa Perterer, roughly 3 minutes down from the lead, but unfortunately that is a lot of time lost for Georgia Taylor-Brown.
Yeah, it's not quite a Formula One pit stop here on the T100, but our bike mechanics are super talented and they'll give it their best shot. All of the athletes will give a spare wheel to them.
But this is not one of her wheels. This is
a neutral wheel, isn't it?
This is a neutral wheel that she's gotten, and she's struggling with the
chains come off.
Oh gosh, this is.
Hopefully the bike mechanic hasn't left too quickly.
Will be wincing, watching.
There we go.
All set.
All set. Oh god,
it feels painful to watch.
It feels
doesn't
painful
it?
to watch, and you know these seconds that are ticking away.
No, this is
dear,
something's not compatible
it's
here.
not. That's exactly what I was thinking. I think
cassette probably might not match. I mean, normally they're compatible, but the thing is, there's some 12-speed, there's some 11, some 13-speed options. Yeah, you just don't know.
Yeah, they will be trying their absolute best to get this to work for Georgia.
And we don't know if she's one of the athletes that has got her own wheel in the tech zone. If she has, then there's a chance she can get to the tech zone and change it for her own wheel.
No,
but it feels it's come off again. It's unfortunately not taking any of the torque, is it? As soon as she puts any power through, she's unable to ride it at all.
Oh, this is really sad to see, because it's going to take an awful lot of time out of Georgia's day here. As the bike mechanic is certainly trying their best. Georgia's asking,
she's got to get another wheel.
For another wheel.
Yeah.
Might be time to get some sort of tube in a tube out, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
he's trying to take the disc brake off her wheel now.
Wow, yeah, this is not a fast process to go through. It's painful for us to watch. Imagine how Georgia feels.
So he's changed the cassette, actually. Sorry, not the disc brake.
Yeah,
he's changed the cassette because she would be riding a different group set. She's riding SRAM, so it just obviously wasn't compatible.
And that's the problem with having such amazing but slightly different technologies now within riding, that certain components are not compatible with others. And unfortunately we saw Georgia try 3 times there to be able to put any kind of power through her pedals, and each time it just didn't work.
How much she'd love some of that nutrition that she dropped in in this time when she's out the race. But this looks more positive.
Okay, so she's on her way.
She's on her way.
Going.
I'm sure we'll try and get you a total duration or whatever of how long that took. Because yeah, that felt like an awful long time, didn't it? But she's back in the race, and who knows? Bit of time off the bike, a bit of time off pushing. She's gonna do all she can to get
feel like the win now.
Down to the front. Yeah, this final 20k.
We know Georgia likes a bit of adversity. She won an Olympic silver medal off a flat tyre in that race, but she didn't have to stop. It only occurred during the final lap of the bike, and so she just lost about 15 to 20 seconds in that race. So it's a bit of a different dynamic to this one, but yeah, I'm sure she's just going to use this now as an opportunity to see how many places, how much time she can make up later on in the race.
Yeah, this feels like a free hit now, doesn't it, in terms of seeing what she can do on the run, and she'll definitely learn a lot for her next time we see her on the T100.
Well, we heard Vincent saying, didn't we, that they're pretty sure she's going to be racing in Freysiu as well. She'll have a wild card for that race. So this isn't the only shot she's got. It's not the only race that we're going to see her at this series. But of course, it was her first one. It's a home race. She's got a lot of friends and family here, so she would have had, I'm sure, dreams and aspirations of a bit more. But again, she is very much in the mindset this year of it's about trying to keep it fun and trying to keep herself happy within the sport. I know she's got ambitions of possibly going for a 3rd Olympics in LA, but she knew she needed a bit of time out from the intensity and the relentlessness of the short course circuit. So just trying some other fun things. And hopefully this hasn't dampened her day too much, and we will see that smile on her face again in Frejus.
Yeah, this doesn't always happen on the T100,
No.
Roger. It's not always like this. All right, well, just like last season across the year, athletes are going to be competing to become our world champion. But who will finish first this year in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
London very much marking the halfway point in the season. Julie Duron leading the women's race to Qatar at the moment. We've had 6 different winners across the men's and women's fields so far in 2025. I wonder if we're going to get a new winner for 2025 this year. Could it be India Lee? She's got quite a lot of work to do, perhaps, from where she is at the moment, but really good to see her back on the T100.
Yeah, she's had such a bumpy first half of the season. You know, DNF in Singapore, was never coming to San Francisco, didn't end up travelling to Vancouver because sickness hit her just before she was due to travel. She's done a couple of other non-T100 races that she's won since that point, so a complete, you know, spectrum of results for her. And I noticed early on in this race she had a really poor swim for her. She was a long way down after lap 1 of the swim. She was several minutes down coming out of T1, which is highly unusual for Indy. She's become an athlete we're accustomed to seeing near to the front of the swim. She has made some ground, I would say, on the bike. Certain athletes have started to drop through the field, whereas she's held pretty steady. But it's a long way from, you know, 11th place and 4:31 down to the podium, so it would be a big ask from this point.
Yeah, she's won twice, as you said, Vicky. Which, yeah, and I guess, you know, winning events between these T100 races, I mean, that must still give you a bit of confidence that you're doing the right things. It must be nice to win, even if they're not of the quality of field that we see on the T100.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, you can tell yourself all sorts of things, but you really know that, you know, you can only race who's there on the day. That for a start, to her credit. And sometimes it is just about, you know, creating, some good momentum and getting back there. But you know, she's a long way off these front runners that we're seeing here, taking turns. Lucy Charles-Barclay putting the pace back on. But as we were watching this, I was just looking at the times on our left. Lucy Byram, she's is my maths correct?
Yeah, no,
she's put in like 2 minutes.
She's coming back at them all the time, and it's slowly chipping away. The last time I checked, it was just over 2 minutes. So it's now down to 1:53. She is the fastest rider on course right now. She is the one athlete who is really ripping up this course and slowly chipping away and getting her way back to the front. There we have now 4 Brits in the top 5.
This is a great tri-suit from Ellie Salthouse, isn't it?
It's distinctive, and I love that.
We love distinctive tri-suits here in the commentary box. And my goodness me, there's a lot going on there. Brilliant. I mean, Ellie Salthouse is such an interesting story in terms of her season. It was great to see her in Vancouver. She finished 11th, but basically hadn't raced throughout the whole of 2025. Was out with an injury, some floating fragments that she had.
They don't sound good, do they?
In and around her knee. So she had those taken out at the start of the year. And it's really good to see her back racing. And I guess for her, Vicky, she can now that's all sorted, hopefully, fingers crossed, is it about like building momentum throughout this part of the season?
Definitely. You know, you're absolutely right. She had surgery in January. I think she only started running in about March, April time. So she didn't have a huge amount of time before we were in Vancouver. That was the earliest she could possibly get onto the series. But she earned her contract last year, got herself a contract for the T100, has had to delay her start. But now I think she will be hoping and probably expecting to improve race on race. I actually saw her this morning just before she was heading down to the race. They've been here for a week, so not a huge amount of time, sort of just about long enough to get over the jet lag, but she's planning to stay in Europe now and tackle all our European-based races before heading back over to Australia. So yeah, she's about to hit a big racing block now, and I'm sure she'll be hoping to keep improving, as I said, race on race.
So I can tell you from experience, floating pieces in your knee is not a great thing. And it's not a great thing because you can't just open that knee and take those fragments out. The problem is there's fluid, and then the biomechanics don't stack up. You have certain muscles that can't activate. It's a long recovery process so for her to be here, hopefully pain-free, is the start, but it's a long recovery journey until she's going to be back to full form.
I mean, with surgery like that, I mean, basically it was 6 months out that she had. If you were to pick a time in a season for that to happen, the back end of last year, and then out for sort of January, February, March, and then you start to build it back through April, that's probably as good a time as any to get that.
Well, you could just pull a Hayden Wilde and do it whenever you want.
And be back racing in 98 days, no problem.
Yeah. 0 to 100, but yeah, it's very tricky because some of these injuries, they're very different, you know, if things click together. But once you start having muscle activation issues, it's just the amount of repetition and the amount of load that goes through these athletes' bodies really wants you to make sure that just everything is tuning and tracking 100%. And so, yeah, sometimes a small injury that doesn't sound like much can actually be really, really significant. And yeah, that's the unfortunate truth for a lot of these athletes who are dealing and managing injuries day to day.
And as you said, like, it might, with an injury that's as tricky as something like floating fragments in your knee, it might not be quite as straightforward a recovery as certain other injuries. So it's not the sort of thing that you can just immediately say, right, surgery done, now I'm on the rehab and I'll be back racing by X date. Like, it doesn't necessarily happen like that. But what she does have to her advantage, to go back to your question, Matt, is that the season is so long. The final race not happening till December, with several races happening through October, November, December. She's got time still to really build through.
She certainly does. All right, well, someone who's made an instant impression on the T100 with a win on her debut, no less, was Kate Woff. And London marks, I should say, her third start of the season. And she's more aware than anyone of the target sitting on her back.
Being seen as a threat to everyone is a very privileged position to be in. I think having that kind of target on your back or pressure is, yeah, I don't know, I guess it means you're doing something right, and now perhaps there's more of an expectation, and I guess people maybe would monitor more what I'm doing in my racing, so I guess I have to be a bit more tactical. It's hard racing a series that goes on for so many months because you can't peak it too early at certain points because you want to be able to be as competitive. We're very much coming into the middle of the season right now, and there's a big kind of chunk of racing coming up, so I obviously want to be super competitive this weekend in London, but I also want the ability to be super competitive when I get to Qatar at the end of the year. So yeah, I would like to go for kind of an overall good result on the leaderboard, so yeah, hopefully I can do that.
And she has the fastest lap so far today, 14:25, and that's saying 6 seconds quicker than Jess Learmonth, which is saying something, and especially Taylor Knibb as well. She is right there at the very front and looking good for it. I mean, a first and a third place. Oh, we didn't hear you there, Jan, I don't think. Oh, beg your pardon. He's not talking to me.
Because I wasn't talking to
you. That's why. Look, first and a third place so far, Jan, in the T100. She's got to be mighty happy, hasn't she, with that start?
I think so. I mean, it's the big margin as well. She just absolutely crushed the field in Singapore. It is the kind of race and the kind of condition that offers itself to those kind of performances. But still, coming out, this is what we spoke to earlier. It's just the end of an Olympic cycle. You have other athletes that have been through the gauntlet. I always say, you know, the British Federation seems to be like the Chinese sweatshop of triathlon talents, just churning out talent after talent after talent. And it's a hard school to make. So when you come and change distance and get a new perspective, it really is unique what kind of depth of talent there is on offer.
Vicky, what about that transition to short course? Sorry, from short course to the 100k distance. A lot of athletes will look, won't they, at what Kate has done and probably take notice and think, wow, if she can do that, then also perhaps it gives other athletes confidence they can do it as well.
It does, and it's great to see athletes cross over in the way Kate has done, but I would say I don't think it's as easy as maybe Kate's made it look. It takes quite a special athlete with quite a unique set of attributes to be able to come across into this racing and to go straight onto the podium, to win races straight away. And Kate's a phenomenally strong cyclist that she's felt she hasn't been able to show as much in short course racing, whereas coming into this distance she's been able to immediately show her strength. So it does suit her. And as we talk about that, we've got our first eyes on Lucy Byram. So she's now only 1:48 from the front. I'm sure she is now absolutely our fastest mover on course. Moved up 9 positions during the bike, riding completely solo in 5th place.
Yeah, 9 places gained there for Lucy Byram. She's very much the inform athlete coming through the field from the swim. Hugely impressive, and when you've got that biking power, yeah, I guess it sort of negates perhaps if you're weaker in the swim and you know you've got that in your locker. It's an amazing asset to have.
She's another athlete who's just come off a training camp. She's been in Font-Romeu in France, so an altitude training venue. She's been known across the T100 series since we began, really, as one of our strongest female riders, and there's been days when she's had the absolute fastest bike splits out on course, and days when she's been the closest person we've had to Taylor Knibb when Taylor's been off doing Taylor Knibb things. But today what she's done really well is, as you can see right now, I think she's holding a brilliant position, but she's also going through the technical sections really well too, and the combination of those two things mean that she's holding a higher speed than anybody else on course.
I will simply put this down to her having celebrated her birthday yesterday and being fueled by great birthday cake and happiness and just coming out and having a really, really great ride.
Her twin sister's also here as well, so they often joke they are identical, and so when you see who you think might be Lucy Byram walking around the course, it's not Lucy Byram having pulled off the course, it is in fact her very identical twin sister Erica. So there are 2 Byram sisters out there in London today.
We should keep eyes on that. That would be quite the swap out.
They can play tricks on people, yeah.
Yeah, that will certainly baffle some people if they see her walking around the XL Centre. Going, hold on a minute, aren't you supposed to be on the bike?
Imagine that though. Lap 3 out of 5 on the run. You just have a breather. You just pull in somewhere and have your sister pull a lap.
Put them in identical tri-seats. I mean,
she's also a good triathlete as well, so she could legitimately. I'm not accusing them of anything, by the way. Lucy and Eric, I believe you're completely playing fair.
She's had remarkable consistency, Lucy Byram. You look at her results last year. You know, it was all top 10s. This season, a 6th in San Francisco, 9th in Vancouver. She's doing an awful lot right. I guess the question, Jan, perhaps, is how does she go to the next level? What's just come off the back of a really good training camp, it sounds like, in Font-Romeu. So what else can she do? How does she get to be in the next bracket of athletes, as it were?
Well, I mean, that's what obviously everyone is trying to figure out all the time. But you can obviously look at her swim consistency, but the obvious one I think is the run and the run strength, the run speed. You can see she's riding phenomenally. But it's a tricky mixture, right? Because they're 3 disciplines, and you think you're just going to improve one of them. It often comes at the expense of the other 2. And figuring out that Rubik's Cube is something where I'm sure her and her coaching team are working on. And then the question is also really, where does she see herself in this matrix of athletes?
So Lucy Byram going very well, as we said earlier, making up 9 places so far on this bike leg, which is hugely impressive. And Jan, you mentioned there about trying to split your time as an athlete, specifically as a triathlete, between 3 disciplines. Can you you can go one way too far, can you, and spend too much time trying to focus on one of them, and then it is very much to the detriment of another?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at cycling and the importance of power and strength that you need, you know, the courses that we have in triathlon are not necessarily only power to what kind of demanding, which is what you have in professional cycling. But if you do a lot of run training and a big running block, that often comes at the expense of cycling speed and strength. It also makes your legs tired. It gives you a less advantageous position in the water oftentimes because you have more muscle structure in your legs. Yeah, in short, over, you know, the 23 years of me trying to figure it out, I would say it's complicated.
That's triathlon in a nutshell, Jan. It's complicated.
Pretty much.
It's complicated, and as Billy Munger said, you just have an awful lot of stuff, which I think is what a lot of people at home can probably relate to.
What a legend. Can we just spend a word on him? I mean, Billy Munger and his whole attitude is just something else.
Yeah, and you said it earlier, it really is a breath of fresh air, and that idea, that sort of, I would say naivety, but I mean it in the best possible way, of coming in and going, well, yeah, this is what I want to try and do. I want to try and win. I want to try and win the Paralympics. Like, yeah, go for it, lad. I absolutely love that attitude, and I think British triathlon will be better off for having him involved. So from my personal point of view, I'm really excited about that.
Well, interesting enough, it's probably what some of the pros could use as well, right? Because if you're in the routine of, 10 years, 15 years of endurance training, which many of these athletes are, sometimes you just need that naivety to be like, well, why can I not just make the next step?
Yeah.
And maybe that is something that Lucy Byram could also use on her side, to just be like, well, I can, why not? Because very often
I don't always come 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. I can get on the podium.
Exactly,
that kind of attitude, yeah.
Yeah, because you spend your days trying to find half a watt here and 10 seconds over 10Ks somewhere there. Whereas, sometimes I think that can-do approach would probably be quite helpful for a lot of us.
So,
clear road behind Lucy Charles-Barclay there. So it looks like she's got about 12-second gap now. So she's making a real push.
Wow.
As we are now onto the final lap of this course. So on lap 8 of 8, 10-kilometre laps, of course. So she's making a bit of a break for home to give herself a little bit of a buffer as they head into T2.
Yeah, you can imagine some of these athletes on the bike are probably quite pleased to see the back of this bike course with some of the bumps and some of the lost nutrition. They'll be looking forward to getting to T2. All right, so we were just mentioning there Billy Munger. I mean, there's 5,000 amateur athletes are going to take to the blue carpet here in London, and if you like the look of what you see, come and join us.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling in. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no rest, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
And if you like what you're seeing and you fancy giving it a go, I really do encourage you to scan that QR code on your screen now, and you can find out more about our upcoming races on the T100. We've got spaces at the French Riviera at the end of this month coming up. We've got Dubai and Qatar at the end of this year.
Probably should mention, you don't have to do a full 100K.
No.
Sprint distances available. There are all sorts of distances. There's relays.
Yeah.
Come and get amongst it.
Yeah, there's some really fun versions of triathlon, aren't there? I think the 100K, well, I mean, I think the 100K probably is also going to be quite fun. But I think
it's going to be fun for you tomorrow. Can we go back to that now?
Yeah, we did. We mercifully got interrupted earlier, didn't we, by something brilliant happening out on course. Yes, I am doing the 100K tomorrow, and I cannot wait.
But it's also, I think, but I'm not going to, harp on about it too much, but this is your first ever triathlon, and you've gone straight in with the 100K, and I think absolutely good on you, Matt.
I think commentating on the 100K, it would be silly if I didn't then go and do 100K.
Ah, so it's research.
It's research, yeah.
Okay. I like it.
I don't think there's much I'm going to be able to learn from my own experience when we're talking in relation to these pros. But yeah, very excited. I went down to the sort of the area where you drop your bike and you get all your swag, as we call it here on the T100, which is just in the corner of the commentary box over there. The atmosphere was electric. It was so good because we had the relay races coming in, lots of whooping, lots of cheering. People doing those relay races as well are obviously part of a team as well. So such a good atmosphere down there. I've got to give a shout out to Shona, who was one of the referees from World Triathlon, who showed me what to do. She got such a buzz out of showing first timers around, and I just felt her passion transfer over to me, and it just made me even more excited. So yeah, that's setting me up now for a complete failure tomorrow when I'm going to struggle.
Well, let's see if your heart rate's going to be at 84% on the last lap. It's quite something. She's really making a move here. She's put in 15 seconds. You can see Lucy Byram is closing in on the others, but not on her. So she really is making a concerted effort. I mean, technically you would think she would want a bit of a gap on Kate Woff, at least Taylor Knibb.
Probably
I mean,
Taylor, yes.
She's been running really well, but that's what we said. You know, if you have Lucy in her best form, she can run with anyone. It's just, you know, she's an athlete who builds up and really needs a peak, and maybe this home race is the one she's been looking for.
Well, she said, didn't she, in the VT, we saw that behind the scene, it might have looked all smooth sailing, but behind the scenes there's been a lot of inconsistency for her and time out of training. So the fact she's been able to be consistent over the last few months is possibly now beginning to show. And yeah, she's really got the bit between her teeth now, and certainly looks like she's going to at least head into T2 with a nice little gap.
And let's not forget, last year she never made it to the finish line. That is a cut that would hone you on a home race. It's definitely something. And that's why Lucy's a champion. I mean, she's proven over and over again that she is resilient, that she can overcome the adversity thrown her way. And I'm just loving her, seeing her in her element here.
Vicky, that push that Lucy has put in just now, do you think she will have had that strategized before the race? How much of that can you strategize before the race? Because obviously you can think all of these things in advance, and you can say, okay, on the last lap I'm going to push a little bit harder, but you can only race the race that's around you, and she wouldn't have known at this stage that she'd be in the lead, I guess.
Well, I completely agree with you. That's exactly the answer. She may well have had the strategy of, I would like to come into T2 with a little bit of a gap, but she couldn't have known what the other athletes were going to do. So I firmly suspect that in this case, she saw what was going on around her. She's assessed how she felt and thought, you know what, I feel good enough. I'm going to go now and see what kind of gap I can get and put a little bit of pressure on those athletes behind her, because what you almost want to do in this situation is come into T2, have that bit of a gap, make athletes panic a little bit who are behind you, make them run a little bit harder than they want to run over the first couple of kilometres, which can be so detrimental to them that it then is advantageous to you, because you force them into a situation where they've maybe panicked and they haven't paced themselves as well as they could have done. So it's a bit of a, I think, quite tactical strategy, yeah.
30 seconds in less than a lap.
Yeah, she's really going.
She's moving.
And we know in the water, she, particularly here in London today, she put the pressure on. She was leading from the front. She's obviously doing the same on the bike leg, Jan. But what about the run? What do you expect from Lucy over the next 18 kilometres?
I mean, as an athlete, if she has a weakness, then it is her predictability, right? That is her card. She puts the pressure on early. She knows she can ride. She's not fearful of riding by herself, but that is also the card that she plays every race. And, you know, if her running's going well, then, like I said, I think she can keep up with anybody. And that's kind of the thing we're just going to have to wait and see, because, you know, there are two Lucys we've seen out running. One that's holding on for dear life, and one that is just sailing away by herself. And let's hope for the latter.
You think she's feeling pretty good as things stand, because she's obviously putting in this surge. You would assume that she's trained well over the period of her training camp, and she knows what's possible, and she'll have eyes there, won't she, on Taylor Knibb just behind her, and a visual reference for both Lucy Charles-Barclay and for the likes of Taylor Knibb and Jessica Learmonth, Kate Woff, for exactly how far ahead Lucy is.
Yeah, that was the last U-turn of the race that they've gone round now, so that's the last time they'll get eyes on each other before they potentially see each other in transition. Depends how quickly Lucy's in and out, I guess. But yeah, she'll be being buoyed, I am sure, by seeing that that gap has gone out significantly again since the last time she saw them at the far turnaround point. But yeah, right now, just putting some serious pressure on those pedals, and that gap is looking pretty healthy.
This course, well, the bike course and certainly the run course, has a lot of those out and back sections, so you really can see where the athletes are in relation to you. Does that make you race differently, Jan? Does that have an impact on what you see? Because I guess if it's a one loop course, then unless you get shouted splits, you don't actually know how far behind people are.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a one-loop course for the first time in T100 in Fréjus, and that's going to be something altogether different, but that is what makes the racing so unique. It's more spectator-friendly, but as an athlete, of course, you also can't hide. You know, once you're out of sight, it's very often easier to get time gaps because the other athletes behind just can't see you. Here we see the time split yo-yoing a bit up and down. We still have to remember that Lucy will put on socks in T2, so Taylor Knibb is kind of still in a driving seat at this very moment in time. Could also be the justification as to why Lucy's decided she wants a few extra seconds. But yes, the course design is of course on purpose, not only for us spectators, but also for the athletes. It just makes it a little bit more intense.
Yeah, you're always relying on your people shouting splits on the side. The one person who might still have something to say about certainly the podium, maybe something even a little bit better than that, is this woman here, Julie Duron, our winner in San Francisco, an amazing runner. I just wonder what she's got in her locker ahead of the run leg.
At this stage, I'd still struggle to not see her on the podium. I mean, the athletes, there are a few question marks we have at the front. We obviously wish everybody well, but again, there's several athletes with several question marks, and her running prowess is just something else.
And so consistent as well. I mean, we've seen her win, of course, her first T100 in San Francisco, but she's had 4 second places on top of that, and many of those results have come alongside a fastest run split of the day. So she's become notorious really as being our fastest runner, and yes, she's currently now pretty much bang on 4 minutes down from the very front of the race, but 1 or 2 of those athletes in front of her, I would be pretty confident at least that she's going to catch up to.
You mentioned there, Vicky, the time difference between where she is at the moment. I mean, just look back to Vancouver. She ran 4 minutes quicker than Taylor Knibb. So it depends how the run goes, but she's got 4 minutes difference in her, and with how good she is on the run, I don't think she's out of it.
No, we can't count her out at this point. Definitely not. I think we haven't spoken much today so far about Jess Learmonth and where she might be at, but we know that there's possibly a little bit of a calf niggle going on there, so unfortunately we may or may not see the best of Jess when it comes to the run. Of course, Lucy Byram, a strong runner, but not in the same realm as we've got with Julie Duron. So there's a couple of athletes in front of her there that you sort of suspect she's more than likely going to catch. As for what happens with the likes of Taylor Knibb, Kate Woff, and then, of course, this lady here, Lucy Charles-Barclay, well, then that's a bit of a harder task for her to catch up to those, but the chase will certainly be on.
Certainly will. So, Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way past the final aid station here on this bike course, and attention will start to turn to the second transition zone.
Interesting. Did you see her discard the last bits of nutrition she just had? I mean,
she's got to get up a ramp, yeah.
Yeah, she's got to get that is taking optimization to the next level. You've got 500 meters to cycle and you're getting rid of the weight. Yeah, it just shows her intent, and that's why she is where she is and who she is, because she genuinely cares. Ooh, they've ridden back up in the headwind. Taylor Knibb has put down the power. They've gapped Kate Woff a little bit, just a little bit, as they head into the Excel Center for transition number 2 into the run shoes next.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating to see who emerges out in front. We know that Taylor Knibb has already got her socks on. The others around her will need to put that on, and
well, they don't need to.
Well, they don't need to.
You know, if it was me, I would. But
18 kilometres.
yes.
I think most of us at home
but we do
would
see
fancy it.
do see some who don't we? And I always sort of think, gosh, you must have skin that's built slightly differently to mine.
Yeah, certainly not for me. But maybe some people at home would be up for that. I don't know.
Top tip: put some Vaseline in the front of your socks
there you
to
go.
avoid blistering.
There you go.
Oh, inside the socks, not
inside
the shoes.
Inside the socks, no, inside the socks.
Okay.
There you go. Hot tips from Jan Frodeno.
It's a little bit late for these ladies, unfortunately. But I also have a feeling they've got it dialed in and they don't need my advice.
I reckon so. Yeah.
With short course racing, you never stop to put socks on. It's sort of too fast and frenzy. But I would put Vaseline in my shoes in that situation, just to sort of try and stop some of the rubbing and the blisters.
Each to their own. Everyone's got a different technique, but one thing is for sure: Lucy Charles-Barclay is leading the pack here in this women's race. She's entering the second transition zone, and she can hear the cheers.
Yeah.
Exactly. Cheers of everyone around her in the Excel Centre cheering her on. Brilliant home support here for the British athlete.
That's amazing, and now let's see what she can take from this effort, this huge effort she put in the last lap. If it gives her anything to run out first, I have a suspicion she might struggle to even run out in front of Taylor, but we'll see.
The athletes will practice these moments, trying to do this as quickly, as efficiently as possible. And it looks to me like Lucy Charles-Barclay did get out in front of Taylor Knibb. She definitely got out in front of Taylor Knibb, who's still trying to put
with the shoe,
a shoe there. This looks like
possibly had the laces up a little bit too tight, maybe, just to get that foot in. And Kate Woff out fourth, so we've got our first 4 out on the course.
And this is the moment where these athletes will start to understand the damage or the toll that bike leg has taken as they start to make their first few steps onto this 18-kilometre run course.
Taylor Knibb in her these super shoes, so-called super shoes, they're super for a lot of things, but they're not super to get into.
They're not designed for our sport, are they? They're not designed for triathlon and fast transitions. And yeah, no, they're hard work, but they are definitely advantageous to run in, but hard work to get your feet into.
You don't want to go without them, but you can understand how it can be a struggle. Sweaty, wet socks, getting into the shoes. Let's hope it all goes a little bit smoother.
Yeah, this is Lucy Byram with a wonderfully smooth dismount there, making her way into T2. British athlete, once again, huge cheers for her as she makes her way through to T2.
Made up 2 seconds in that dismount to Lucy Charles-Barclay for sure.
Wonderfully smooth, which is the name of the game, isn't it?
Smooth is fast.
Completely clear transition area for Lucy. We saw that she was riding on her own for the entirety of that 80 kilometres. Rode through a few people on her way there, but really had no company the whole time. And then now as she comes into transition, the front 4 have gone. Anyone behind her is significantly behind her, and it was, just completely clear area for Lucy.
This is so exciting, I think, because right now we've got 4 athletes right at the front of this race who can absolutely have something to say about these podium places. And really, right now, this is wide open here at the T100 in London. The first aid station to the right, Kate Woff deciding she does want some water. And it's getting, I would suspect, pretty warm out there. It's quite an exposed part of this run course.
Cheering, she obviously got it into the litter can as Kate Woff threw the bottle there. Offered it just before to Jess Learmonth. Great spirit there. That's what you love to see. As Lucy Charles-Barclay looks smooth on this first kilometre out the front.
How much, Vicky, can you tell from these opening stages of the run about how an athlete's feeling?
Well, you can tell a lot about how they're feeling, but what you can't tell is how they're going to come around. because it's pretty common, pretty usual to come off the bike and have some pretty awful sensations in your legs, and it might not be very pretty for the first kilometre or so. But for me, especially the older I got, the more I found that once I got into my running off the bike, I would get better and better throughout the run. So there's nothing to say that if you're struggling in the first kilometre that you might not find that rhythm. And we've seen it in other athletes and other races this year, that they find a bit of rhythm later on. And there we go, that's Julie Duron now just coming off the bike with, I think, Hannah Berry and Lisa Pertera. I think those are the three athletes.
That is Lisa indeed.
So we've got these three athletes now, and Julie Duron especially, we are fascinated to see at 4 minutes and 25 seconds down. It's a big deficit, but she will keep chomping away at that lead, I'm sure, to see how close she can get.
Yeah, we mentioned it was a 4-minute gap in Vancouver that Julie Duron was able to make up. So all eyes now will be on how quickly she can do that. And that was a rapid transition, wasn't it, Jan?
No socks, she just went straight out. And yeah, really making the most. The chase is on. She knows 4 minutes is roughly within the limits of what she can chase. I don't think she necessarily knows how far she's got, but she knows everything is going to have to go smoothly in order for her to make it up to the bottom left of our screen.
So Hannah Berry makes her way out of T2 onto the run course. That's Hannah de Witt taking off those aero gloves. That's a few extra seconds, isn't it, Jan?
Well, she got them off pretty fast. We just don't know how long it took her to get them on. With that, as Jan said earlier, with the wet hands coming out the water, that would have been quite hard work.
Which is interesting. I mean, she could just choose to start running with them and, you know, put them down atop or lose them somewhere else. But
equipment goes in the box, Jan. It's very tidy. We like it. But good housekeeping.
It can be, but you can also just keep it in one of your 15 pockets on in your dry suit and save a bit of time as we get eyes on Lucy Byram here. Let's hope she gets rewarded for her cycling efforts.
Yeah, this is
2:34. How does that add up? Because that would mean she would have lost a minute. Well, let's try and get confirmation on that.
2 minutes when she came into transition. So, but even so, that feels like a lot, doesn't it?
So Kate Woff and Taylor Knibb running side by side here on this part of the course, using each other's momentum, I'm sure, to push each other on and catch the out in front Lucy Charles-Barclay.
This is good because they're not that much quicker than Lucy if they are. So the three of them could really be going into battle here, which is something we haven't really seen in the women's race. And that could really push and get the most out of each and every one of them.
And that's what we want, isn't it? We haven't, as you said, Jan, we've not seen a real run battle right at the front of the race in the women's racing. We've seen it a couple of times in the men. We've seen sprint finishes in the men's race. But yeah, this would be fantastic if we could have a trio up front for the next, 16 kilometres. That would be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it certainly would. This could be a very, very exciting finish here on the run leg, as just get eyes there on Jessica Learmonth, sitting in fourth. And I mentioned earlier about the bike leg being out and back, very much getting to see where every other athlete is. I guess this also is very much that on this run course as well. And you saw Lucy Charles-Barclay just clock out the left-hand side of her where Kate Woff and Taylor Knibb were. And she'll be reacting and making sure she tries to keep this lead as much as possible. But perhaps the woman they all need to be thinking about is this woman here, Julie Duron.
She looks great, but I have to say at the front, they're not waiting for her, that's for sure. Julie still is in the section. I ran this course this morning, and even in the early hours, it was significant what the wind made of a difference. So right now she's got a tailwind pushing her down. On her right-hand side, parallel, she's got London City Airport, so she's got, the planes taking off next to her. But the other girls, they're already running into the headwind, so that's why she's probably got it a little bit easier at this very stage. And will use that to her advantage.
Did you notice that Kate Woff sort of dropped back just a smidge and put herself on Taylor Knibb's shoulder when they got into that headwind section? And I don't think that was a coincidence. I think she decided they had no advantage. Here we go. You know, she's thinking, here we go, we're into the headwind here, I'm gonna just tuck in, and there we go, that's the image right there. She's right behind Taylor now. There was no benefit to her being beside, whereas now they're going into the headwind and she's getting a little bit of a drafting advantage.
The rookie using the veteran's tricks.
Yeah, drafting very much not allowed on the bike course, but you can bet on the run course these athletes are thinking smart and thinking about how they can conserve as much energy as possible.
Well, I guess it's more of a
race.
more of a windshield than drafting. Maybe that's a better analogy to use when it comes to the running.
Yeah, I certainly don't think perhaps the advantage you'd get on the run is the same that you'd get on the bike, but advantage nonetheless, and in a sport of fine margins, it makes a difference. And Jan, as you said on your run this morning, noticing that wind up, and you can see it actually on the tape just between the cones there. It is strong, and will definitely be affecting the athletes.
And Kate playing it super smart there, just getting a bit of a run forward. As we get eyes on Georgia Taylor-Brown, she has made it to T2 after her mishaps.
Great to see. Yeah, she had a puncture and all sorts of problems trying to get a replacement wheel on her bike. But the story right now is at the front, because Taylor Knibb and Kate Woff have made light work really here of catching up to Lucy Charles-Barclay. We're still on lap 1 of this 5-lap course, and these three, I reckon, are going to be racing together for some time to come.
Well, I think what Taylor did really well there was a slight down and up section, and I think on the downhill, Taylor used a bit of leg speed there to just almost give herself some free speed to catch up to Lucy Charles-Barclay, and Kate was able to go with her. So all of a sudden that gap that was 5-6 seconds went down to being 1 second, very, very fast.
It's remarkable that at this level of fatigue after that much racing, we're 2 hours 40 into the race now, that all these tactical elements are still so fresh in the minds of these athletes, that they're thinking so smartly about it. I guess that proves that they've got energy, that they're not right at the end of their fatigue, that they've got more to give.
I don't know, Matt. I'd honestly say, like, these athletes right now, they're in their element. You know, the tougher parts are probably the days leading in. You know, the 25th interview, giving the same answers that you have before. Whereas right now, once the gun goes, it's just instinctive. I mean, that's what they live and breathe, and it's not since yesterday. Everybody's been here for years, honing their craft. And, you know, what Vicky just said, like reading the wind and running tactically, using the course, just, yeah, makes a lot of sense. And still racing so fairly. I mean, Taylor Knibb just passed the bottle around again. This is epic. We haven't seen this yet.
I'm not going to call it too early, because that would be silly, but just your mind does start to drift to San Francisco last year, doesn't it? And that epic three-way battle that we had. And my goodness me, if we get half of that on this part of this race, we're going to be treated to a fantastic finish here in the women's race here in London on the T100. We're just going to see a replay of the bottle exchange here. Taylor handing that bottle to Kate, really good to see. Fantastic sportsmanship, as you said, Jan. It's what we love to see, isn't it, on the T100?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you want to have the best possible performance, but yeah, this is goosebump stuff. This is great.
I think what'll be interesting here is they're going to head up the ramp now, the quite steep ramp into the Excel Centre. So I think it will be interesting to see whether any of them try and use that to try and surge away.
Okay, so as the women's race is finally poised, the men's race gets underway. This is a fantastic part of the T100. If you just tuned in, this is
come on, boys, go get a coffee.
Yeah, the business ends.
Hang on, we need you to wait a little bit longer.
So Hayden Wilde will make his way onto the pontoon. We'll have a listen here to the athlete introductions.
And bronze medalist Hayden Wilde. Wearing number 35 from New Zealand, he was London T100 second place in 2024, Kyle Smith. Wearing number 34 from Spain, he was the world long distance champion from World Triathlon in 2025, Antonio Benito Lopez. Wearing number 33 from Germany, he was the T100 third place in San Francisco and Vancouver this year, Mika Noyes. Wearing number 32 from Germany, he was the San Francisco T100 champion this year. Please welcome Rico Bogan. Wearing number 31 from Belgium, the Vancouver T100 champion 2025, Yelagines. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So the men's race underway here in London. The athlete introductions all out the way, some epic tunes. I think we can all agree. We could dissect the pros and cons of those for many hours to come, but thankfully they're all in the water and away, and we'll start to get a picture of who is going to be out in front here in London. It's 2 laps of this 1 kilometre course before the athletes make their way to the first transition zone, get on the bike, and of course then finish with a run. Vicky Holland alongside me, just trying to get eyes on who that might be out in front.
Jamie Riddle. Pretty sure that is the purple hat of Jamie Riddle. We know what a class swimmer he is. One of our wildcard athletes, had a fantastic debut on the T100 in San Francisco with that 5th place finish. He's earned himself another shot, another wildcard, and I believe he is now leading the charge in the swim.
So as the men's swim gets underway, Jan, do you want to just pick up on what we were watching while the men's race introductions were happening?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't focus over the questionable music choices, and I was just glued to luckily having a side screen while we see this women's race unfold. Kate Woff stepping on the gas, and it is Lucy Charles-Barclay who's closest to her. I mean, I would not have put money on that.
I would have picked it to be Taylor.
At this very stage, like, oh, there's just a couple of meters that Taylor's letting go. We'll see. I mean, it's lap 2 of 5. There's obviously time to go. But, yeah, I'm really happy to see Lucy take charge.
Yeah, moves happening in that women's race as Kate Woff takes the lead. But when we go back into our men's race here, we've got Jamie Riddle, I believe, at the front of the race. Then we've got Rico Bogan, that's the green hat that you can see behind him. And then we've actually got 2 blue hats today. So we've got Hayden Wilde and Yelagines both wearing blue hats. So at this particular point, I can't tell you which one's which. If that is Hayden Wilde, I will say that is absolutely miraculous, given we know what he's been through over the last 3.5 months or so. But yeah, really tightly bunched right now. Not much separation at all in this men's field.
Jan, you were down at the Aquatic Centre, weren't you, the other day, watching Hayden Wilde, and you kind of remarked upon how good his injured shoulder looked in the swimming stroke.
So I tried to look at it from the side, and I actually picked the wrong shoulder. That is something that Hannah, his girlfriend, has obviously said as well. His left shoulder actually looks better. He looked to be swimming well, he looked to be moving well, and we joked around that he should probably now have his other shoulder done just to get his swim stroke finally dialed in. But again, early stages here, very keen to see where he comes out.
Yeah, Jamie Reddell just at the front there. I think that's Rico Bogan, isn't it? Just behind. And
a little bit of
backstroke.
Yes.
I mean, that's remarkable, isn't it? That he's doing that just to get a sense of where everyone else is. But that's a huge pack altogether. What are we? Almost, fair few meters into this 1 kilometre loop.
Well, you can see all the coloured hats every now and again when the sun catches them. So the pink hat sort of midway down the pack nearest to camera, that's Mika Newt as well. The red cap on the far side, that is Kyle Smith. And there's another blue cap near the back of the pack, but still very much in touch with the pack. So it seems like both Hayden Wilde and Jelle Geens are where they'd want to be at this early point in the race.
And we've also got, haven't we, almost two streams. You've got the one on the far side and the one on the one closest to where the camera position is. So almost two opportunities for those athletes. But I guess, is this where sighting is quite important, Vicky? That you make sure you're not putting in extra effort going too wide, because they're going to have to bunch up, aren't they, to get around the buoy as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, sighting's always a bit of a contentious subject. Some people think they're going directly straight and they're really not, and other people are much better at doing that than others. But I'm just looking at that far stream of athletes, and I am wondering if that might be Leo Berger on the front. Leo Berger, incredibly well-rounded athlete, Olympic medalist, second on debut in the T100, going back to the Singapore round where we last saw him. So it could well be him leading that charge. It's an athlete with a white hat, and of course, other than our few selected athletes who have different colours, all the others have white. So it does make it a little bit harder with the sun shining and everyone in wetsuits, but it is one of our strong swimmers out there in front.
You can see that yellow triangular buoy there. That is a sighting buoy, just to tell the athletes where they are in relation to the red buoys, which are where they're going around at either end of this loop course. And this website there, the T100Triathlon.com link, very useful if you want to access live timing from across our races, and also find out more about getting into the water, onto the bike, lacing up your running shoes in one of these races over the coming months as well.
Just saying we should try.
I'm very interested to know who our leader is right now. As I said, it could be Leo Berger, also could be Menno Koolhaas. We know he's a really strong swimmer coming back into T100 after an ankle injury that sort of plagued him through the back end of last season, beginning of this year, and eventually got to the point after Singapore where he had to take some time out. So just getting a bit of a zoom in now to try and figure out who we've got here at the front of the race.
We're asking a lot of you, Vicky, here. We need
I think it's Leo, but I don't want to put my money on it.
We'll get confirmation for sure when they go through the first timing.
Yeah. You're really testing me here, Matt, with what I've got available to me.
It's fantastic. You know the strokes so well of the athletes, and it's such an interesting thing as someone who's very much trying to learn to swim myself, that you know the distinctive strokes of each of these athletes so well. So
well, some better than others, as is being demonstrated right now, but you know, there are athletes in these races that I have trained with previously or competed against, and some are more distinctive than others. So there are some that I can really pick out easily and some that I find a little bit harder. But have a look at that split screen now. In the bottom left corner we've got Kate Woff, and it appears there is no one around her, so she has made a really decisive move on what is now only towards the end of lap 2 of 5 of this 18-kilometre run.
Yeah, timing that I've got, she's 13 seconds ahead of Lucy Charles-Barclay, 29 seconds ahead of Taylor Knibb. So that group that was a 3 now looks like it's been decisively made into a 1 with Kate Wath at the front of this race in London.
Yeah, and for her to make a move so early in the race, she must be feeling confident, she must be feeling good. I think the first lap she really used the windshield of Taylor Knibb as her advantage, but this is a pretty remarkable surge.
It certainly is. Great support, as you can see, for Kate, one of our British athletes. Home race for her. She's got family and friends watching on today, and I'm sure they'll be absolutely thrilled to see the progress that she's making, but an awful long way to go still on the run course.
Right, I've made a decision.
Go on.
I've decided it was Menno leading, but I think it's Leo's just gone round him now. So I think both of those two athletes in the white hats who are now leading the race, I think that is Leo Berger about to turn that buoy now with Menno Koolhaas on him. And I'm sticking with it until they get out the water and prove me entirely incorrect.
No, I agree. That's Leo's stroke up the front. Menno, being the tall guy he is, would have a longer stroke. It's funny though, isn't it? Because you have to pick who you think is going to perform well in the swim before the swim, because that's why these athletes have the colors, because we expect them to be in the front, but then they prove us wrong and somebody else gets it and we're guessing on the colors and have no actual clue.
Well, when we have wetsuits, it's also more challenging again, because obviously when you've got a tri-suit, they're often a bit more varied than the wetsuits that tend to all be predominantly black. But there are a couple of distinguishing features on different brand suits that you can use to sort of pick out what's going on. And I did do a bit of cheating there, and I think that's where I've made my decisions on colours on wetsuits.
Cheating is fine if it gives us the correct person at the front, Vicky.
Yeah.
You're let off.
Yeah, no, this is also now a better angle because the sun's not there. So because we've got the sun behind us, I can actually see better. And as Jan said, that to me looks very much like Leo Berger in front.
Is that a blue 70 suit?
I believe it's Hoob.
At the front, really, with the blue details?
I think so.
Huh. There you go.
Again, we'll find that out in a minute as well.
Yeah. As we see Kate taking on the ramp to get back to the Excel Center, she has done 40% of the run course, 2 laps, and putting a stamp on this race.
So there's in the men's swim, we've only got one lone athlete at the back, and we didn't have that in Vancouver, where we had become, I don't want to say accustomed to seeing Sam Long battling it out on his own at the back of the race and then charging through as much as he could later on. But whoever that athlete is at the back, they've not got company today, and we know that the same athlete who was with Sam Long,
I don't think.
It's not Hayden Wilde, and we know that Will Draper raced in Vancouver. He's also here again today, did swim with Sam Long in Vancouver. So whoever that is at the back, they are solo.
So these athletes in the water right now making their way to the Aussie exit. This is where we're going to get the first chance to see if Vicky is right about who she thinks is at the front, but also get a sense of the times and the timing splits as to see who has the advantage in this bike leg. But as we keep saying, an awful long way to go from here.
It's much safer to just hedge your bets, isn't it, rather than actually put predictions on, but it's too late now. I'm in. Leo doing a really good job of stretching this out though, because it was super bunched early on, and while a lot of the athletes are still within contact, you can see that Rico Bogan there in the green hat in third place, he's not right on the feet of Menno Koolhaas in second. There is a gap there, and it's not a big bunch, it's a long line, so you can tell that Leo has really put the hammer down on this second half of this first lap of the swim.
You certainly can. Really good to see Leo Berger back on the T100. He finished second in Singapore, and he's done a couple of short course World Triathlon Championship races since then, but struggling with a bit of injury. So really good to see him back, and hopefully he's still got plenty left to show us on the bike and on the run. But as I mentioned, this is the Aussie exit, and we will start to get some timing splits.
Hoob.
Jan's raised his eyebrows.
Okay, well there we go. Our first two were right. We're very happy with that, everybody, aren't we?
Well done.
That athlete there without the hat has come off. That was Antonio Benito Lopez, came through in 6th place there. So all the athletes we'd expect, but a brilliant swim there, going in fourth in that blue hat from Jelle Geens. Jelle Geens, our winner from Vancouver, second place in San Francisco. If he had a weakness, it was the swim. So right now, he's exactly where he'd want to be. That's Justus Nischla going in again. His hat seems to have come off as well. And that's Hayden Wilde. That second blue hat was Hayden Wilde, and he is nowhere near the back of this race. What a fantastic first lap from him.
Yeah, hugely impressive, because even though he's down in 13th, he's actually only 24 seconds back from the leader. So still well within reach here.
Yeah, just one very, very long line of athletes there at this point, isn't it? With only a couple left to come out. Will Draper, we see just tick through on the screen there. So he's having a much better swim than he had in Vancouver. But he also got that wild card so late in the day, made the trip over during the week to Vancouver, where he's had a little bit more time to prepare for this race. Of course, a home race, which limits the travel that you've got to do as well. So already a much stronger start from him.
Definitely one of the easier swims on the T100 circuit, obviously not being out by the sea or subject to currents. A much
or
easier
extreme
swim.
temperatures.
Or extreme temperatures, yeah. There's no orcas, I don't think, that we're going to see in the Royal Victoria Dock.
I'd be
here in
very
London.
surprised.
As we get eyes on Kate again, flying along. She looks like $1 million. And she is just lapping someone out, and
Grace Alexander, I think
Grace,
that is, yeah.
okay.
One of our other wildcard athletes.
which means she's now lap 2 athletes. Else Visser, we've just had confirmation, unfortunately, of Holly Lawrence pulling out of the race. But Kate Woff, right here, looking like it's hers to lose. I mean, she's breathing comfortably. She's coming off altitude, which means she'd probably be feeling that boost as she's going right now. And putting on a great performance yet again.
And if we look at the timing splits we've got on the side there, Julie Derren hasn't made a mark on her at all. If anything, Kate's going away from absolutely everybody in the field right now. So whilst Julie Derren is making up a bit of time on Lucy Barham in front of her and also on Jess Learmonth, she's not making inroads on the podium at all. The podium right now, those three girls, Kate Woff, Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb, they look like they're nailed on for podiums.
They certainly do. It's starting to remind you a bit of Singapore, isn't it? And just how easy Kate made that look. And I guess because that was her first T100 race, slightly untested over this distance, we were all kind of questioning and wondering what was going to happen. Had she gone too early? Had she not quite worked out the distance in that sense? But I think seeing her in this position again and knowing what happened in Singapore, I think we can confidently say she does know what she's doing, and we can expect her to certainly keep up this pace or there or thereabouts.
Impressive nonetheless. I mean, she's made some big changes since she's, having moved to Andorra. She is training a little bit there with Hannah de Vet, and she was saying, Hannah is somebody who likes to train by herself, the same as Hayden. They're quite content going out, getting the work done, whereas she likes to socially hang out. She likes to have a group around her. As we get eyes on Taylor Knibb chasing her, and that's something she doesn't have there. So she's obviously managed to make the most out of her time prepping there. See how long it's going good for, but right now she's flying away from this lady who a few months ago would have said, well, good luck to anyone even attempting to beat her.
Going to say that I think this is going to shake up our standings quite a lot, isn't it? We've got our top three, but they're going to finish in a different order today. Before the day started today, Julie Derren was our number 1. Taylor Knibb was wearing number 2 in the series, and then it was Kate Woff in 3rd, whereas Kate's going to take maximum points if she were to go on and win today. Currently, Taylor Knibb, who of course we've got eyes on, is actually in 3rd with Lucy Charles-Barclay in between. And right now, Julie Derren's in 6th, so Julie could in fact move up at least a couple more places there, but that's gonna shake things up at the top.
Yeah, and yet again, looking into the crystal ball, forced to eat glass shards, we also didn't think that Lucy Charles-Barclay on paper would necessarily be running away from Taylor Knibb, so it's shaping up the standings quite a bit.
Just a word on that, actually, on Lucy Charles-Barclay, because she said in her interview, you know, she could have the race of her life, but if someone has a better race, obviously, then, you know, they're going to end up winning. I get the impression she couldn't probably be doing an awful lot more than she's doing right now, and she still finds herself 16 seconds back from the lead. But if you'd handed her on a plate, said you're going to be, I don't know how many seconds, you know, 30 or so seconds ahead of Taylor Knibb with 9 kilometres of this race to go, she would have surely bitten your hand off.
I think so. I think this is a fantastic performance from Lucy Charles-Barclay. I think we've seen her time and time again be near or at the front of these races, but never quite be able to get it across the line. And that's not a slur, that's not her fault. There are these incredible athletes coming through who are putting in performances that are just that bit better than hers. But I think the level of racing this year, especially with these women, has gone up. And so to be able to put herself right in the mix again and to be, as you said, just 15, 16 seconds behind Kate Woff, who we know is a new superstar of our series, I think that's an absolutely great performance from Lucy Charles-Barclay. And if she were to hold on to that and finish second today, I think she should be delighted with that result.
I agree, but then again, she's also the one who probably has the most stamina out. You know, she's got the most long distance experience. Unfortunately, she's also got the most experience of the coming second. I mean, it is unbelievable the amount of athletes Lucy Charles-Barclay has had to concede to. You know, it's not like it's always the same person. It's always someone else. So now Kate comes along and is putting pressure on for a home race. I mean, definitely nothing is over in a 20-second space that they've currently got. But right now, as a Lucy Charles-Barclay fan, as her manager said earlier, it's exhausting being friends with Lucy.
We chuckled at that, didn't we, Anne?
It'll make it all the more sweet, though, when she does get that T100 win, which, who knows, might even be today, but might not be too far away.
Well, I'm just impressed that she seems to be raising her level again. It's so hard to do it time and time again, and it's a real sign of true champions in sport. They're at the top of the sport, someone else comes along and topples them from their perch, and then they get better again, and then they try and raise themselves to be the best. And yes, I know she's in second place right now, but I'll say it again, I really believe the level that these women are racing at is better than they've ever been racing at before. So to elevate herself, to be back on a podium against these girls, and to be really mixing it up just less than 20 seconds down from the very front of the race, for me, that is the sign of a champion, someone who's gone, this isn't enough, I'm not going to settle for just being one of the best, I really want to try and be the best.
Interesting enough, all three of our front runners, if I'm not mistaken, have come down from altitude as well. I think Lucy has gone sort of the other tactic. So there's, when you train at altitude, for those of you that don't know, you either come down and race within 3 days, so you get an instant benefit, or the usual space is somewhere between, I'd say, 12 and 20 days, somewhere around there, between 2 and 3 weeks, let's call it that. And Lucy being the one who's chosen to come down and give herself the space from altitude, which is probably the safer tactic, but they'd all be benefiting from, you know, just having a little bit more air pressure, which feels like there's more oxygen in the air.
Yeah, for all the benefit of altitude, I'm sure Kate will also be benefiting from the brilliant support out on course here in London. We mentioned that Julie Duron is currently sitting at the top of the race to Qatar, but something tells me that might be changing today here in London.
We have a race on our hands.
Yeah, that's certainly the beauty of having this season-long narrative. It's going to be shaken up yet again, I think, today by these results, and we're going to be heading to the south of France with a completely different complexion on the race to Qatar standings. But I think we can definitely say for sure this is going to go right to the end of the year.
Yeah, and if Kate were to hold on and win today, she would be our first repeat winner, male or female, of the series. So really that's why we need Lucy Charles-Barclay to win, because then we keep the streak going of just having a different winner in every single race, because, you know, that makes it the most exciting, surely.
It certainly makes it very exciting, having so many different winners this year, and just probably echoes your thoughts, Vicky, about just how competitive it is, and now more people raising their game, able to win these races.
Yeah, I firmly believe that it has really shaken up in the last year or two. There's not just one or two contenders in every race now. It's a really open field, and I love the addition of the hot shots because they do bring a different dynamic, and bringing in these wild cards, yeah, it just makes it so fascinating. But Kate Woff right now is just coming to the end of her third lap, so she'll be just about to head into the XL Centre now. Well, I'm sure she's going to get roared on by this home crowd with just 2 laps between her and victory now.
The distance sort of holding steady, you know, 17, 19 seconds. It's quite there. Taylor Knibb is losing time, but Lucy Charles-Barclay holding tough. We don't quite see her at the end of the screen yet, so it just shows you how long 20 seconds can be, or 19. She's got a challenge on her hand.
Yeah, she certainly does. Taylor Knibb checking her watch. We know that... Oh,
2 laps to go and she's jeering up the crowd. I like it.
Love to see that from Lucy. Obviously a home race for her, plenty of home support. And she's going to need every ounce of that support over these next few laps.
Just
to bring
that
her
she's
home.
able to relish in it, though. That it's so often that we get so caught up in the, you know, in the intensity of it, in executing a plan, or just trying to have that self-inner talk, and she's enjoying it, especially after a super disappointing result here last year. Well, non-result, in fact. It's great to see, and something you really, yeah, wish for her.
You have to hold on to that mentality sometimes as well. We get so caught up in it as professional athletes. We live and breathe it. We work so hard. It's everything to us. But sometimes you've got to take it back to just the love of doing this sport and the privilege that it is to do this sport at the top level, and to do it on home soil with so many people you love there with you.
It's the old arrival fallacy, isn't it? You always think, well, when I get this win, then I'll be able to do this. And you kind of every now and then have to realize that, yeah, you just got to enjoy the journey along the way, and it's so easy to forget.
So the men make their way out the water. They have now done both of their 1 kilometre laps onto the pontoon, up the stairs. Again, very unique aspect of this course at the XL Centre here in London.
Leo still let it out of the water. I think that's Menno who's overtaken him. Jamie Riddle, I saw. Oh, no, it's Rico. Sorry, it's Rico who's come out and sprinted up the stairs past him.
Yeah, that's Jelle Geens running into third. A fantastic swim from him, both laps. Jamie Riddle, Antonio Benito Lopez there, pink cap of Mika Nut and Justus Nieschlag. So a lot of these athletes pretty tightly packed. I think that's Gregory Barnaby just coming up now, yeah. And potentially that was Wilhelm Hirsch right at the back of that group as well. So big pack still at the end of 2 laps.
Yeah, huge pack, and I think the other athletes will be looking on in horror seeing Rico Bogan right at the front here, because what he can do on the bike, the sort of gap he can open up, as he has done on the T100, did it in San Francisco and made it all look very simple. This, though, Hayden Wilde just entering.
Kyle Smith.
Kyle Smith,
Kyle Smith at the front.
Him.
I think Hayden Wilde might just be in this pack behind.
Yeah, there he is, holding that blue hat in his hand, running through screen there. So Hayden Wilde, not right at the front of the race, but not too far down at all. And again, this was always going to be the part of the race that was going to be the biggest struggle for him, with the most amount of time out the water. And he said publicly he's not really been able to do any really hard quality swim sessions yet. So yeah, that's an incredibly impressive swim from Hayden.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely phenomenal. We'll probably mention it a fair bit, but look, surgery to start line in 97 days. Just absolutely remarkable when you see the images of what he had to deal with from that bike accident.
Wasn't it crash to racing in 98?
What did I say? Surgery.
Surgery was 10 days later.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
So, you know,
sorry. 88 days, he's had even less time.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're going to run out of superlatives to describe that kind of recovery process, but it is unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, and you'd think the swim would be the most fragile of the three disciplines, right? I mean, of course, your overall fitness suffers tremendously, but if anything, even historically, if there's been a weakness for Hayden, it's been the swim, and he's right here and amongst the mix.
Yeah, so far, Hayden Wilde seriously impressing on his return from injury here in London at this T100
and on
race.
Our main screen, we see Kate Woff with no weakness whatsoever. I mean, she's been up there on the bike. She's pushed the pace. She was up in the swim, obviously, and now she's just putting on a masterclass on this run.
She really is. Speaking of Hayden Wilde, who won in Singapore, don't forget Kate Woff won on debut in Singapore. A record-breaking margin of victory on the T100. And who would bet against her now with just over a lap and a bit to go?
But that gap, I mean, you're absolutely right, but that gap is still holding pretty steady to Lucy Charles-Barclay. It's just ticked over 20 seconds, so we're now at a 22-second gap, but it's not blown. Lucy Charles-Barclay doing a brilliant job of really maintaining that gap and just staying ready to pounce in case there was any sign of weakness from Kate Woff. If Kate falters in any way, Lucy Charles-Barclay will be there.
Yeah, there's a little cramp, there's anything that could go wrong, Lucy is right there. And who of us this morning, let's be honest here, would have thought that Lucy Charles-Barclay is running as fast as Julie Duron? Like, it's amazing.
Speaking of running fast, you can see those stats in the bottom right corner, just how quick Kate is running.
3:35 per kilometre, I think, was what it came up with, wasn't
good.
it? It's something like 1750 something, was
Yeah.
it, for a 5k? For, again, we like to compare it to 5k for all our park run enthusiasts and people who can kind of compare that to what they know they could do. And she's running at that pace for 18 kilometres at the end of a 100-kilometre race, so it's not slow.
You almost have to laugh, don't you? I know you two are both elite athletes, but perhaps I speak on behalf of the non-elite athletes here when I just say how utterly remarkable those statistics are.
Yeah, she's going to go round the sort of U-turn at the top end of the course here, and this will be her opportunity to get eyes on Lucy Charles-Barclay coming in the opposite direction. And there you see, it's a gap, but it is not a big gap. And again, if our ticker's right, it's just gone sort of fluctuating around the high teens and low 20s, that gap. So it's not a particularly big gap at all.
But this is different to Singapore for Kate in the sense of she has got someone breathing down her neck now. So
she can't relax.
She can't relax. I mean, we saw her smiling to the camera and waving on that final lap, those brilliant images. I don't quite think that's going to happen this time around. I think she's going to be pushed right to the end. And yeah, as you say, Vicky, one mistake or sort of an issue with nutrition or anything that gets in the way of Kate's race here could be very, very problematic for the win.
As we saw, Sam Long, triathlon's favorite sucker for punishment. I mean, this guy over and over again, he obviously only has one race strategy as well. But yeah, it's amazing how he brings the same enthusiasm, the same pump to every race.
He really does, doesn't he? And you've got to admire that in so many ways. He could have declined his contract this year and gone and raced other races that he would have stood a chance of winning, frankly, because the swim wouldn't have been such a big deal. Whereas in the T100, there is no way that you can expect to be at the front of the race, especially not early on in the front, early on in the racing, if your swim is not up to scratch. And it's a really hard mentality to come out to the races time and time again and know that you're going to be minutes down.
Yes, indeed. As we get to, as it stands, if we were to finish as we are, Kate Woff would indeed take over the number one spot ahead of Taylor Knibb.
Shuffle round. She just
drops some water. I think, has she taken the gel? She was holding it onto her gel earlier on. Anyways, Julie Duron moves into third, Lucy into fourth, and Jess Learmonth into fifth. But you always have to remember how many scores do they actually have on the board.
Yeah, that's right. So Julie Darren has got more scores on the board, and she looks like she might be able to close down on Jess Learmonth. She's only 20 seconds behind her now, so Julie probably going to move up an extra position.
Oh. She's right there. I mean, this is always the camera angle that distorts it a little bit, where you struggle to see, you know, how far is it really, but this is not a long way. And this genuinely looks to me like Lucy Charles-Barclay is making a push back, and the stats confirm it. It's a handful of seconds, but she is here to fight.
And that's what we said was so important for her to do, to try and just stabilize that gap after the big surge that Kate puts in on the previous lap, because any moment she could use to really, you know, Kate's the carrot now, isn't she? She's the person that she can kind of reel in and use to find that extra little something inside, but she's not too far off her at all. This could still all be set to change.
Jan, did you like being the hunter or the hunted?
You want to be the hunted for sure, because I mean,
then you're winning.
Exactly, that means you're leading the race. But especially at this stage of the race, you know, fatigue kicks in, and if you are the hunted, it's kind of tough because you don't have that carrot dangling. Lucy right here, she can see it, and even though it's absolutely teeth gritting and really hard to close this kind of gap, mentally she can just latch on and just be like a terrier, biting for those ankles, going for the calves, and just really, you know, trying to suck herself back on there. But still, a 16-second gap,
yeah,
you know, a lap before was also not bad.
It's not decisive, it's not insignificant, it's a decent gap, but we know we've got that big ramp up into the Excel Centre, and those are the exact sort of moments where they will likely bunch slightly because they're going slower, and if Kate does start to show any signs of weakness, that will really benefit Lucy. She'll start to get a little bit of a motivational swing when she sees that happen and think that maybe this is time to put in a big surge, this could be my moment, I could press on now. So yeah, it's still hanging in the balance at this point.
I mean, for us, it's perfect. For us watching is absolutely perfect. I guess for the athletes and for their families and friends involved, slightly more nerve-wracking, but we're certainly being treated to a spectacle here in London.
But that's the whole point, right? I mean, we've spoken about that this is probably the best women's field we've seen assembled in years at any race. And you get everyone together, it's not going to be a runaway show. The margins are thin, and it's just great racing. So,
as Kate Woff makes her way through the final few corners of her 4th of 5 laps, you can just see in the bottom left of your screen there, Rico Bogan doing what Rico Bogan does pretty well, it has to be said, leading from the front.
Yeah, we're becoming quite familiar with seeing this from Rico Bogan, aren't we? And whilst we don't have the men's leaderboard up on screen, we know that Mika Nut is the athlete in second right behind him. Jelle Geens in the perfect position, ready to pounce in third. Leo Berger's right there. We've also got Menno Koolhaas and Antonio Benito Lopez. So those are our top 6 this early on in the race. But yeah, finely poised, but very, very early on in the bike course for the men so far.
A little German speed train off the front here with a tailwind.
Yes, it is. And on the main box that we can see now, this is what I was talking about, how that gap looks shorter because they're going up the hill.
Yeah.
So that's a real moment that Lucy can kind of try and use and grab onto. And if she wants to try and close down that gap, I would say it's got to be now. She's got to use this moment of seeing visibly that Kate is closer to her and try and use that ramp to bring that gap down to 10 or so seconds. Once it gets down to that point, then it becomes a real mental battle of who's got the biggest iron will going into the final lap.
Oh, and some grimacing on the face.
I was going to say that, yeah. Goodness me, that did look slightly painful.
As it should be. I mean, at the stage of the race, she still looks great. She still looks smooth. Lucy comes up just behind. Yeah.
Yeah, she's hurting to keep hold of this lead now, and Lucy's supporters, I'm sure, will be relaying that to her. She's not comfortable, she's struggling a little bit, but we will get an updated time split soon. That's the ticker claims 12 seconds, so if that's right, she has brought that down by a few seconds. Quick look back there, nervous look back from Kate Woff. But yeah, it's got to be now, Lucy, if Lucy's going to catch to the front.
And this is where it becomes interesting, right? Because, I mean, the inner dialogue going on, again, looking back is not always a sign of confidence. At the same time, you know, getting in a time check. But it really becomes all about negotiating with yourself. You know that you can break it down. I think it doesn't really change for amateurs or professionals. It really is something that you pick little landmarks that you want to break to. And the good old Greg LeMond saying, you know, it doesn't get any easier, you just go faster. Whereas, yeah, I really found this part always the one that just mentally drains you so much, because you're always negotiating with yourself, trying to tell yourself, yes, it's fine, it's good, stay in the moment, and don't think about how far you've got left to run.
Yeah, because in the scheme of things, 3.6k as they would have been coming round for that final lap, and a little bit less now, doesn't seem like much when you're in a 100-kilometer race, but when you are this deep into the race, that
looks good.
It's coming
We're
closer.
on for a battle here. Because remember, if she catches her, that doesn't mean anything.
No.
They can just keep running together.
But it's momentum at that point, isn't it? It's sort of one of the things we don't see as much in our sport as we do in others. Something like tennis is a fantastic sport for momentum, and you see those swings go throughout the match. But yeah, this is so close now. Lucy Charles can see that she's starting to gain on Kate Woff.
Well, I think it was that ramp, wasn't it? That almost seemed to be the first time, certainly I'd seen it, maybe Jan, you also remarked on it as well, the first time we'd seen the grimacing from Kate Woff out in front, the first time we maybe sensed that she was hurting and putting in such a strong effort at this point in the race.
Well, grimacing is the one thing. I honestly probably took more out of the fact that she looked back. So when she came out of the Excel Center and back out into the sun, she looked back, and that's just, I know it's a cliche, but it's just never a great sign if you're not focused on forward. You're defending at that stage. You're checking what's behind rather than attacking forward. And that's why right now Lucy's in a great position, because she knows all her energy, every single oxygen molecule in her body right now just has to be used to move forward.
And it's coming down again. We're about at 10 seconds now, the latest update, but both of these athletes are being absolutely buoyed by this home crowd. I mean, this is exactly what the home fans wanted to see, a head-to-head battle between their two athletes here. But Lucy's going to know now. She's getting within 10 seconds. This is really close.
Yeah, this is mighty exciting. The final lap of this T100 race in London. Jan's clapping his hands in excitement, just like everyone else is out on the course. The volunteers all cheering and roaring their approval for what they're seeing, because we are seeing two of the finest triathletes in the world battling it out head to head, blow by blow on this final lap.
The rookie versus the crowd favorite. I mean, there are so many stories to be told here, but this is a great fight regardless from both athletes.
That gap is way less than 10 seconds now. You can see that Lucy is flowing along, and we've talked about the mental fortitude that Lucy's had to do had to exhibit to hold this gap, to close this gap down. But now it's Kate's turn. When they go round that top turn, which they're not too far away from now, Kate is going to get eyes on and see just how close Lucy Charles-Barclay is to her, if Lucy hasn't caught her by that point. And then Kate has to respond. She has to work out how she can go deeper again and try and accelerate away one more time.
She can hear her by now. And the irony of it all is that roundabout here is where Lucy Charles-Barclay had to pull out of the race last year. And what a way to make amends. What a way to stick the middle finger to fate and just be like, yep, I'm still here, I've got it.
She's gonna be going past her any second now, so now Kate has to respond. This is
epic.
The most nail-biting female finish we've had in T100 history. It's exactly what we want to see. Can Kate Woff raise her game one more time? Here goes Lucy Charles-Barclay.
I knew it. She just doesn't have an inch of patience in her.
Didn't even look. Straight past. What can Kate Woff do now? We have a new leader.
Oh, this is so exciting. Lucy Charles-Barclay overtaking Kate Woff here on the final lap in London. What can Kate Woff do to respond?
She has. Straight away, she's gone into the lead there with that decent gap. There's been no response from Kate Woff. I think that grimace that we saw and that look over the shoulder with 1 lap to go was very telling. Kate's shoulders seem to be rocking and rolling just a little bit more. The head's gone back, whereas Lucy Charles-Barclay is striking for home. 2.4 kilometers to run.
And the good thing is she's got a tailwind here. She is got, just a few seconds per kilometer that the wind is pushing her down parallel to the runway of the London City Airport. I mean, this is history on the homemaking here in this slightly lonely stretch where spectators are actually not allowed to be. And she is making her mark on the T100. Imagine that. She finally cracks the code.
And we've talked about it even just 5-10 minutes ago about how she's been the bridesmaid in so many races. She's come second so many times. And again, you mentioned it at the very, very beginning of the show, Jan, to many different people. Not always the same person. She's had to constantly come back and fight again and again, even though she's coming second to all these different people. Of course she's won big races, but she's come second more often. And finally, are we going to see Lucy Charles-Barclay at the top, on the top step, I should say, of the T100 podium?
She said in that interview that we played out earlier that she didn't necessarily mind where her T100 win came. And I said to you, Vicky, I bet she'd rather it was in London. And I
bet she would have paid good money for it to be here.
I think she would have done, yeah. And if this does transpire that she wins, here in London, in her hometown, sleeping in her own bed last night before a race, well, that will just be the icing on the cake of what is proving to be a brilliant season for Lucy.
And that's the beauty of the T100. She doesn't have to pay. She gets paid, and gets paid very well to be here. So you could actually see on the turnaround, though, Kate Woff, she really
head
let her
went down, didn't it?
Head hang. And this is the thing. This is why years and years of resistance, of ups and downs, just mentally give you a fortitude that is you just don't have as a rookie.
You called it as well, Jan. You did say it's the person with that extra endurance, the stamina that Lucy has from, again, years of racing over this distance and even longer that Kate just doesn't have. Kate has that sort of youthfulness, that desire to win, that, again, that naivety, which perhaps at times is really, really beneficial to you to go in without these preconceptions of what you can and can't do. But I wonder if that surge that Kate put in was just a little bit too early, and now she's been caught by Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Well, I mean, a surge, putting 2 minutes into this lady right here. 2 minutes into Taylor Knibb. I mean, that's unheard of, right? Taylor Knibb may not have her strength on the run specifically, but, you know, this is exactly what we said. When Lucy has a day, and she's had this day when she had her first 70.3 World Championship, she's come out and really run away from everybody, and she's having one of those days. And honestly, yeah, a win this big at home with everybody here. We talked about the quality of field, and even within the T100, we don't even get fields this stacked every single time, and that's why, yeah, this is a really, really remarkable race.
And what confidence that will give her. Not that I think Lucy is someone who necessarily struggles to feel confident in her ability and what she can do, but to win against such a stacked field and to do it on a day that will mean so much to her because it's here, because it's her home race, because of what happened here last year, because of the injury struggle she's been through since that point, it will just give her such a boost, and maybe we're about to see a new era of Lucy Charles-Barclay racing.
Yeah, the top six in the race to Qatar, all here in the women's field. So make no mistake, this is a super strong field that Lucy Charles-Barclay has raced against. And I wonder at what point she'll start to think she's got this one in the bag.
Well, she hasn't looked back, has she?
No, she hasn't looked back
so
yet.
She's just ploughing on. She's all in for the win here. 1.2 kilometers to go.
At this stage.
She daren't look, mate. Yes.
Yeah, she's focused on the lead cycle. That's who she's trying to chase right now. It would really surprise me if she even looked over her shoulder here. Oh, she did give it a little glance just to check. but she's focused on the bike rider and making sure she finishes this off.
She's going to be such an incredibly popular winner here. We've touched upon it already today. She's an incredibly popular athlete, a huge fan base. People always want to see Lucy Charles-Barclay race, and they want to see her at the front of races. They want to see her win these races. And so many of these people won't be able to travel often to see her race in foreign countries, but to have her race on home soil here, as spectacularly well as she is doing right now, and looking like she's going to take that win, she's going to be such a popular winner.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you came down to the T100 today as a British fan, you've been really treated, haven't you? 4 Brits in the top 6 as things stand. And that's a very positive sign that British triathlon is in a very healthy place.
And Lucy's been a tragic hero so many times, you know, where I think it's funny how athletes are almost cherished more when they've managed to overcome adversity, when things are not so smooth. And you know, this will be the challenge for someone like Ash Gentle, for instance, to figure out. She's done it over a different distance, but she's come from being the absolute queen to getting herself back as she overlaps Hannah de Vet right here.
And Hannah will be wondering what's going on, won't she? She'll be like, I've got another lap to go.
People are very friendly.
Yeah, I'm sure she's worked out exactly what's going on.
She is flying. She's put 30 seconds into Kate Woff in the space of 1.5 kilometers, and that shows you mental momentum. That is just someone resigning to the fact that today it's going to be about second place, and someone else refusing to give up. And that very often is what makes the difference of a champion.
So these are the final few corners that Lucy Charles-Barclay has got to contend with.
We're going to see some celebrations, I think, from Lucy Charles-Barclay as she crosses the line. I don't think she's going to hold back with the emotion and with the feeling when we see her take the tape, as it seems inevitable now. She's just 500 meters from the finish line. She's got this tricky little ramp and then a couple of corners and a huge crowd to roar her home, and she's going to savor every moment of that.
Yeah, one final look over her shoulder there, and she'll know that will be the best that ramp has felt, I would imagine, all day, because it's a nasty incline. But she knows, I think, by this point, the win is well and truly in her grasp.
Getting herself ready, ever the pro.
For the photos.
Making sure the suit's all zipped up. But we haven't seen her run, also with this style, in a long way.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay, the final few corners, she raises her arms in the air. She's had 2 second places on the T100. She's been the nearly woman of this series. But finally, she is going to win a T100 race, screaming to the crowd. And Lucy Charles-Barclay, congratulations, you are our T100 London champion.
Yes.
Look at that emotion. Look at it pour out of her.
Oh, what a comeback. What a comeback. Everyone loves a good comeback in sports, but this is textbook stuff. Oh my God, stop cutting onions.
It's making me go as well. My excuse is being pregnant. I'm not sure what yours is, Jan, but what?
Having seen and lived it.
Oh, what an emotional victory, and well deserved.
And Kate Woff rounding that final corner. She gave it such a good effort here. It was almost the victory. Lucy Charles-Barclay had something to say about that, but I think she'll be pretty happy with this result. Kate Woff coming home in second.
Rookie season, what a performance this.
What a season Kate Woff is having, as you were saying, Jan. Absolutely incredible debut season on the T100.
And she is delighted as well. Let's be honest, she didn't die wondering. She gave it her all. She went out, she had a crack, and came short against, you know, one of the greatest triathletes in the world right now.
She played her cards. She went all in, and she had a day where she went for the win and it didn't pay off and she came second, and I think you could see in her face she was happy with that. I think the difference between this race and San Francisco was she just didn't feel she was able to put down that kind of performance and contend. Lucy Charles giving the fans exactly what they want there. Going out and giving some high fives and thanking all these people who've come to scream and cheer her on.
Going the wrong way, Lucy. You're supposed to go.
Find some friends in the crowd. I mean, it is packed. It is packed. People coming out to see her, and that's what she does for triathlon in Great Britain at the moment. You know, most of these athletes here would be focused on their own race tomorrow. That's the way, you know, kind of triathlon goes. But there is a huge amount of support and admiration for somebody who's done it once more.
Yeah, such a popular winner. As Kate Wolf gets some congratulations as well, richly deserved. I think she definitely gave it her all. It has to be said.
Her mum there on the sidelines.
She looked in those final few stages absolutely relieved to have this race done and dusted. And rounding out the podium, our defending T100 World Champion Taylor Knibb. Be interested to get her thoughts after this. But for now, what a brilliant race this has been. The top three pushed each other forward. There was a point where we thought we might have a three-way finish. It didn't quite materialise, but Taylor Knibb comes home in third.
Oh, she was obviously not ecstatic with it. A little wave with the right hand, almost wanting to hide behind the finish banner there. I mean, they're the moments when you don't have your best day. It's tricky. And especially someone like Lucy, who's never gone head-to-head with her, come around. They haven't even seen each other since they finished. I agree 100%, Matt. It'll be interesting to get some finish line interviews later on.
Yeah, Alex will be down there asking the questions, as he was asking Louise earlier, who hugs Lucy.
There's a lot of happy tears going on in the Lucy Charles-Barclay camp, isn't there? And can you blame them? We've said it so many times today. She's had such a roller coaster time throughout her career. Some massive, massive highs and some real lows and injury and health problems along the way. And the mental resilience she's shown to come back again and to conquer this incredibly strong field. It's just really worth celebrating.
As we see Megan McDonald in a sling, so obviously something's gone out. I wonder if she's dislocated her shoulders. Must be something that she's brought into the race. Yeah, we'll get some info if we can.
At least she's
Julie
smiling.
Duran just off the podium with a wooden medal on today's podium. Again, we called it wrong. We should just focus on what we see rather than trying to predict the future, really.
Yeah, stop doing that.
I'll take responsibility for that.
Another great performance here by her.
People at home love it when we're wrong, though.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to, you put it out there, and we're there to be shot at. It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah, decent result there for Julie. Not bad at all. I think Lucy keeps oscillating for me between happy tears and sort of ecstatic smiling, and I'm not sure quite where. Each time she changes, I feel like we change, you know.
Maybe a little bit of disbelief in there as well, you know. She obviously knew she was in good shape coming into this, and I know she said that she's built well through a season, but this was exceptional, as we now see Lucy Byram, our third British finisher, coming in to round out the top five. So she's overtaken Jessica Learmont on the last lap, who should be our next finisher as well. Great top five result there from Lucy Byram.
Yeah, fifth in London last year, fifth here in London this year. And just finding her feet after what has been, no doubt, a very, very tricky day. All right, so as the sorry, Jan, I was going to say as the women round off and come through the finish line, we'll just have a look at what's going on in the men's race. Enrico Bogan still out in front.
Yeah, The last time check I saw, he had about a 17-second gap. There we go, just updated to 23 seconds now on current second place Leo Berger, who's riding with Mika Nut. So early stages on the bike, but Rico Bogan already making moves.
He just looks good on a bike, doesn't he? His power just translating. He's very smooth in his upper body. A little bit of moving around, but extremely strong. Leo Berger, which is nice to see after he's had some struggles on the bike to get in. Mika Nut in third. We've got Jelle Geens, Hayden Wilde up there within 40 seconds of the leader. Menno Koolhaas, Greg Barnaby. We've got Benito Lopez, Margier, Smith to round out the top 10.
Fantastic to see Hayden Wilde still pushing on after that very good swim. And yeah, we'll await to see what he can do on the rest of this bike course, but very impressive stuff once again from Hayden Wilde. All right, let's get some reaction down at the finish line. Alex is with our winner, Lucy Charles-Barclay.
I am indeed. I can tell you the emotions here are fairly high. Are we going to hold this together, or are we going to hold it together?
I'm going to try my best.
Let's do your best. Lucy Charles-Barclay, T100 top stepper here in London. It's been a long time coming. How good does that feel?
Oh my God, it feels so amazing. I think after last year, I was just so devastated to DNF here in my home race. And this year leading into the race, I knew I was feeling good, but I didn't want to put the pressure on it with it being the home race. And I was coming in knowing I was feeling good. And I was like, you just hold it together all day and see what happens. And yeah, to get the win is just, yeah, a bit mind-blowing at the moment.
Tell me about the last 3K, because not only have you won, but you've won one of, I think, the great races we've seen in the women's side of things. Talk us through the last 3K. Was that tactics, was that training, or was that just sheer guts and courage?
Yeah, I think a bit of all of that. Definitely, I could see Kate in front of me, and I was like, I feel like I might be reeling her in, and I still felt pretty strong. And I was like, just keep running, see what happens. And as I was closing, I was like, this could be the day you can do this, but I just had to hold it together and just keep pushing all the way to the end. And yeah, I couldn't quite believe it when I crossed the line.
It's been such a long time coming for you. We spoke to Louise, part of your team, a little bit earlier on. She said the roller coaster at times has been out of control. You've been very calm throughout. You've wanted to come and enjoy it today, but just tell us the pressure that you felt given how much you've wanted this success.
Yeah, I'd say the last 3 or 4 years have been a real roller coaster with injuries and health issues, and just knowing that I'm not quite at my best. And coming into the race today, I felt like I was getting back to my best. We'd seen some amazing numbers in training, but it just hadn't quite been showing in the races. Even in Vancouver, I came in feeling pretty good, but I just felt like I didn't quite deliver. So I was like, anything can happen. But on the bike, I knew I was in the mix, I was in contention, and I've been running really well in training. I got a 5K PB last weekend, so I knew I was going pretty well. But yeah, you never know in T100, anything can happen. So you just have to grit it out and hold it all the way to the end.
And you have done exactly that. There are going to be so many people that are so happy for you tonight as well. It's not often we have a win across the finish line and then go back for more to say hi to the fans. Just tell us about the support that you've had and what it was like racing out the day in essentially a home race.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible in here. I never ever have my friends and family watch me race live. This is probably the only race of the year where they do. So last year they were all here, and I came into the race feeling like it was unlikely I'd be able to deliver. I'd had injuries, and it was actually the last race that my granddad came and watched. Sadly, he passed away at the end of last year, so I feel like I did it for him today. He was looking down on me, and yeah, I really feel like I delivered for him, so really, really pleased.
Crikey, all the feels today for you. And just a quick final word as well. We know how much you've wanted this. Now that you've got it, is in some ways, do you feel it could unlock a lot more for you at this stage in this T100?
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's confirmation that I'm getting back to my best self, and yeah, hopefully it'll give me confidence for the rest of the season. And yeah, I love the T100 racing. I love what it brings to all of us. I love what it brings to the fans, and the girls out there are just incredible. I mean, Ellie Salthouse was just willing me on so much. I was nearly crying on the run because she was so nice. So yeah, I just love this series, and yeah, I can't wait for the rest of the season.
You're a star. Well done. I'll take that off you. I'll let you go and continue your celebrations. Well done to Lucy Charles-Barclay, and hopefully we can bring Kate in. Are you all right, Kate? Oh, more emotions down here at the finish line. Congratulations to you. Is it congratulations? Is it commiserations? I know there's been a lot being said with friends and family. How do you feel off the back of that one?
No, I mean, it's like, sorry, my brain isn't really braining right now.
That's all right. Mine never works. I particularly, I haven't done 100K, but just yeah. Try and put today into words for us.
I mean, I went for it. I have no regrets. I've never been in so much pain on that last lap, but yeah, I found the limit today, and yeah, I mean, we still got a British one too today, which is pretty special in front of a London crowd. It was actually quite emotional with the whole crowd finishing, but yeah, of course I'm a bit gutted to not bring home a win. I would have loved to win today in front of friends and family, but I went for it, and
Absolutely, and it's the way that you race, it's all in. I mean, I know you said no regrets. Did you feel that you'd made the right move, where perhaps the body didn't back you up, or with hindsight, did you perhaps go a bit early, a bit soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good demonstration of a long course athlete versus a short course athlete. I clearly need to learn how to pace myself. Lucy paced it perfectly today. She had the perfect race, and yeah, I'm really happy for her. I think it's her first T100 win, right, in London, which is really special. So yeah, thank you.
You need a drink, you need some sugar.
I need some sugar. But yeah, yeah, happy for her, and obviously I'm gutted to not win, and I'll keep working on those 1%ers to get more wins, but I have a complete T100 podium.
I was going to say exactly that, a 1,
Yeah.
2 and a 3, and actually
Yeah.
Nikki Holland was saying in commentary that you are now a new superstar of the T100, and actually I was talking to Simon, your manager, a little bit earlier on. He just said the noise and the attention around you is going up race by race. Are you conscious of that? Are you comfortable with it? Are you ready for what's coming as you become one of the bigger names in this sport?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how quickly it's happened, to be honest. Like, I mean, I went from being kind of an underdog 2 races ago to now, like, kind of lots of eyes on me. So a lot's happened in a very short space of time. So it has been, like, quite difficult to handle that transition so quickly. But, I mean, it means I'm doing something right, I guess. So it's also a really cool position to be in.
And just looking at the series overall, when you started, would you have been happy with a 1, 2 and a 3? And where do you feel you are and where you want to be as the race for Qatar hots up?
Yeah, of course. I mean, before starting the series, I would be absolutely buzzing. I guess having started with a win, you can only get worse from there. So yeah, I'll keep working to get another one of them, because it was a truly special moment. And of course, coming second today is yeah, something I'm proud of too. But a win would have been a bit nicer.
I reckon you'll be back on the top step before too long. Kate, thank you so much. I'll take that off you. We'll let you go and continue your recovery. Well done to Kate Woff, who came second today. And in comes Taylor. Thank you so much for coming to have a chat with us. Well done. Another race.
That's some of my family.
Oh, look at this.
Say hello to everyone.
The fan club is here.
Their grandkids are watching.
We'll bore you. Oh, are they? Very nice to have you. We'll bore you for just 2 minutes.
Triathlon fans.
Is that right? Well done you today. Another race, another podium. How did you feel that went for you? Give us an assessment of today.
The amount of times where I just wanted to be like, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Had to keep like rallying myself to keep going, but yeah, it's all good.
And tell me how you get through those moments. You're obviously an elite athlete, you're a supreme at what you do. How often do you find yourself fighting with those doubts, and what are the ways to get through it?
Well, today I think the race was 3 hours and 39 minutes, and it was probably 3 hours and 38 minutes. But it's just like you tell yourself no and refocus, or that's what I do. Yeah, and I don't know. It ends eventually, hopefully.
Hopefully. And you've obviously fought your way onto the podium once again, but as the series champion of last year, we've now had 4 races in the women's side of things in 2025. We've had 4 different winners. Just give us your assessment of the levels of competition you've got around you at the moment.
Well, I think it's a very exciting race to Qatar. And if we do the math right, I think the top 4, it's Kate and I each have a first, second, and a third.
Yes.
Julie has a first, second, and a fourth, plus her 12th from Singapore. And Lucy has a first, a third, and a fourth. So that's pretty tight in the top 4. And if I'm missing anyone.
Yeah.
But so that's also like, it's not like anyone got first and then only second. It's everyone's kind of been mixing around, and that's the benefit of having different courses and over the course of a season-long narrative. So hopefully it's shaping up to be a better story this year.
Absolutely. And when you talk about that season-long narrative, where do you feel you are relative to where you want to be come Qatar?
Well, I had a talk with my coach yesterday, and I was like, feeling like I was really happy to be here, first of all. 2 weeks ago, I wasn't sure if I was going to be here, and he was like, well, your training's going well, but you have to you never know how it translates into the race. And I'm like, never heard this before, so great, lovely. I've always been like, okay, I'll race above my training level normally, but so we'll see. It's a long season, and the most important racing is still to come.
It certainly is. Great to see you today. Well done on your third place. We'll take that off you. We'll let you go and continue your recovery and join your fan club. Well done, Taylor. Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
brilliant insight there from Taylor. Her maths is incredible. I mean, that's probably how she got through those final few laps of the run course, trying to work out who was where in the race to Qatar.
Well, we're here in commentary struggling to work out who's going to end up where and trying to do the maths, and Taylor already knows at the finish line. So, yeah, that tells you all you need to know about Taylor Knibb, I think.
Absolutely lives and breathes it, even though I've heard my new favourite saying, my brain isn't braining. That made me chuckle, but it also showed a very raw and honest insight into Kate Woff's mindset. She's not here for second place, and a very honest reflection. You know, in hindsight, you can be happy with what you've done, but yeah, similar to Rico right here, not racing for second.
Yeah.
I think my brain isn't braining is going to go down in T100 folklore as one of the great quotes. But congratulations to our women's race. So, as our female athletes start to think about their recovery and what they're going to be doing over the next few hours, the men's race is, well, really just getting started.
I've been keeping one eye on Rico here.
Go on.
And he is taking these corners so hot. He is very, very smooth, and he is making sure he really gets the most out of the technicalities of this course. You can see even between speed bumps, he's got enough time to put in 2 or 3 pedal strokes and is absolutely gunning for it. And the only one he's not getting time on is Hayden Wilde.
It's Hayden Wilde. So Hayden Wilde, we're going to have to talk about him so many times today. We just can't not, can we, no matter what's going on. Came out of the water 55 seconds down. He was in 16th position. So not bad, not his usual standard, but all things considered, exceptional, I would have said. He is now just 39 seconds behind Rico Bogen. So he is the fastest rider on course. He's the only person who is moving through in that way, and he's currently sitting in 3rd place. I mean, he's also said that his cycling is probably his strongest of the 3 right now, with the training he's been able to do since that crash and in his rehab. But yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hayden Wilde be maybe the only person who can catch up to this man, Rico Bogen, on the bike course.
Yeah, and you weren't obviously with us in Vancouver, but we were talking about Rico Bogen's power stats that he posted publicly. 374 average watts, 394 watts normalized power, an average speed of 41 kilometers per hour. Just put into context how impressive those bike numbers are for everyone at home.
Yeah, I mean, you always need to know the weight to actually put it into perspective, right? Because what's relevant is what's per kilo. So, you know, despite being a flat course here, you've got so many little corners, and what normalized power means is that you take out all the little sprints that you have to do, especially on this course. But 375 watts as an absolute is it's huge in triathlon. I mean, there are not that many people that would put out that kind of power, and it's amazing to see where it's gone. You know, 375 watts, that used to be, well, in the beginning of my career, that was sort of my threshold power, which means that that's the most I can push for 1 hour without swimming or running afterwards. And then you get better over time, but I was certainly never near 375 watts, and it really is remarkable what kind of numbers this man is pushing.
Yeah, it just blows my mind, to be honest, when I think about doing that for 80 kilometers. But obviously for the likes of Rico and some of our athletes here, that is quite normal.
Don't try that tomorrow.
No, don't try that tomorrow. Do not try this at home. Is the phrase that comes to mind. I'll let Rico do that. So Rico Bogen still out in front and looking very good for it. And you can see those behind him working hard, not as hard as the likes of Gregory Barnaby and Jelle Geens in the 90% of their max heart rate.
Hayden Wilde up into 2nd place now. He's gone past Mika Nut, so that gap now at 32 seconds between 1st and 2nd. So Hayden Wilde is certainly a man on a mission trying to catch this man.
Certainly is. Now, if you like what you're seeing and you fancy trying the T100 here in London next year, entries open soon. We're going to be back on the 25th and the 26th of July. Plenty of race options for next year, so scan the QR code in the bottom right of your screen if you fancy giving it a go. It's a really fantastic atmosphere down here for the sprint and relay races. It's the 100k and Olympic distance tomorrow, and if you're in the area, firmly encourage you to come down, because we've got one or two very special names taking part. In particular, I said it earlier, the one I'm excited about seeing, Adam Peaty, giving this distance a go. We'll wait to see what he can do. We look forward to diving into the stats on the Athlete Tracker app tomorrow. But we've got some other athletes to focus our attention on for the time being, and those are our elite men.
The Ramseys coming out for a good cause. They love a bit of triathlon, and it's great to see them get into the T100 action. And perhaps we should just point out, they're not doing the 100k distance.
No, Olympic.
Not like you,
exactly.
Matt.
I can't believe Gordon is actually doing half the thing. I think we should pull him up on this.
I mean, Jan, if you want to do that, be my guest.
Yeah, I think I will, actually. He called me out for never having run an ultra marathon. I'm like, Jesus, who are you?
When was the last time someone called you out for not doing an endurance fitness event, Jan?
It was Gordon. It was exactly Gordon. And it was a couple of, so I feel like I can give him some back about not actually committing to a T100 distance and rather doing I think he's doing 51.5. But that's none of Rico's worries right now, as we see everyone moving into the red mile-per-hour speeds. Do you work in miles per hour, Vicky, or k's per hour?
I actually do both, which I know is really confusing. But being British, in the UK, all our speed limits are in miles per hour. So you sort of grow up knowing miles per hour. But you're also taught kilometres per hour in school now, because that's more international. And in triathlon terms, kilometres were way more useful for me to know than miles. So anything to do with my training, etc., I always operate in kilometres. When I go for a run now, I look at kilometres per hour or minutes per kilometre. On the bike, I'd again be in kilometres per hour. But if I'm driving my car, I'm in miles per hour. So I sort of flip. I can just about. There's a few easy conversions and a few that are a lot harder. So I know a few conversions.
All right. So the T, what are we in miles?
About 60.
T60 miles.
It's
the T about 60.
Yeah, it's not exact. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't make the conversion chart. It's not exact.
I don't think our marketing department are in a rush to sign that.
The T about 60. Yes, exactly.
Oh.
All right, back on course.
And look who it is.
It's
Hayden
Wilde and Mika Newt.
And Mika Newt playing with fire there. You can see the Race Ranger light at the back of Hayden lighting up, or in a fair spacing right now. But this is the time where they have just seen Rico on the other side. So this is the out and back piece where the athletes can see. And I'm really curious to see how aggressive these guys are around the corner.
What would you rate it?
I was going to say, how do you judge them, Jan?
Compared to Rico, I'd give them an 8 out of 10. 7.5 to 8. Like, Rico looked really, really good and really, really smooth through that section as they head into the headwind right now. And this will be interesting because Hayden right here, being a much lighter athlete, on an absolute measure will put out less power than Rico at the front. And on a flat, eventually, power just matters, because the aerodynamic kind of doesn't grow as much as the speed does with the power. And therefore, this is probably the bit where Hayden is at more of a disadvantage, simply because he cannot put out as much power as Rico.
It really is remarkable to see what Hayden's doing here. I mean, I know we're a little over or a little under halfway through this bike part of the T100 race, but when you actually think about what his body has been through in the last, well, just under 100 days, and he's now found his way onto the T100, back on the start list. I think I speak for most people when we were surprised to see that London was even a realistic possibility. I think when we were discussing it in San Francisco, we thought at best he might make a couple of races at the end of the year, possibly the Middle Eastern swing, which November, December. To do what he's done is quite remarkable. He's been using oxygen therapy, he's been rehabbed at the Red Bull Performance Centre in Austria, so he's essentially made it his life's mission for since getting injured to get back to the sort of shape where he could compete at a T100 race. And I think seeing him here today is well, I'm sure there's an awful lot of people, I know there will be an awful lot of people who are involved in that rehab and recovery, but it's just amazing what the human body, I think, can do.
It is, and of course I say this with a lot of distance from the emotional involvement of being at, you know, a performing level and having a lot of space to actually being in that situation. But it is remarkable how being injured and having such a significant thing manages to glue all your focus every day on getting better. It is something that with the monotony of years, you know, you sort of get into a trot and you tick green boxes on a session without being 100% intent. And being injured just gives you a different kind of focus and a different kind of purpose that I think you can sometimes be missing simply because of the routine of a long season.
It's also no accident that Hayden Wilde is one of the best athletes in the world across pretty much any distance. And it's because he is driven and he is motivated and he will turn over every stone in his quest to be the best in the world. And that is what this quest is. He's trying to come back to racing. He's trying to come back to the top level of racing. And we shouldn't forget, he can still win the world title this year. He's back racing early enough that even if today is an average performance for him, he can still be in with a shot of winning the overall world title. And he has gone about his recovery in the same way and with the same diligence that you expect from one of the very top athletes in the world, just making sure he has covered absolutely everything. Every recovery strategy has been used.
Yeah, when you look at what he's been through in the recovery process from everything that's come his way, as we see another bottle there just dropped from Mika Newt's bike, I think.
No, that was intentional. This is the feed station, and
okay.
This is where they can drop and replace bottles, so that was intentional.
Forgive me for seeing a...
I mean, we've seen enough.
We've seen enough, haven't we? Goodness
Yeah.
me. Yeah,
We've
just
also
instantly assume.
Yeah, we've also heard from a few spotters on the ground that we've had bottle cages snap off. The one thing I think we've missed in this race so far is we've talked so much about what happened 98 days ago to Hayden Wilde that we haven't talked about what he did 99 days ago.
Yeah.
99 days ago, he ran 27:39 for a 10K. I mean, that is unheard of in triathlon. I think Alistair Brownlee in his peak days would have been a good minute off that. He tried once in one of the US classical races. It was a road 10K run and not a track 10K run. Fair enough, give or take, but that is lightning fast and just speaks to the caliber of athlete that Hayden Wilde is.
Yeah, we can have a look at some of the rehab process that Hayden went under exactly after setting that record. And this is him. He's been charting it all on YouTube, so I do firmly encourage you to have a look on his YouTube channel for some insight into what he's gone through and just how much work it takes as an elite athlete to get back to a stage in which you can compete at this sort of level. The one-handed swim, which is all he could manage for a while. And let's hear from the man himself, shall we, on how the whole process has been. We'll do that shortly. In fact, we've got it ready. We can hear from Hayden Wilde on exactly how this process has been.
Obviously, with the big crash, stuck in Tokyo for 5-6 days, more or less, and not knowing if I could get an operation there for like 3 weeks, which essentially was if I did not get it within like a 10-day period, the healing would have started and would have been career ending, pretty much, they said. So to get the medical emergency flight and get the operation done on day 10 in Belgium was awesome, especially having operation on Sunday, which they normally don't do, so that was really cool. And then coming into London now, I feel like I'm in like a really nice position because it's like, wow, he's made it to the start line, which is really cool, and I don't feel there's a lot of expectations, and I don't have a lot of expectations on myself in this race. It's just nice to be back on the start line. But I feel like that pressure might come back when I head into France. But I do like a bit of self-pressure and a lot of external pressure as well. It just makes me feel a bit more hungry, and it's good. It's positive.
Even if perhaps London was an ambitious goal, Jan, do you still think having a goal like that when you've been injured like Hayden was really focuses the mind and points you in the right direction to getting back into competition?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what keeps the morale up when everything else is uncertain. He spoke of the uncertainty of not knowing whether he's going to get an operation, and especially when you're talking about career-ending stuff, it just really is so important to have that goal. I do find it interesting because fans of the T100 that would have followed our YouTube channel would have heard a slightly different tone in his interview at the pool that probably wasn't quite as rehearsed. He didn't have his press cap on, and he was like, oh, well, I'm not really here for a top 10. I'm not here to make up the numbers. Podium would be great. So it was perhaps a little bit more raw and unfiltered, having his intentions and obviously knowing about his form a little bit better. Oh, something's gone wrong here for Carl Smith.
Another mechanical here by the looks of it, or maybe a flat.
So we've only had 4 athletes hand in wheels, and it looks like this is a matching disc. But time trial wheels are notoriously difficult to change.
Disc wheel brakes in general are just so much slower than the old school brakes that you can kind of whip them out pretty fast. But with gains in braking and aerodynamics, unfortunately, comes a slower wheel change.
And this is different to the Tour de France, where you see the mechanics giving you a push up to 20-25 k's an hour, depending on how
and a whole new bike as well.
And a whole new bike at times.
Yeah.
Looks like he's lost the bottle there as well, so he's having a tricky one on his Ayrton Senna themed race outfit.
I was going to say that
big call.
Yeah. It's a brilliant looking helmet, fantastic colours matching the colours that Ayrton Senna, the famous Brazilian Formula 1 racing driver, used to have on his helmet. Cole trying his best to go at the sort of speeds that Ayrton was going, but unfortunately with moments like that, that's not going to help his cause.
So as we saw Carl Smith having a mechanical issue, we also earlier saw that Jamie Riddle's pulled out. Word on the street is he's just had a bad day and maybe went out a little bit too hard in that swim, as it seems like Hayden Wilde has put a gap between himself and Mika Noot.
Yeah, really tough for Jamie Riddle there.
I know he was really excited to get another shot, another start in the T100. He felt like he worked really hard to get his first opportunity in San Francisco and really made the most of that. He was a real animator of the race that day, and he put in a really strong performance. We saw him battling it out with Carl Smith late on the run, didn't we, for that top 5 performance, and he was delighted to be able to mix it up with the very top athletes in the T100. And I know he was excited to get back on the T100 circuit here today, but it's, for whatever reason, not been his day. And now look at those graphics at the bottom of the screen there. Hayden Wilde has moved up 12 places during this bike leg so far, and he is a man on a mission. Mathis Margirier also moved up 7 places. He's another athlete who's been out for a little while. We saw him in Singapore. He then had, I believe it's a fractured wrist, so he's taken some time out as well. Now we welcome him back to the Tour. And Rico Bogan, of course, made up 5 places as well, as he is still solo off the front.
Yeah, and I wonder what you make of Rico Bogan's tactics, because I guess in Singapore they sort of were proven wrong. in the sense of he pushed so hard on the bike, he clearly didn't have the run legs to match. And then he's obviously won in San Francisco, proved that his tactics do work if he's obviously feeling his legs enough on the run leg. Is it kind of a case of proving people wrong, do you think, that it is possible to do it that way? But how sustainable is that also?
You know, it's really interesting because everybody's so individual in terms of finding their own motivation. But I do always think, as long as it's a small part of your motivation, proving people wrong, doubting the naysayers, and giving them, you know, the keyboard warriors what they don't want to see, can be an incredibly powerful motivator as long as it doesn't own you. The same as any other kind of motivation. And I think right here, you know, his skill level on all three disciplines is not quite there yet that he can play every tactical card. He can definitely win races, but the harder the race is, the higher his chances are. And I think he probably has more insight into Hayden's fitness than any of us. And he just realizes, okay, this is my chance. I've got to go off the front. If I want to beat this guy, that is the one ticket I have. And I think that's what he's trying to prove here.
Yeah, they're very evenly matched, aren't they, in terms of their average speeds. 0.2 miles per hour difference. But Hayden's actually going quicker than Rico. And yeah, I mean, obviously Singapore was unique for, well, it was unique certainly in terms of this season because we've only seen Hayden once, of course, and that was in Singapore. But being able to race together for sort of the first half of a lap in Singapore, and then obviously Hayden put the burners on and was able to get away from Rico. I wonder at this point in the season, with the injury that Hayden's had and perhaps the gain in fitness that Rico's got, they could be potentially quite evenly matched as we move on to the run leg.
With Hayden, we sort of don't know what we're going to see at any point in this race. We didn't know how he was going to swim. We weren't sure how he was going to ride. And we certainly don't know how he's going to run. What we do know is that he would not be here if he didn't think he could compete. As Jan said, it was slightly telling that he did give a glimpse of, I'm not here to make up the numbers and I think a podium or a win is fair. I don't think you would say that unless you really felt that you could do that. And to me, that indicates that he is going to be in form when he hits run. Rico has improved on the run, no question. And when he's on, he is on. What he did in San Francisco was flawless. He rode away from everybody and then held the gap on the run, and no one could catch him on that day. At the moment, the gap he's holding over Hayden Wilde is only about 30 seconds, and all things being equal, you would always say Hayden Wilde's probably going to close that gap down relatively easily. But we don't know what we're going to see. We don't know exactly where Hayden's at, and I guess that makes it more exciting.
Okay, 98 days ago, he came off.
Here we go.
Right? He had clearly, maybe he lost a couple of % for the swim, maybe. It doesn't look like he's lost any fitness on the bike. He's riding phenomenally. And then he ran 27:39 for 10K.
But he's got about
but he's got 3 minutes to play with. And I'm just saying, overall, 3 minutes is my assumption of what Rico could run over 10K. You know, I think Rico's level would be about a 30-30, just, again, a stab in the dark, but would be my guess of what Rico could punch out for 10K. I mean, if he hasn't lost any level in his swim and his bike, how's this guy beatable? I mean, he took on a truck, came off second best clearly, but he's not coming off second best to any triathlete at the moment.
Yeah, it's very hard to argue with that logic, and I just keep coming back to it. The most visible injury, of course, was this shoulder injury, this surgery he had to have, the big scar he's now got on his shoulder. But of course, he broke 6 ribs and punctured a lung, and that takes a toll on your body as well. At one point, he thought he was going to have fluid removed from his lung as well and have another procedure. He didn't have to have that. But it's just hard to know how consistent he's able to be, or has been able to be, across all 3 sports. But I do agree with you, Jan. I strongly suspect we're going to see a very good Hayden come the run. I don't think it's going to be Singapore standard. It's not going to be the Hayden Wilde who ran that 27:30 something for 10 kilometers, but it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be, and he will probably still be right at the front of this race and quite possibly even taking the tape.
Well, Martin van Riel currently sits at the top of the race to Qatar, but he's not here this week, and so we're probably going to get a new leader right at the top.
We have a race on our hands.
Jelle Geens, Rico Bogan and Mika Nut all tied on 64 points in the race to Qatar at the moment. I wonder just how things are going to stack up at the end of today, but let's say quite a lot of racing still to go before that. 30 kilometres left of this bike leg before our athletes will make their way onto the run course. Just looking further down the order here, so obviously Rico Bogan out in front, Hayden Wilde just behind, Mika Nut, Leo Berger, Mathis Margirier, Gregory Barnaby, Jelle Geens. I mean, sort of Jelle Geens, you could make a case for the Julie Duron element that we saw earlier in the race, didn't we? We know he's such a strong runner and is definitely not out of this, sitting just over 2 minutes back.
No, he is the form runner, I should say, on course, because again, Hayden has a slight question mark next to his name right now, but he has been running fantastically well. Both Vancouver was a real standout, but of course he was really strong in San Francisco to come second there as well. So at just 2 minutes down, he's still within striking range of really getting very close to the front of this race. But let's not forget about Leo Berger as well. Leo was second in Singapore, hasn't raced a T100 since then, and we know he's had some injury problems since that point, and specifically he wasn't able to ride his bike a huge amount because of sort of sciatic problems he was having, and when he was getting on his bike he was finding his leg was going numb, he wasn't able to put out power, and so he didn't do a huge amount of riding for quite a long time there. So to see him now sitting in 4th place, having only lost a minute 21, I'm really impressed with that. He has been able to run, I believe, mostly throughout this injury. So actually, he's in a really strong position too, and he's positioned himself brilliantly as we head onto the second half of this race.
I agree, but it does speak to the complexity of triathlon, because meaning that he hasn't been able to ride will also mean that he hasn't been running fatigued. So running fresh, as we know, is a whole different ballpark. But that's what keeps it exciting. We've got some good runners in between there. We haven't actually seen Jelle and Hayden run head-to-head. Jelle obviously missing that first race. And therefore, it'll be really interesting to see what happens as this gap is also stabilizing a bit to Rico. You know, it's kind of 30 seconds, and then Mika's another 10 seconds back from Hayden, give or take. And you know, we've got over just under 30k to go on the bike, and I'm quite sure this is not how we're going to finish.
Hot take from Jan.
But what's interesting there, sorry to cut over you, Matt, is that in the top 6 athletes, 4 of them have been out with injury over the last couple of races. So Gregory Barnaby currently sitting in 6th. He's had, I think, an infection in his foot that became quite nasty, and so he hasn't been able to compete since May, I think. Mathis Margirier with that bike crash just after Singapore with a fracture. Leo Berger with his problems. And on top of that, of course, Hayden Wilde. So really interesting that in our top 6, 4 of them have missed a significant chunk of racing this summer and are currently laying down great performances.
Yeah, you just can't really predict how any of them are going to, how any of them are going to race really on this next part of the course. But one man who has been exceptionally consistent so far on the T100 is Mika Nut, a 3rd place in Vancouver and a 3rd place in San Francisco, the pick of his results this year. Let's hear from him.
Racing is more like ticking boxes in terms of avoiding mistakes. It's like the first box to tick after the swim start would be to not, for example, to like nail the dolphin kicks underwater or stuff like that. So I don't really focus on the pain. I have to say, of course it's a constant. You don't really have time to think about the pain. Actually, you are constantly like really racing, unlike other middle or long distance races, where you're more like executing your own race. But here you are really racing other people, and I find this really helps. Not just make the time go by quicker, but also not having to focus on the pain. And therefore, yeah, I'm also just only focusing on T100 this year, and rather skip some smaller or some local races in between, because I know, like, from the last couple of years and this year, the level went even further up, that that I have to be at my 100% form here. But when I'm at 100%, yeah, I can be up there.
Yeah, you heard him there say that he's just racing T100 this year, and I think those consistent results really do prove just how consistent he's been, and just how, yeah, if you do focus on just one series, the potential to do very, very well in it is there for all to see.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, because we've seen athletes really commit purely to the T100, and then we've seen others really try and spread themselves quite thinly across other racing as well. And what I've noticed is that there are exceptions, and there are people who can do it all, but there's not many. There are not many people who can really perform at the very top level of our series because of the strength and depth that we have now, and can take on other racing as well. It seems to be more and more, as Mika touched on there, that you kind of have to really focus on this level if you want to be competitive, and he's shown for himself that that's paying off for him. He's really focused on the T100 this year. He's had a couple of brilliant results. In fact, all three of his races have been really strong, but 2 podiums in a row now. He's surely gunning for more podium results as well.
Makes me wonder what he's going to do with his hair if he wins, because he normally always takes it down from it being up on the run. I'm sure he's going to give us a good hair toss if he was to win a T100 race. So currently looking at Yuri Kulin. It's brilliant to see him back on the T100 after that DNF in Vancouver. He was suffering from lower back pain on the bike.
Says he's all good with that now, doesn't he? So that's all behind him. And again, another athlete who's just been on a training camp at altitude in France, in Font-Romeu, and from there went back to their base in Girona. And I believe he's feeling pretty happy and confident ahead of this race too.
Yeah, it's difficult to see someone retire, especially when they were sort of clenching their back and looking in a lot of pain. But yeah, great to see Yuri back on the T100. So we've gone from Ayrton Senna colours on Carl Smith's helmet to sort of, I'd say similar colours really on Wilhelm Hirsch here. First look at him.
Brazil is in fashion.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. He's had, intriguingly this year, and speaking about back issues with Yuri Kulin, he's actually had 3 DNFs across his races this year, all as well suffering from back issues. And I imagine, as we've spoken about before, in terms of the TT position, and Jan, getting that dialed in properly to make sure that it works for your body and your biomechanics.
Well, that's the whole trick. I mean, it's incredibly difficult because the positions are getting more and more aggressive, and they're getting longer and longer, which puts more stress through the system. We're seeing some athletes actually having really chronic problems. I spoke to another athlete yesterday just outside the lift who said, you know, this has put so much strain through my body that I'm not sure it's going to be sustainable, like whether, you know, he can actually go and continue to perform at such a level. And that's what happens, right? Limits are being pushed. You can see bikes look nothing like they did 5 years ago, and that just comes with consequences. If you're riding 15 roundabout 1,000 kilometers per year, that's a lot of repetition you're putting, and a lot of stress you're putting on your back.
Who would you trust and consult when talking and deciding about your position? Is it a case of your coach? Are there specialists who work on the TT position? Who would be in sort of your corner for that?
Well, this is a double-edged sword. So one is kind of the mechanical side of it, where you have someone optimize for your position and for your biomechanics, because it's individual to your level of flexibility and to your body type. And then the other are the aerodynamicists who go and decide, you know, rather test which possession is quicker, because that's also completely individual. We see a trend right now that the front ends of bikes are getting longer and longer. That's why you can see that connection between the arm piece and the front handlebar is always pointing forward on most of these bikes nowadays. And they just do tests around a lap that's standardized. Then there's the wind tunnel, so you know it's playing together in many kind of different stations that come and get you to finally be in a position that this man is in. To be this smooth and this dialed in on a bike is a lot of work.
I was listening to an interview that Kate Woff did actually, and she was saying ahead of Singapore she spent a lot of time in the TT position on a turbo trainer in order to perfect and get that position down, and basically spent most of her time in the TT position rather than out on the roads, and was basically solely focused on making sure that that was perfect.
And that's not uncommon. I mean, it's what you have to do. You have to be able to spend that time, because there's no use having a very fast position if you can't get comfortable in it. And that means you're using slightly different muscles. You need to, you know, have just adaptations that come with time. And I would say it's similar to probably practicing a martial arts move. When you first start a new move, it's going to be edgy. It's not going to work. It's not going to be to your advantage. And it takes practice and hours and refinement until it all comes together. And that's, I think, the same with, you know, any kind of improvement over time.
So Rico Bogan still looking mighty strong here at the front of this T100 race here in London, as he has done all throughout really since he led out of T1. Made his way onto the bike, and this sort of 30-second-ish lead that he's had over Hayden Wilde has kind of been the way throughout the whole of this bike leg so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, he obviously got that gap down a little bit from the very beginning of the bike, where it was around about a minute, just under a minute, and started to make some inroads to Rico. But once it got to, as you quite rightly said, around that 30-second marker, it's kind of hovered. A little bit above, a little bit below, but it's never really come down since then. So still with that 30-second advantage, Rico Bogan at the front.
Either way, no doubt to the fastest bike on the men's field this year. We got similar as last year, 123 Canyon riding out, and they invest a lot, and they've got a mechanic here, and it really is interesting to see as we see more and more custom parts on bikes where the mechanical support is just there for these guys to focus on the race. And something I obviously had the benefit of enjoying throughout my days as well.
Just going back to Rico Bogan and his sort of training that he's been undertaking, and the tactics that he employs, i.e. going hard on the bike and then, you know, basically trying to keep up on the run and putting in as competitive splits as he can. How do you train that, Jan? Or how do you I guess you try and simulate, do you, the fatigue that you're going to have in your legs from that point? But short of doing 100k races, it's probably quite hard to train that exact level of fatigue. Is that fair?
Well, the exact level of fatigue really is something that you would only practice very late in the game. So normally what you do is you do certain blocks where you focus on exact specific needs. So if you have, you know, three major measurements of absolute fitness, then the first one would kind of be the VO2 max, which is the size of your engine. And then you've got economy, which is important. How much can you actually be economic about this? And your lactate threshold, as in how much you can actually get access to of that overall speed. And so it's forever a play between those three.
It's fascinating stuff as we get towards the business end of this bike leg, and we'll work out what exactly Rico Bogan does have in those legs as he makes his way through T2 and puts on his running shoes. All right, Alex, I believe is down in the transition area with a special guest, Anya Culling.
I am indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Yes, Anya is alongside, a name that will be very familiar to lots in the world of marathon, a name that perhaps is becoming increasingly familiar to those in triathlon. It's lovely to have you with us, first of all. Can you just explain your story? Because we're very familiar with the stories of athletes that are spotted young and they go to academies and they go into sort of high-performance programs at a young age. But in many ways, you have taken a slightly different route to becoming an elite English marathon runner. How have you ended up doing that?
Yeah, I've almost fallen into it, and I say that, but I obviously did put in a lot of hard work. But I only started running in my 20s. I kind of picked it up in lockdown, and within 2 years, I was racing pretty elite times, represented England, and I think I just found like my passion and stuck with it. And yeah, I've raced for England, and I'm now here going to race T100 tomorrow.
Which we're going to talk about in just a moment. But am I right, you took 2 hours off your original marathon time to your PB? Is that, how on earth do you do that?
I think genuinely the times came secondary, and it genuinely was just, I loved it so much. I found it such a social sport, especially coming out of lockdown. Like, it was where I met my friends, met my boyfriend. My whole life became running, and I think just because I stuck with it and it helped with the consistency, I just got better.
And just confirm, what is your PB when it comes to marathons?
2 hours and 34 minutes.
Which is very, very quick indeed. So tomorrow you're going to be racing here.
Yeah.
As we mentioned a couple of times, 5,000 amateurs are racing here in London this weekend. You're not going to have any problems come the run, but tell us how you found your way into triathlon and what's given you the bug.
Yeah, I think I have maxed out marathon running. I found it quite one-dimensional.
Okay.
And obviously triathlon's three-dimensional.
See, we've done that. Yeah, good.
There just seems more excitement to me right now. Like, I don't know what my potential is in triathlon. I find it very exciting, maybe because it's new. I would like to sort out some unfinished business with the marathon at the end of this year, and then maybe go all in on triathlon next year.
How have you found the swim and the bike in the triathlons that you have been doing?
Like, they do not come naturally to me. The swim especially, I never swam as a child. I haven't done as much training as I would like for this, and that's why I want to actually put some hard graft in for next year. But I didn't think running came naturally, and I showed that, you know, if you're dedicated, you can go places. So I hope I could do similar for the bike and the swim.
Fantastic. And you were saying, before we started obviously talking on camera, that you've actually picked up quite a few hints and tips from those at the very top of the game. Tell us who your heroes are in triathlon.
Lucy Charles-Barclay has always been like my girl crush. Like, I wouldn't fangirl if I met most celebrities, but Lucy Charles-Barclay, like,
a good day to be a fan of Lucy Charles.
Yeah, exactly. She did incredibly well today, and she's been really supportive. We've met on a few occasions. I spent a bit of the day yesterday with her, getting tips and trips, interviewing her, and yeah, we get on super well, so I was super proud.
And what have you made being here today of the T100 as a spectacle and the support that we've had out, you know, on the race course?
It's so good, and I think all the age groupers from the sprint earlier, hanging around to watch the pros, so many people are like here for the entire weekend. The energy is like more than like any triathlon that I've been to, and probably better than the marathon.
Fantastic. Hopes for tomorrow? What would be a good day racing for you?
I want to get a T100 PB, so I did Dubai at the end of last year, and I just want to work really hard. Like, I want to be proud of myself at the end and be like, I gave it my all.
Perfect. And on a longer term basis, where are your hopes, and where would you like to be, say, in 12 months time, 24 months time? If you get your PB in the marathon at the end of this year, how far do you think you can go if you fully commit to it?
I think it'd be a lot of training. I don't know whether I could ever be pro. Seeing them here is like, they are a different spectacle. But I would like to give it as much hope as I can and try as hard as I can.
Brilliant. I tell you, if you're taking 2 hours off your PB in the marathon, I think anything is possible in the T100. Good luck tomorrow. Lovely to talk to you. We'll watch you with great interest, and we'll see how it all goes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Matt, back to you.
Cheers, Alex. Thanks, Anya. Such an inspiring story. I do encourage you to check out Anya's Instagram account, and you'll see the journey that she's been on in it. I find it very inspiring as an amateur athlete. I don't think I quite have the capacity to run elite marathon times, but yeah, proving that really, if you want it and if you go out there and get it, you know, it's possible to a point.
Well,
Well, she's just enthusiastic and new to the sport, isn't she? And it's amazing to see that enthusiasm, similar to how we saw with Billy Munger earlier on today. And someone who's proven once in one sport that you can become an elite from a complete novice as an adult, she's going to have a go in another sport. And who knows how far she'll go, but I love the enthusiasm and I love the endeavour of trying to achieve that.
Certainly do. Okay, so look here at Jelle Geens, sitting in 9th position. Our winner out in Vancouver. He's part of a fairly large group here. I mean, really go from sort of 6th to 9th. The 4 of those athletes all working together, and then just ahead of Mino Koolhaas is Leo Berger, not far up the road either.
Yeah, quite a few athletes riding, like you said, sort of fairly close together, but now 3+ minutes down from the front of the race, and that is starting to get into the territory where even someone the likes of the run of Jelle Geens, we would start to question whether he can possibly catch Rico Bogan if that gap goes out much more.
I just love seeing it. It's such a move when you yo-yo in, you have a sip of your bottle. Oh, no, nothing happened.
My attention was actually at the sort of people just on their Saturday evening bike ride over there, and you just get a sense of how quickly these guys are going. It's really quite amazing.
Interestingly enough, looking at his position, just because we've looked at a few positions throughout, almost seems a little bit old school. If you can see his arms at the front, they're almost parallel to the ground, whereas everybody else has kind of raised this, what's called a praying mantis position, and he is stuck to his guns and, you know, obviously worked on other things. Maybe it's also the position that just tested the fastest for him, but it's definitely remarkable that this is, yeah, what you would now call quite an old school position.
Yeah, it looks pretty quick to me as they're rounding through these technical sections. They've got eight laps here, so plenty of time to get used to it. They would have had the bike familiarisation yesterday. I imagine some courses you need that more than others, and I think these athletes would absolutely have benefited from making sure that they're across all of the speed bumps, as you see there, and the roundabouts and everything that this course has to offer. So I mentioned Jelle Geens was our winner last time out in Vancouver. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of racing here in London.
I think I'm someone who always gets better throughout the season. I think I've proved that a lot of years, and I hope I can be the first one to get 2 wins on the board this weekend. But if I've given everything in the end and there's someone better than me, then I have to accept it. And I'm someone who is who can quite easily accept that as well. I think if I feel that I have given everything. But yeah, I come in every race where I want to fight for the win, and my ultimate goal is that win. Yeah, having a young kid at home, I think it definitely changes the perspective on sport. I think I won't be able to sit on the couch and watch Netflix for a couple hours during training session, but I just play with Sienna or like go for a walk with her, which is maybe a little bit busier. But I think overall, like I've proven this last year, even though I have a young kid, that like I can still be at the top and maybe be better than ever. So I think it has helped me a lot.
I was catching up on some of his YouTube channels, and on his YouTube channel and a couple of his videos, he was saying that being away for 3 weeks for that last spell that we had, which was San Francisco into Vancouver, he was away from his family for 3 whole weeks, and it meant getting a win at the end in Vancouver was all the more special because it was worth being away essentially for 3 weeks from his family out in Australia.
Interesting point, because I thought, how do you fly halfway around the world, come to London, and then say, well, you know, I'll be fine if I gave my all, but I didn't get a good result. Like, why would you offer that to your competition? You know, I love Jelle, but this is something that over the years, I think he's gotten better at. But just going out and formulating your intent, you know, what in your mind that you have to focus on the process. I get all that, and you can't focus on the competition. But why go out in an pre-race interview and be like, well, you know, if it works, it's great. If not, it's not. Come on. You flew halfway around the world. at least give, you know, at least don't give it to the others.
But I've also heard him say in another interview that he feels like he's had the best training block of his year and he's in really great shape. So, like you, Jan, I would have loved to hear that positivity in the interview that we just watched, rather than sort of potentially playing it down a little bit of his chances and of how he was feeling and what he would be happy with going into this race.
He was speaking as well, also in that YouTube. I've been done a lot of deep dives on these guys' YouTube channels recently, but he was saying that he's consulted his nutritionist about what happened in Singapore. Remember, he had those terrible stomach cramps, and they've worked together. He was saying that the heat had a massive impact on what was going on in his stomach, and wasn't able to digest as many carbohydrates as he would have been used to in the heat. And yeah, I guess only by doing those races in the heat do you properly test your body and understand what works and what doesn't. I think it's fair to say that result in Singapore, well, DNF as it was, not a fair reflection of where he was even at that point in the season.
It's a really common thing that your stomach does not respond in the same way in the heat as to the fluids and the carbohydrates that you're trying to put in as it might do in more temperate and cooler conditions. And on top of that, you've got to try and put in more fluids than you would normally be doing. So all of these things kind of combine to make a bit of a perfect storm, where it's just really common for athletes to struggle with their stomach in the really hot and humid conditions, and it's exactly what we saw from Jelle when it came to it in Singapore.
So we go from Jelle Geens to Mathis Marjurier. Good to see him back on the T100. He's had an injury, had a bike crash just after Singapore. Has been rehabbing that, been getting back into race condition. We find him here in London in just that, currently sitting in 4th.
He's our solo rider of the men's field, in the same way that we obviously had Lucy Byram riding through the field completely on her own. We've seemed to have found Mathis in a similar position for him.
Yeah, that 4th spot just being solely occupied by one athlete in both the men's and the women's field. Just like hearing from Vincent Louis earlier, and we got Mathis Marjurier here, both our French athletes in the T100 this year. They're going to want to be back and firing for Fréjus in just a couple of weeks' time. We make our way down there at the end of August for really what is due to be a festival of triathlon. We've got a World Series race there that weekend as well. T100, it's all very exciting.
Triathlon taking over the south of France,
yeah.
Indeed.
You can see there on that graphic just below your screen there, making up 11 places in the field so far on the bike leg. One short of the impressive performance that Hayden Wilde is putting together as things stand.
Look at the leaderboard though. Look on your top left on the screen. Mika Nuut has now overtaken Wilde, who's in 3rd place, and conceded about half a minute to Rico. So the later stages of the race proving tricky.
I guess for Hayden, coming back from injury, perhaps somewhat inevitable that once you get to this stage in the race, it is a bit of a lottery as to exactly how his body will respond. And we'll obviously wait to see what he can do on the run. Oh, he must be in a pretty close battle there with Mika Nuut, because he's just gone back into 2nd place. But Rico Bogan certainly opening up a bit more of a lead at the moment, a minute clear of Hayden Wilde and Mika Nuut in 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, that tracker, it does occasionally just jump around a little bit. That's what happens when we're using sort of very, very live timing splits. But if, like us, you want to have all the data that you can possibly have at your fingertips, you can always get yourself a second screen up and go to T100.com/live, because that will give you all the data that we've got access to as well, so you can see what all your favourites are doing.
Monitor heart rates, watts per kilo. It's an awful lot of data to get into if
you really want to nerd out, as we keep saying, it's all there for you.
Absolutely. People waiting for their train ride home are going to be, I'm sure, pretty impressed by what they're seeing out in front of them. These guys going just as quick as those trains do, that thing's for sure. So final lap here of the bike course. What's going through Rico Bogan's mind at the moment, Jan, in terms of how much of a lead he's got over the likes of Hayden Wilde and Mick Anoot? Do you think he's starting to think about that run leg and the sort of pace that he's going to need to keep up in order to stay ahead of those guys?
I don't know, right now he's got the momentum swinging in his side, right? I mean, that last lap is generally such a decisive one because your lead tends to go either way, right? We saw Lucy go out and then sort of get reeled back in, but this is the turnaround where he's got his reference, and this is where he can see the others having lost a significant amount of time. And that is a great tailwind you want to take into transition 2.
Yeah, we've heard Hayden Wilde talk a lot about watching these T100 races and watching what others have been doing. He'll have noted there have been 2 different winners aside from him out in Singapore, but three different winners in total on the T100 this year in the men's field.
They still haven't crossed over. We're just seeing them now on the other side of the screen. Hayden is in fact still second, Amika sitting just behind, but that's a big gap.
It is a big gap. And certainly a Hayden Wilde in his absolute peak form, you'd say, no question, he'd be able to catch up to Rico Bogan there, but it is a complete mystery as to what his running form is like.
Similar to Kate Woff, you know, he's not going to wonder tonight whether he tried his everything. I mean, he went out there, he's had a flawless ride so far. Also, just in terms of the amount of time he has taken out of this course, like he's ridden it to perfection in terms of finding the fastest lines, staying aerodynamic, making use that every little technical difficulty he uses to his advantage. And again, those are all signs of a maturing athlete. He's somebody who's willing to take the risk of going hot into every single corner, but at the same time, you know, keeping his head cool. We saw Mathis Margier do a couple of little braking errors. You could hear his brakes squeaking, which means that, you know, they're probably heating up for whatever reason, but we're not seeing any of that from Rico. He's just super smooth and sailing through this course.
When they were doing the bike, when they were on the bike course yesterday, doing their sort of reconnaissance laps and working out the fastest lines, how much time do they spend to that part of the process? How much attention will they pay to it?
To be very honest, this is very, very tricky because you can't study the course. Like right now, this would be going into traffic and that road wasn't closed yesterday, so they haven't ridden this part of the course. If you weren't here last year, you don't know this part of the course. And the same on those roundabouts where they turn around. There's no way you can check this out. So really it is about seeing it on the first lap and then visualizing your line and trying to remind yourself. And the athletes that can do that faster and that can remember that better are the ones that have an advantage here.
Yeah, that's very clear, isn't it? We mentioned it in the women's race as well. Actually, a lot of these athletes are just kind of going off instinct at this stage of a race. All right, we've got eyes here on Antonio Benito Lopez. He seems to have hit form at just the right time this season. 4th place in Vancouver, then defended his World Triathlon Long Distance Championship a few weeks ago, and he's ready to make an impression at the front of the pack.
Somebody get me some popcorn because this is going to be a rather epic run battle.
In the last year without issues and injuries, training hard, and above all, enjoy the process. If I improve my bike, I run better under fatigue, and yeah, I have a chance to fight against Rico, Hele Jeans, and other guys. Yeah, I think I need to improve the bike. Yeah, I think fighting every position until finish line. And yeah, I hope in the future fight a podium against these guys. Yeah, maybe in London this weekend.
Jan was so excited about the run part of the course there, he couldn't contain it, just as we were about to hear from Antonio. But I'm glad we got it in the end.
Fatigue's hitting all of us.
Yeah.
Here in the
Someone get us some of the Morton from the racetrack immediately. Just on what he said there, I mean, Antonio said he wants to improve his bike. His biking, that seems to be the weakness that he's identified. I mean, he's sitting here in 8th position, 4 minutes back from the lead. I guess when you're trying to improve, and the likes of Rico Bogan and Hayden Wilde, Mikanu are doing what they're doing at the front, I guess you can only control what you're doing, but it's still quite a long way to go, I guess you could say, if he wants to start to become a real factor in the back end of these races.
Well, yeah, you just got to look at the way that Rico Bogan and Mika Newton, of course, Hayden Wilde, have ridden throughout the series this year. They have taken the level of cycling up in triathlon. So it's not that Antonio Benito Lopez is not a strong cyclist. He's riding with a group of athletes that go from 5th down to, 10th, I think, so it's 8th position. So there's 4 athletes there who are all riding the same. So, you know, he's not far off that top 5 position again, which would be another really strong result for him. But you can't deny that at the very top of the sport, I should say, the likes of Rico Bogan are taking the cycling to another level, and it is forcing athletes like Antonio to just keep trying to reinvent themselves and to keep pushing on and to find those extra few watts and that extra bit of power.
Yeah, and let's not forget, one of the 4 guys he's riding with is one of our champions from this year. So, you know, I actually am quite impressed with how he's riding and how he's, seeming to have a good day. But you can see the little things, just the amount of time he spends out of the aero position. He's just not quite comfortable yet. He hasn't put in the hours, like we said, like Kate Woff, on the trainer, and just really getting comfortable in that aero position and really dialing it in.
All right, well, if you like what you're seeing here in London and you want to give the T100 a go, I firmly encourage you to do so. Here's how you can get involved.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no rest, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Watch the game change, yeah.
So still plenty of opportunity to get involved with us this year in the T100, or perhaps next year if you fancy as well. Got the QR code there, or log on to T100triathlon.com/participate. Lots of different distances that you can get involved with. The 100k, as you see our professionals doing here, but also Olympic distance, sprint distance, some relay events as well. Perhaps if you're new to triathlon, it's a good gateway into this fantastic sport. I'm sure once you're in, you'll be hooked forevermore.
We'll ask you after tomorrow, Matt.
Yeah, and I hear you might be out on the course, giving me some gentle words of encouragement.
Well, encouragement or just a bit of fire. I honestly think don't
not
set
sure
your
Jan
expectations
does
too low.
gentle. Yeah, not sure Jan does gentle encouragement. I think
you-
it's all in or nothing.
You're more carrot. Sorry, you're more stick than carrot when it comes to sort of coaching from the sidelines.
What are the carrots for? I
Be
never
with
got
the
it.
stick
I never got
or dangle the carrot.
Thank you for explaining.
Please don't give me carrots tomorrow. That's not what I need.
You'll have plenty of carrots. I think it's going to be a lot of free carrots out there on the course. 1,000 of them over the weekend for you to go and chase. So I think the stick is the great option here.
I look forward to seeing you in transition, and you can critique, I'm sure, a lot about my transition technique, which is definitely the part of the tomorrow that I'm probably most nervous about. Forgetting my cycling shoes or something like that. But anyway, we'll deal with that as and when it happens.
Wouldn't be the first, won't be the last. Don't worry about it.
At least the pros also make mistakes as well. There's still a fair amount of racing to do before amateur athletes take to the T100 tomorrow morning. We're just nearing the end of this final bike lap, and our athletes are going to make their way into that transition area, lace up their running shoes and get going on that 18-kilometre course. 5 laps on a beautiful sunny evening here in London. We're in an air-conditioned commentary box, but I can probably guarantee it's getting pretty warm out there still, even in this evening light.
By London standards for sure, but I think Antonio Benito Lopez is going to be the one appreciating the most. You just see that Latino blood boils at a little later of a stage, even though right here he's had to let go of Yele and the group a little bit. Looks like he's trailing. You can see on the pictures that he's not quite in the group anymore. But then again, he's almost home.
Yeah, just a few kilometres left of this bike course for Antonio Benito Lopez, but Rico Bogan at the very front, he's within the last 1.5 kilometres, so he will soon be heading into the Excel Centre. Familiarly for him in the lead.
It's been a long day.
It's been, my brain's not braining, to use a phrase that we've
there
heard
we go.
already today.
New T100 Classic.
Yes, I'm just going to roll that out. But yes, he is used to this position of coming in on his own at the front of races, is what I was trying to say.
We knew what you meant, Vicky. We knew what you meant. So there we go. Rico Bogan, as you mentioned, just rounding the final few corners of this bike leg. Will make his way up this fairly steep incline just to really add insult to injury right at the end of this part of the course. It's probably not what you want to see after you've done 80 kilometres as hard and as fast as Rico Bogan has, but that will be the final incline that he has to deal with. And then he'll make his way through to the second transition zone, just unclipping his shoes there. And interestingly, he's actually seemingly built out a bit more of a lead there. Now well over a minute that he's got over Mika Nut. He slowed right down though on that part just to unclip from his shoes.
So what he's doing is he's opening the boa clips in his shoes. It seems like it's stuck on his right foot. So now he's putting his feet on top of the shoes, which means that he'll be able to put his leg over the saddle and then basically run directly. We saw this in the women's field. Some did it better, some didn't do it quite as well. And right now you can see he can keep some of the pace off the bike and get straight into his running stride, which for now looks pretty smooth. His blue Erdinger suit matching the carpet that we've got.
His cycling shoes want to keep touching the carpet, but he's doing a decent job of directing the bike as they start to settle. And he'll mount his bike in these pods, which we have specially built for us here on the T100 circuit to hold the bike in place. Socks go on, shoes will go on, and he'll begin the run leg.
Bravo, you can see the socks there just half peeled down so you can slip in as fast as possible. No hiccups on the shoes, and he's out. What a way to take the race. He's out before anyone else is into T2. He has set himself up for success. Right there, you can see him at the far end of the screen as Hayden Wilde leads Mika Nut into transition zone. And these guys are still in their bike shoes while Rico is out front, gaining time on the run.
They've definitely got someone to chase down. Make no mistake about that. Rico Bogan, I'm sure, will have something to say, though, about how quickly the likes of Hayden Wilde, Mika Nut and those behind can catch up. How does he look? Good? Yeah.
Hayden looks smooth. He's got his composure for now. He's got his very typical running style. Yeah, it's just amazing. He looks like he did 4 months ago.
I know, and I'm so excited to see what he can deliver today. We've talked about it seemingly endlessly, haven't we? What's he got in the tank? How much can he afford to have lost from that dominant win that we saw in Singapore? But yeah, here we go. Here is the moment when we actually first get eyes on Hayden Wilde as he hits the run course in a second place.
Nice quick transition there from Hayden. Mika Nut not far behind, putting on the famous headband that we're so familiar with seeing. And Rico Bogan, though, by this point has already made his way quite significantly out of the course. 1:15 the gap as things stand from that first transition zone, pretty much as it was when they went in. Not much time lost over that period.
This is good. Honestly, this is going to be a good race because we know Hayden will likely make up some time, but similar to Kate Woff, I think it's going to be his last lap or two, considering what we've seen on the bike as well. That's going to be crucial. You know, how much fitness has he been able to gain back in that relatively short window, not relatively, very short window, since surgery and getting back out there.
And he's running out hard as well. He's not, there's no pacing of holding it back right now. It doesn't look like he's trying to build into this run. That's what I'm trying to say. It looks like he's gone out with intent from the very first meters. And whilst I love to see that, there is still, as you said, Jan, this question of what will happen then. Oof, bit of a transition miss out there from Matisse. Yeah, can get his foot out. Yeah, what we will see later on from Hayden is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, he won't have seen what Kate Woff did because he was in the water at that point.
Interesting, Mathis Magier is the first one to not wear aerodynamic calf sleeves. He's the first guy, to miss that. I wonder if that would have really impacted his time.
So socks going on, yeah. Trainers going on. Lace is already done up. I imagine that's a key tactic, is it, in speeding up transition?
Elastic laces, Matt, have you got your elastic laces
well,
ready?
This is the problem, you see. I keep hearing all these new things, and then it makes me worried that I haven't quite got everything.
It's almost like you need to talk to some people who know a bit about triathlon and ask what you need.
Well, Mika Nut had a mix. Did you guys see that? He had a mix, so he had elastic laces down the bottom, and then he had kind of like a pull string at the top to try and get in a little bit faster. It's very individual. It's
now we're getting complicated for you, Matt.
Yeah,
we don't need
absolutely.
to worry too much about that.
As we see Jelle come into transition.
With Menno Koolhaas
leading them.
And Gregory Barnaby as well. So all of them conveniently wearing very similar suits.
Yeah, we love to see that in the commentary box. It really helps us when we're looking at these athletes moving quickly.
So far so good for Greg Barnaby. He's had a tough time of late. He had an infection in his foot that slowed his training down. So for him to be, in the mix for a top 5 here is, I think, a great start to the day.
Yeah, just his second race of the year here in London. So
something called thrombophlebitis. Anyone know anything about that? But yes,
does not sound good.
Not a doctor, but exactly, does not sound good.
Antonio Benito Lopez sitting in 8th. He doesn't look like he's moving too great, does it, Jan?
No, it does not look that great yet. He seemed to be having some grimaces, but now he's finally getting to his comfort zone of the race. And let's see what kind of a show he can put on for us.
We can all look a bit rigid sometimes getting off the bike, and sort of goes back to what I was saying earlier about giving yourself just a little bit of time to find a flow, let things loosen up a bit when you've been in that aero position on the bike, and see whether he can find some flow.
Well, we almost went the wrong way there, so thankfully he was directed in the right direction. And decent lead that Hayden's built there over Mika Nut. Kind of left him in the distance, really. And I guess for Hayden Wilde, his ambitions for this race, he'll be turning his attention to Rico Bogan out in front.
He will, but did you see him just glance at his watch there as well? So I commented at the beginning of the run that it felt like he flew out of transition and really wasn't kind of thinking too much about the pace, just go, go, go. But he, at that time, was putting his watch onto his wrist and is now checking it frequently, just checking the pace that he's running at. So still being quite calculated.
Calculated, and we're getting word on the street that he's heading out at low 3-minute pace, 3:05, which would seem about right for him. I think that's something that he's able to sustain. But we can see just how far that gap is on this out and back as Rico faces him on the other side and giving each other a good stare.
This is such a great part of this course. I feel like Hayden really gave him a look. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
It's such a fantastic part of this course, knowing that you get to see those moments when the athletes pass each other. And we saw it a lot in the women's race and how they're just clocking each other, knowing how far apart each athlete is. And you can see side by side the pace difference there. Hayden almost 10 seconds quicker, really, per kilometre.
What's he got on his
than
hips?
Rico.
Is that his nutrition? I wonder if he's got
pockets in his suit, maybe.
Pockets to hold some gels, maybe. But just the acceleration out of that turnaround. You can see Rico moving well, but compared to Hayden, unfortunately, the rest of the world just looks laboured.
And you notice Rico's ran right over on the pavement there, really hugging up against the wall. I'm presuming that's to do with the wind, that he's taken
100%.
himself off the road and put himself on the pavement there. Because we know that this is the windy section of the course now, that he's coming back into the headwind. But yeah, just trying to use every little advantage he can get to stem the flow of that time gap coming down as Hayden Wilde charges him down.
And the wind just gets funneled there between those two office buildings on that little section, so it really makes sense. Hayden was doing something similar on the bike where you could see him hug the road.
And there he goes, exactly the same tactic, really. I mean, he's not quite gone onto the pavement, but he's gone as close over to the edge of that pavement as he can do, similarly to what we saw Rico do just a couple of minutes ago.
Vicky, as we've got them side by side here, just take us through the different running styles of each athlete. I mean, I can see you laughing. They're quite different, aren't they, to watch?
Well, I was laughing because it feels almost unfair to Rico to compare him to Hayden Wilde. Hayden, who is one of the very, very best runners in triathlon that we've ever had in triathlon, who is capable of running a 27:30 something 10 kilometre as he did earlier this year, with Rico, who in his own right is a fantastic athlete, a really great all-round athlete, but is not Hayden Wilde. And so it feels a bit unfair to sort of compare them. But you know, Hayden is an incredibly compact runner, always has been, very smooth looking. Rico at his best can look pretty smooth, but there's a bit more rock and roll through those shoulders, definitely a bit of hip drop every now and again. It's not looking too bad right now, in fact it's looking pretty good right now. But yeah, it's not really a fair comparison, I don't think.
Sorry, Rico, I threw you under a bus there.
Did a little bit.
Rico's a fighter, Hayden's a dancer.
There we go, that's a poetic way of putting it, I like that.
Doesn't matter how you run, if you're fast, you're fast.
I think Rico really has to hope that, you know, Hayden just doesn't have enough mileage in him. But regardless of where this finishes up, to me, this is one of the greatest sporting comebacks I have seen. Like, considering the time frame, considering the injury, considering the style of race, you know, it's not like he was hiding behind Mika Nut at any time. He's just out there checking his watch, making sure his pace is on, and putting on a phenomenal show.
But you know what I would say, even if Hayden Wilde blows up, say, in 2 laps time, having just simply ran out of gas, ran out of endurance, ran out of time for fitness, he's still going to put together a solid result from this point on, even if he starts to fade. I would have said anything in the top 5 would have been a brilliant result for his overall series hopes, given how soon this is for him to be back racing. But it looks like he's going to do even better than that, and so I just think, what a comeback race.
Just saw Sam Long there making his way out onto the run course and doing exactly what Lucy Charles-Barclay did earlier, getting the crowd on side, getting them to cheer. Just looking at what Hayden's doing there, sort of almost throwing his shoulders out, shaking them out.
Shakes out his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be nothing to do with the injury, that would just be something he'd be doing normally.
He's done it frequently in his racing, and it's something that I suffer. I get numb hands sometimes when I race. Some of it's probably exacerbated for someone like Hayden for being in the TT position where you're quite crunched and closed off in your shoulders, and you can just get a little bit of numbness and tingling through your fingers. And it also helps you, it's like a reset button, so it lets you relax. So you shake out your arms, there's a little bit of a reset, and then you bring your arms back in and you start with your running action again. So it could be twofold, but for me when I do it, it's because I've got a little bit of numbness and tingling in my fingers.
I'll tell you what, whoever his surgeon was has done an incredible job of getting this kind of movement and, you know, his rehab team to get that symmetry back. I'm always reminded there used to be a 10K runner, an Ethiopian. Well, he went on to run a marathon as well. Haile Gebrselassie, who's famous for carrying his books to school. And so one arm would always be really close and tucked on his body, and the other one would swing wild. And you look at Hayden Wilde, and his arms are just symmetrical. Like, he's just poetry in motion. It really is really impressive as he closes down roughly 30 seconds in lap 1.
Almost sort of holding your breath to see how each lap is going to unfold with Hayden, and whether he can possibly just keep holding it together, or whether he's just run out of time to be at the very level of fitness he needs to be to hold it all together in place for the full 18 kilometers. But looking brilliant right now.
Yeah, he really is. Absolutely incredible when you consider everything that he's been through. To be even in this position in London in August is a phenomenal achievement.
Anyone's appetite for glass shards? How are we feeling about the podium? Is this going to be a podium to stay, or is Yellow still coming in? Or Antonio Benito Lopez?
I think it's a big ask at this point to get onto the podium for either of those two athletes, Jelle Geens or Antonio Benito Lopez. I think Jelle could get close. I think the way Mika Nut's been racing recently, and knowing that he's feeling in pretty good form still, yeah, I'm just not sure that the likes of Jelle, as classy a runner as he is, can do it. But I'm reluctant to write him off, but for me, right now, these are our 3 podium boys.
Yeah, the 2025 Mika Nut is not the same as 24, where we saw some spectacular blow-ups, but he has been working hard on, as he likes to say, executing and ticking the boxes of what he needs to do. Oh, what's going on there? A little bit of suit violation.
That's Mino Koolhaas, just in front of Jelle Geens, who's behind him.
I think he just for a second he forgot he's not at a Hyrox event. He can't take off his top off just yet.
He's acting as a really nice wind block, isn't he,
yeah,
for Jelle Geens, because he's much taller than the figure of Jelle Geens, and so Jelle Geens there able to take some shelter as they run into the wind.
Yeah, but come on. These guys running together after a lap, that is somewhat strange. I mean, doesn't speak for Jelle having his best day.
No, he is just, as we said, that going round, but you're right, without any disrespect at all to Menno Koolhaas, the way Jelle Geens has run at points over the last year in T100 racing, we would have expected him to start taking out some time on the athletes in front of him.
Fantastic support for these guys going around this part of the course. I imagine a lot of those people have either raced today or are racing tomorrow, drop their bikes off. They're all in transition, ready for racing here in London. Fantastic to see people sticking around and supporting these fantastic athletes that we have on the T100. It is quite a funny height difference, isn't it, between the two of between Jelle and Menno. I don't think Jelle's quite giving Menno the same windshield ability.
It's not the benefit, is it? Menno's not getting the same benefit at all.
But he's giving him some good pace, and Menno keeping up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's having a really strong run.
Well, like we said, we saw him at the first race of the series, where he was 11th in Singapore, and since that point has had to rehab a nasty foot or maybe possibly ankle injury that he suffered with late last year, and had sort of been niggling away at him, maybe managing it, but had to take some real time out. I think he was hoping to be back a little bit sooner, hoping to be back for the Vancouver round of the T100, but making the most of his return here in London. And I think if you could have offered him before the start today that he would be running with Jelle Geens after just one lap, I think he would have taken that.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vicky. Just looking at that timing on the left-hand side, 18 seconds now, the gap that Rico Bogan has ahead of Hayden Wilde. It's coming down, and you sort of feel like history might be repeating itself on the same day from the women's race to the men's race. It's what we love to see here, a chasing pack, and that chasing pack is in the shape of Hayden Wilde right now as Rico Bogan makes his way onto this second lap of the run course.
Well, if history's repeating itself, does that mean we're going to see a comeback?
Hey, I didn't say that. I didn't call that.
I mean, it did make it exciting.
Oh, it made it truly exciting. Yeah, I think this is going to go for many laps to come so far in the men's race. But this part of the course, this will feel hard for Rico Bogan. I think he might even be using the reflections there of those buildings to see.
Quick little form check.
Yeah, if he can either see his form or maybe see Hayden Wilde behind.
No, that's typically a form check.
You think he'd be doing a form check at that stage?
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. This is what these athletes can do. They have the capacity to do exactly that. Right, well, we've got eyes on Rico Bogan at the front of the race. Let's head down to Team Mykonos in the XL Arena. That's with Alex.
Matt, thank you very much indeed. Yes, Daniel is alongside, a training partner and support act for Mika today. First things first, I think he was third in Vancouver, wasn't he? He was third in San Francisco. He's looking very good for third here in London, Mika. Very consistent in his work. How do you think he's performing out there today?
Yeah, he's doing very well today. Like, everything basically worked out how we planned. Like, he didn't want to risk anything. I mean, like, second or first place would be nice, but he's happy with being as consistent as possible. So a third would be like a great outcome today.
Consistent, as you say, in his work. Given where he sits right now, obviously Hayden Wilde running hard, chasing down Rico Bogan, but he's got a bit of a gap back to Matthias Margerier as well. Would you say to Mika at this point, just focus on what you've got? Would you say push a little bit harder and see where you go? What advice would you be giving him out on course?
Yeah, I mean, we are not even halfway through now, so for sure he will now like try to play it safe. But I'm sure he will do a negative split, so he will pick up the pace later on. And if, like in the front, they show some weaknesses, then he will be there.
Tell me a little bit about training and what you have been through together, and how well you think he's performing overall this season relative to where he wants to get to come the end of the season.
Yeah, like basically this season everything went according to plan. He doesn't have any injuries, he hasn't been sick, so that's quite good. We just came from altitude in Tinius. There we had a couple of great training weeks, and he already told me last week like he's feeling great and ready to go, and his confidence is like very high up there now after the great results in the last races.
And just tell me your perspective of this event, T100 here in London. What have you made of it as part of the support act, being out on course? What have you made of the atmosphere and the crowd that we've got here?
Yeah, the atmosphere is great. There are like so many people supporting, and all the time when the athletes go through this indoor part of the course with the transition, it's so loud you can't even hear your own voice. So it's great.
It's fantastic. It's a probably big event. I'm going to let you in on one little secret as well, just before we finish up here, which is that Daniel's walked into our studio with this. Other cereals are available, but apparently this is a code for Mika. You're not going to share with us what it means. I've been trying to work whether it means he's great, whether it means he needs to go a bit harder, but he will know what this means. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely.
Good.
He will know what it means. It's yeah, let's say a tactical reminder, but you can take a guess, but I will not say.
You're not going to share. I don't know whether you can give us a little bit more insight, Jan, Vicky, if you're watching on at home, whether you want to send us a postcard with your thoughts. Apparently Frosties might have the answer. Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. Nice to see you. Best of luck to your man Mika out there as well.
Thank you.
Give us your best guess.
So all I know is that he used to carb load with white rice and Frosties, but it's not going to be enough to catch these two guys for now anyways. Whatever the tactical move is, I suggest he gets it out quickly, because these guys are making moves up the front.
We are just over 1.5 laps into the run, and Hayden Wilde has slashed that minute 10 deficit he had when he went out onto the run. And any second now, it looks like we might have a new leader.
Hayden Wilde then catching Rico Bogan at this part of the race.
Oh, and
he's
like
just sitting behind, isn't he?
It's not the Lucy Charles-Barclay tactic of blowing straight by, is it? He's taking a moment to just recover and sit there on Rico's shoulder into the headwind.
Remember that tap on the bum as he went by in Singapore?
Yes, this feels a little bit like Singapore repeating itself. It didn't last very long in Singapore. Hayden made that move very, very quickly I wonder, given everything that's happened this year for him, I wonder if he's just quite happy to sit on the back of Rico and not expend extra energy, because it looks like Rico's hurting a lot more than Hayden at the moment.
Yeah,
this is also the headwind.
Exactly. So my thoughts are that Hayden is going to take a little bit of respite while he can with that headwind and allow Rico to be that windshield as the taller man. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Hayden put in a little surge around once they're a bit more sheltered.
Keeps shaking out his arms. Yeah, he's definitely catching a breath.
Yeah. This is ominous signs for the rest of the field in the T100, because...
What can we do to beat this man?
Yeah.
They're saying.
Hayden Wilde, who's been through the mill this year in terms of that injury, and he's still got this in his locker. It just makes you wonder what he could do with even longer being fit, being healthy, and what he could potentially do on the T100 for the rest of this 2025 season. And indeed, perhaps in short course as well. He's still racing World Triathlon Series events this year. There's talk of him potentially doing France, T100 and the World's Triathlon race on the Sunday.
That would be an incredible double. It would be doing the T100 on the Saturday and the World Series short course sprint distance race on the Sunday. Whether he chooses to do that or not, he actually still has the capacity, he has the amount of races left that he can become world champion in both. He can be the short course world champion and the T100 world champion. So again, he is an athlete who's massively benefited from this extraordinarily long season that we have these days. It has allowed an athlete like him to get a couple of early wins under their belt, have a horrific crash, a nasty injury with surgery and a rehab period, and still come back and potentially have, as Jan said earlier, one of the greatest sporting comeback stories of all time. I mean, can you imagine if he ended up winning 2 world titles this year?
What do you do to one-up that? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy takes on a track. Are you going to take on a train? I mean, how do you one-up this?
He really is setting new standards in triathlon, is Hayden Wilde at the moment. This is a quite remarkable performance so far. Even if it was to all go wrong for him now, he's certainly impressed us all with just how well and how smooth he's looked since coming back from that injury.
There's so much to be said for the style in which he does it, right? Because on paper there are other athletes that still have more impressive resumes, and you know, he's come short plenty of times trying against Alex Yee and obviously at the Olympics as well with Christian Blumenfeld, but he just has created this gravitas around him and his personality, and how he just seems to have joy as he makes his move right here, just before it goes up. And yeah, that's
clever.
Not even a try.
I really thought this is what he was going to do. He's come into the Excel Centre now. They're sheltered, even though they're slightly into a headwind. He's put an effort in up the hill. He's going to get the boost of the crowd, and then he's going to head out into the tailwind. It was a tactical piece of running. I mean, look at the gap he's put in there.
That's extraordinary.
He's barely breathing.
I mean, this guy, he's literally bionic right now. It's unreal. Quick time check. Pace check. Got somewhere to be, Hayden?
He did that a lot in London as well, the Olympics, and I think he's probably learned from his pacing then. As we see Yelagines, oh, he's caught Mathis Marchier, so he has made a move on Menno.
So that's up into 4th place now, isn't it?
He's now into 4th, with still a significant time though to close, but 3 laps to go.
But he does look better. I would say this looks much more like Yelagines running that we saw in San Francisco and that we saw in Vancouver than on the first lap of the run. So he does seem to be moving much, much better now. But he's still got over 2 minutes to close down on Mika Nut if he wants to hit the podium today.
Yeah, he raced so well in Vancouver, was able to deal with the sort of gravelly path that we had for the run. Used to seeing that sort of terrain in training, and definitely made it his mission to prove to everyone that was the sort of surface where he could gain an advantage on the rest of the field. This is a very different course, a very different track, But Hayden Wilde is making this look mighty easy. Let's take a look, shall we, at how Hayden has raced today, because he came out of the water in 16th spot. He had an awful lot to do from that point in the race. But as soon as he got on the bike, he looked superb. A lot of us were wondering how much he had in the tank, how his fitness would be over the course of these few races. And he's proven to us all he's in fantastic shape. T100 winning shape.
16th
which is exactly where he is now.
No, 16th out of the water, but he was in contention for the front pack. I mean, it was a huge front pack of everybody sort of coming out together. Never really managed to split it up, the fast swimmers. And I mean, here he's just putting on a masterclass. As I think this is also a critical moment for Rico Bogan just behind, because Mika Nut is coming down and chasing him hard.
How difficult is it if you're Rico Bogan? You've been distracted by Hayden Wilde for 2 laps now, basically, coming up behind you to overtake you and take the lead. Is there a danger for someone like Rico Bogan that he sleeps a bit and doesn't realise that Mika Nut and well, probably just Mika Nut, given where Jelle Geens is right behind him?
I don't know. His face didn't tell me that he's about to go sleep. I mean, his face told me that he's fighting. He's fighting with every cell of his body to get a little bit closer to that finish line. Right now, I think his focus would well and truly be on himself rather than on his competitors, because I mean, look at that gap. He hasn't even entered the picture yet. That is massive.
Just looking then at Jelle Geens, you said, Vicky, he's running significantly better.
Yeah, I just think he looks...
Can you make a case for him being more of a factor? We've still got just over 10k to go.
Yeah, well, as I said, he's about just over 2 minutes from Mika Nut now, so he's still a good way off, but it's looking... No, so just under 2 minutes now. He's just ticked it under 2 minutes, so it's definitely doable, as you said, with 10k to run, the calibre of runner that Jelle Geens is, and the incentive, again to use the phrase, the carrot of the podium, I think is enough for someone like Jelle to think, you know, I've brought my whole family across the world again, and I'm here and I'm starting to feel good. And as I said, there he is on screen, and his cadence is really high. He looks really good. He looks smooth.
Now he's running.
Exactly. Now he's running. This is the Jelle Geens that we're used to seeing, right? And
he's put a minute into Hayden.
Yeah.
A minute. He came 4 minutes off the bike.
There you go. So he is moving.
That doesn't just look fast, it is fast.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, Jelle Geens is a factor for the podium again.
Yeah, watch out Mika Nut, watch out Rico Bogan, maybe even watch out Hayden Wilde. We'll see what Jelle can do. But certainly as someone to watch and as a runner, he is mighty, mighty impressive. I'll tell you what we should have done, Vicky. We should get a Hayden and a Jelle side by side. That would be a fairer comparison for you to make.
It would be, but I'd just probably tell you that they both look great. I mean, it's interesting because Jelle does have a little bit more side-to-side motion, but he's got really great cadence and he's got really great foot placement as well. And it all just looks fast, doesn't it? You watch him and it just looks fast.
To be fair, the T100 London currently is a test to exhaustion for everyone except for Hayden Wilde. Hayden Wilde is managing his effort right here. He's looking at his watch, he's making sure he gets everything right, whereas, you know, Jelle has everything to fight for. Every spot here matters in his championship aspirations, whereas right now Hayden is making sure that he doesn't go too deep, for one, to make sure he gets this in the bag, and for two, he's probably thinking about the rest of his season, where he has to perform.
Yeah, right now it's not like Hayden is under significant pressure, is it? Right now he is, as you quite rightly said, checking that watch, managing his effort, just making sure he makes it to the finish line and doesn't crumble. But right now, Rico Bogan is, 23 seconds down. It's very similar to the Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Woff gap, and if I was Hayden, I'd probably be wanting to put in just a little bit bigger of a gap to feel secure and that you've really broken that string to the athlete behind.
Yeah, you certainly will. So with no Martin van Riel here in London, we're going to get a new leader in the race to Qatar.
We have a race on our hands.
And looking at Hayden Wilde there, seeing that injury that he got out in Japan when he unfortunately collided with a truck whilst out training, I don't think, well, I certainly didn't think he was going to be a factor in the race to Qatar this season. He's proven me wrong, and I'm sure a few other people who might have thought the same thing. Defying logic here, Hayden Wilde.
He's a popular athlete anyway, and in the same way that it was an incredibly popular moment when Lucy Charles-Barclay took the tape, I don't think there'd be many more popular winners than Hayden Wilde here today. Not after the season he's had.
Well, someone who's got an intimate knowledge of this course, having already raced it today, is Hayden's partner, Hannah DeWitt. She's down with Alex.
She is indeed, and she's watching on with great interest, watching Hayden absolutely crush it. But what have we got? About 9 or so kilometres to go. He looks in full control. We'll ask you about him in just a moment or two. But first of all, how was your day? You said it was a tough old race, but the atmosphere out there was incredible. How do you reflect on 13th for you today?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that. Like, I mean, I saw the start list before the race, and I was like, oof, that's a tough start list. So just to be here already, like, it's just pretty awesome. Like, I like to just compare myself with the best in the world. So, yeah, and today I was actually like in the middle of the mix with like a lot of these girls on the bike. So, yeah, that was actually just pretty awesome. I might have overridden a little bit. Okay. So I was struggling with some diaphragm stitches on the run, but then I kind of came back into my rhythm. So yeah, overall, like, happy with the overall performance. But yeah, we still got some things to work on, which is always good.
Well done you, and well done your man, who is putting in the most extraordinary performance out there. There's a lot of the Kiwi in Hayden. There's not a lot of fuss. There's a huge amount of grit. But just tell us a little bit, first of all, about his performance today. Are you surprised by how well it's gone, or was this always going to happen when you're talking about Hayden Wilde?
I'm not surprised about it, to be honest. I believe that he could do it. It was just all going to be a bit the question about the swim, but I think people thought he wasn't going to swim as good as he was going to be, but I knew he was alright. He just had to believe in himself. So yeah, if he can pull this off, it's probably going to be one of his like biggest wins he's ever done. So yeah, like, pretty good job of him doing that. It's pretty like, even I'm like, I was here from like day one, and even I'm like impressed. So yeah, cool.
Even you, pretty cool. I think just about sums it up. But obviously, I mean, he has been through some serious injuries. He's been through an extraordinary sort of volume of rehab. He's been very relaxed in the way he's spoken about it. He said he's coming here not just to make up the numbers to win. Have there been some quite dark days on that journey for him, or has he just kept it very level and he's kept his belief all the way through?
To be honest, like, I think he never really had like a bad day, like motivation-wise. Like I've never seen anyone doing what he actually did in like a rehab. Like, he was just from day on, like day one, like, I'm getting back, like, I'm gonna get this mobility back in my shoulder as soon as possible. I'm gonna swim in the pool with one arm. Like, I haven't really seen many athletes do that, and I studied physio myself, and I know how long the normal rehab takes. In for him pulling this off, like, yeah, it's pretty amazing. But I'm not surprised seeing Hayden doing that, because, well, I mean, I know what an amazing athlete he is.
Absolutely.
But to still do it, it's impressive.
I'll have what he's drinking. We were here, I think it was Jan who was saying a little bit earlier on as well, he trains like a lone wolf. Lots of them train together and they bounce off each other, but Hayden very much likes to do it his own way. When you see the way that he's come back from this injury, what kind of a statement do you think he is making to the other athletes in the T100?
They probably just need to watch out for the rest of the season. He's definitely showing that he's back. So, yeah, I mean, he's an absolute racer. He loves racing. So I think the athletes should have known that when he put himself on the start line that he was not going to just come back. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting rest of the season.
Will he do emotion and there's still a long way to go, there's still a lot of racing to be done. Will he do emotion if he comes home in first and hits that top step, or is this just another day doing what he does?
No, I think he knows what it took to come back like this. So I think there's definitely going to be some emotion with that.
Fantastic. Listen, we'll let you get back out there and cheer him on. Well done to you today, and well done to Hayden at this point in time.
Thank you so much.
Nice to chat, Hannah. Thank you.
I think really interesting there, just picking up on what Hannah was saying, the mental toll that an injury like that, a really dangerous injury, getting hit by a truck on the road, is a really traumatic experience for anyone, let alone a professional athlete. But then the toll that also takes on his family and his friends, and someone like Hannah, who we know is a qualified now physiotherapist, working with him and being that support for him. There's a lot of people involved, isn't there, in the recovery of Hayden Wilde?
There's a lot of people involved in your team as an athlete. You know, triathlon is a predominantly individual sport, but it's not an individual team. You know, you've got all these people around you, so it's not uncommon. But yeah, he's had a lot of different people help him get back to this point today.
And while we were listening to what Hannah had to say, that is the sight of Mika Noot overtaking Rico Bogan. And we've seen this a few times before. We've seen this a few times before on the T100, just as Hayden Wilde there catches eyes with Rico Bogan. They were locked in a battle for
Didn't look over that time?
No, no glance.
Didn't feel the need to acknowledge him there, because I think Hayden Wilde knows just how far back the chasing pack is at the moment.
But it's this same story with Rico, isn't it? He is fantastic swimmer. He is nigh on, if not the best cyclist that we have. But his run is hit and miss. When it's there, it's phenomenal, and he can win races. And as I'm talking there, we've got
that doesn't look good.
Kyle Smith just pulling over. Oh dear, not having a very good moment there. Looks like he's got some cramping or some stomach issues. It's not been his day. First off, obviously, with those mechanical issues on the bike.
Looks
And it
so
looks
painful.
like it could be his day done.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times on the T100 this year. Likes of, thinking back to Jelle Geens out in Singapore, just cramping over. Unfortunately,
he's
really
pulling the
struggling.
pin.
Looks like he's
He's having to sit down.
not able to keep going.
But you know, he wasn't there from the swim today. He wasn't having his usual day. So there's obviously something going on, and we wish him well. But now we are back with the absolutely flying Jelle Geens. So he really has found his legs now. So he's currently 2:47 down, but to catch up onto that podium, it's under a minute and a half now. Still a way to go, but the way he's moving compared to the way that Rico Bogan is moving at this point, it's a different world.
He looks like he's running 1 out of 5 laps. Like he is. Yeah, he almost looks like he's a step off sprinting.
And you know, if he does end up missing the podium by a few seconds, it will all be down to the fact that he just didn't have it on lap 1. He just didn't seem to have his rhythm yet on lap 1. He found it on lap 2. He sped through lap 3, and he's really moving well now, but he is running out of road.
But how, just try and explain how you can't have it on lap 1. How does it come to you? Why does that happen?
You tell me tomorrow when you've done your T100 race how you feel on lap 1 of your run, Matt. It could be a multitude of factors. It's often to do with your body being cramped up in that sort of area position on the bike, your leg muscles. You're using slightly different muscles, and you're definitely using them in a different way to cycle as you do to run. Then on top of that, your stomach can play into it as well. You might have some slight gastric distress that can ease and then allow you to move on. It could be a stitch, similar situation that's there and you're not running very smoothly, but then that can ease as well. So there are so many reasons why you can come off the bike and just feel a bit stiff or robotic or in pain in one way or another, and then that can ease up and you can find that flow and find that rhythm.
Yeah, I'll let you know, Vicky, how I feel when
We'll
I get
open
off
the
bike.
debrief when we're in Fréjus, shall we? We can talk about your race when it comes to Fréjus.
We'll have a croissant and a coffee by the harbour and chat it through. Just looking through the data here of the pace that these guys are running, and Jelle averaging 3:16 per kilometre. He's running 4 seconds faster at the moment than Hayden Wilde at the front, and he's certainly in with a chance of catching Rico Bogan. Almost 20 seconds the difference between Rico Bogan and Jelle Geens in terms of pace at the moment out on the course.
Yeah, visually, I mean, he looks significantly faster as well. But again, you saw Hayden have a chat with somebody on the side of the track, and yeah, I think he's genuinely managing this effort, and it'll be interesting to see if this closes this to a significant amount. We say he's running out of road, but he's got 6Ks left. 6Ks, and I would guess he's running 30 seconds a kilometre faster than Rico Bogan at this stage. Is, you know, a large chunk of time.
Yeah, make no mistake, Jelle Geens has got a very good chance of being on the podium here. And it just depends potentially what number that might be, but you would fancy him to be within striking distance of Rico Bogan.
Yeah, well, it's down to what, 45 seconds, 55 seconds now, so he's got it under a minute to Rico Bogan, so that's starting to look very ominous.
And it's going to have a very real impact on the race to Qatar, because you can see on the graphic there, Jelle Geens would maintain his place, would move into first place on the race to Qatar, 87 points, but catching my eye at the bottom there is Hayden Wilde. 2 races on the T100, potentially 2 wins, and he is right in there at the moment.
We have all these stats on the pace on the left of your screen. Is quite interesting just to see Antonio Benito Lopez, who, you know, we favoured as one of the stronger runners, is running a similar pace to Rico Bogan at this stage. So it just shows you how much that bike ride is taking out of even the runners or supposed runners' legs. And this is why Jelle finding his legs is, you know, all the more impressive, because he obviously was pushing at his limit to do damage control as much as he could during the ride, and is now coming through 16:17 for 5K. So oof, that's moving.
Casual. That is unbelievably fast. Just in case anyone at home wants to get the 5K reference for this, 16:17. Just imagine running that quickly after doing a 2-kilometre swim, an 80-kilometre bike.
Well, he's coming up to this section now where he is going to pass both Mika Nut and Rico Bogan going the other way, so he's going to get eyes on them. Obviously, Hayden Wilde here on the screen has already gone around the corner, so he won't see Hayden Wilde, but with that time gap, Jelle Geens should see both of those other athletes and get eyes on them again.
So a minute for the lead at the moment that Hayden Wilde has got over Mika Nut out in front. I just wonder at what point does Hayden start to think about preserving this lead, with perhaps people going backwards and going into the unknown? Is there any case to be made for perhaps just calling this off a touch?
I think he already is. I think he's in cruise control, and I don't mean that I don't think he's necessarily finding it totally easy, but I think he is not pushing at his absolute maximum level right now, and I think there probably is a level of preservation going on there of, yes, I feel good, yes, I know I'm back to race, yes, I want to win and I want to be back here racing, but there is a little bit of unknown. Let's just take it steady. I've got a minute on my nearest competitor. Doesn't need to push too hard.
It's interesting because he's not showing any signs of weakness and any sign that anything has gone wrong in his season so far. The only real indication you can get, earlier on we got a little bit of a side shot where we could see his shoulder, and his injury was on his left shoulder, and you could see all the athletes. The reason why we get this data is because they've got these GPS trackers sitting in the middle, so basically sitting right between their shoulder blades, and that's obviously putting on too much stress onto his structure, and he's moved it right to the right. As we get another shot of Jelle Geens now probably coming closer and closer to Rico Bogan, who we just saw take the turn ahead of him. So he is flying onto the podium currently. And if I was Mika Nut, I'd be starting to wind up the speed a bit.
Yeah, put a surge in now and make it out of reach for Yelagines, because Yelagines is going to get a sniff that not just podium, but that second place is up for grabs pretty soon.
Yeah, charging Yelagines is not what you want to be seeing at the end of a T100 race in your wind mirrors at all. And he's going to catch up to Rico Bogan very quickly here and make the pass, potentially even by the aid station.
Yeah, I think when Rico starts to tie up, as we've seen him do here, he starts to get very toey. So sort of bounces around on his toes, doesn't he? And he's not really using any leg strength or glutes or anything to propel himself forward, which you can see that Yelagines is doing really well as he glides past him. Whereas Rico sorts of dancing along on his toes, but he's not getting any purchase or any power off the ground as he does it.
So Yelagines up into third place.
I mean, he came past there and he would have just been saying, sorry, mate, no parking here. I mean, he literally just absolutely blasted past him. But still, tip of the hat to Rico, who's shaped the last almost 3 hours of this race and given us a formidable show on the bike. And it comes at a cost, of course. Pushing 375, 380 watts is just a lot of energy that you're exerting. And it's not necessarily even reflective of his run form. It's just the effort that he's put in over the last 3 hours.
He makes them all work for it, doesn't he? And he makes these races exciting. And as I said, I used the word earlier, he's an animator of the races. And our racing is better off for having Rico in it. And what we have seen, what he's demonstrated, is that on the right day, he can hold on and he can deliver the victory. And so now the athletes behind him on the bike are always thinking, we can't let him get too much time because we've seen what he can do. Hasn't paid off for him today, but he's just such an exciting athlete to watch.
Is there a case that he needs to perhaps change the tactics for how he races? I mean, like, he's already won a T100 race this year, so I guess the argument instantly is, well, no, it's worked. But, you know, if he only wins one race this year, and he's obviously very, very fit at the moment, is there a case to take off a few watts from the bike and that might give him a bit more in the run?
Possibly. I mean, I think if he only manages to do it once and in every other race he falls a long, long way back on the run, then possibly they've got to look at those tactics a little bit. But we haven't addressed it today. Rico's actually been sick. So he raced a short course race, one of the Bundesliga, it's the German Triathlon League short course races a few weeks ago, and got sick from the water, he thinks, after that race. So he actually wasn't sure originally if he was going to come to London. He made the decision quite late that he was definitely still going to come. So perhaps, I'm just saying, he maybe isn't quite at his peak right now.
It's kind of ridiculous, though, how
You're
Hayden
smirking at
Wilde,
me.
Hayden Wilde has just kind of set this bar when you're like, oh, you had a bit of a tummy bug.
I know,
I'm sorry for you.
No one can complain about anything, can they now? That's it.
It's literally just set the complaint barrier to 100. I mean, there's just nothing you can say nowadays that really serves as an excuse.
Yeah. Oh, sorry you had a tummy bug for a few days. It's brutal, but Hayden, you've ruined it for everyone.
Yeah, doing what he's done today. Yeah, you would.
Let's just watch the back of the screen there. He is yellow.
Yeah, so Mika Nut right now sitting in second place, but I imagine any second now we're going to see Yelagines round that final corner. Not the man in the high vis. That's someone different. Oh, still a decent distance behind. And will Mika, he'll have people on course, will he? Give him these splits, let him know that there's a chasing Yelagines behind him?
Yeah, he would. He would have an. I'm sure this is where the Frosties pack comes in, and it's kind of like your supercharging kind of reminder. I mean, what's it been? It's been 3 minutes that he's run in on Mika Nut. It was 4 minutes behind. So, yeah, it's going to be a nail biter for this last lap.
Just a reminder what's at stake for Mika Nut. I mean, he's had 2 third-place finishes this season already. 3rd in Vancouver, 3rd in San Francisco, 9th in Singapore, but we all know that Singapore has quite unique conditions. So this would be his best finish on the T100. finishing second for Mika Nut would be a brilliant result. As I say, his best T100 result to date. And we can see visually here just how far away they are. Mika Nut will now know exactly how far Jelle Geens is behind him.
And Mika was still looking good. I mean, Jelle is absolutely flying, but Mika didn't look bad. He wasn't breaking down. He was running to his capabilities, which, you know, is relative to Jelle. But Jelle's got his work cut out here in one lap.
As you said earlier, Jan, 2025 Mika Nut is not 2024 Mika Nut. He's become such a well-rounded athlete. He's holding it together through every run that we've seen this year. And so 50-odd seconds, we've got that gap, 55 seconds. That's still sizable. And yeah, either Mika's going to have to falter or Jelle's going to have to find a sub 3-minute per K average for his final lap, I think, to close that down. I'm just not sure there's any other way.
Well, if you do the maths, it's actually going to have to be quicker because it's going to have to be for the last 3K. He needs 20 seconds a K right now to make up a minute.
If
over 3K.
Mika doesn't falter at all.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But it's still on the maths works out to be 20 seconds per K.
Yeah.
That's very, very tall ask.
Yeah.
Never say never. Stranger things have happened in triathlon. Stranger things have happened on the T100. Don't go anywhere. This is not done yet. Hayden Wilde coming up to lap an athlete.
Can't see with the light who that even is. It looks like Justus Nieschlag, who's himself had a very, very tough few months. He's been struggling with some orthopedic issues, and you know, this is going to be a telltale race for him and his journey. So yeah, that wouldn't be nice being picked off by Hayden Wilde, but Hayden looks like he's just happy to have someone pace him for a minute.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I think he's just enjoying having a bit of company, a little bit of someone to run behind for a few meters, and he is well into his final lap now, and he's got this sizable gap, this minute gap to Mika Nut in second, but still nice to have someone to run with for a moment, I'm sure.
You can just see the skyscrapers of Canary Wharf in the background there, and the O2 Arena as well, just poking out behind. We're right in the east of London here at the XL Arena.
Confirmation on our screen there as well that Jonas Hoffmann has had to pull out for some reason or other. So we're down to 3 athletes out, 18 athletes left in the field.
Yeah, it feels an awful long time ago, doesn't it, that Jamie Riddle pulled out just at the start of the bike leg. But yeah, three DNFs. Carl Smith as well. That wasn't too long ago, with what looked like pretty severe stomach cramps. And we'll try and find out what happened to Jonas Hoffmann as well. So yeah, if you're Hayden Wilde at this point, 2.5 kilometres to go, a minute lead, you're just happy to sit there, aren't you, and let this come to you rather than do anything silly.
It looks like Jonas is setting a decent pace as well. You can see there, Jelle, I mean, he would be paying for his efforts now a little bit too. He doesn't quite look to have the same dynamic step that he did, and you know, he's holding a gap to Hayden, so the pace is obviously not bad that Jonas is setting at the front.
Yeah, I think
Justus, sorry, not Jonas.
with Jelle, I think he went all in for those few laps, and when he saw that that gap was still hovering around a minute to Mika Nut with 1 lap to go, I think he probably also took a bit of a motivational hit as well, because whilst of course he wants to make up that final place, perhaps as part of him going, it's just too far. I mean, we can see him in the end of the shot there, but again, the cameras always foreshorten it. It's a lot further. Zoom. It's a really good zoom, and it is a lot further than it looks, so he can see him, and of course that does help with that motivation to get there. But I think he will have had a time check when he went through with 1 lap to go. He will know that it's around a minute, and there's possibly a part of him thinking, oof, I don't feel quite as fresh as I did when I found my legs, and this might be a bit much of a tall ask.
Yeah, the person he had to catch really was Rico Bogan when he was in 3rd place. That was the athlete going backwards, and Jelle was the athlete going forwards. So he made light work of that, but perhaps Mika Nut up ahead, just a bridge too far.
Well, interestingly, if you look at that leaderboard, Menno Koolhaas has now actually overtaken Rico Bogan and has moved up into 4th place. So that's a brilliant result for him as well on return from injury. Really great race for Menno Koolhaas, actually.
Yeah, he was hoping for top 8 and top 6 best case, so he's having the day of days.
Having led points of the swim as well and held it together really solidly on the bike. Ran with Yelagines early on in the run, and then to still keep moving forward and ticking off places, that's a really, really strong race.
Yeah, I guess if you're Rico Bogan, you've got to be a bit careful here as to how far you end up dropping back.
Because Matisse isn't far behind either, is he? Matisse Magirier is only another 18 seconds behind.
In the race to Qatar, all these places matter. We don't know quite how it's going to stack up at the end of the year, but there might be an awful lot of difference between 4th and 5th in this race. Big points swing, big points difference as Yelagines gets sight on the challenge ahead. That is the distance to catch up to Mikinu in 1.6k. Do you fancy that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure Yella does.
I think it might be one ask too many for this man, who's, again, rallied really well. He had a great swim, lost a fair bit of time on the bike, but managed to bring it back round at the sort of start of that second lap on the run, having looked a bit shaky on the first lap. Looked like he was set for at least 3rd, if not 2nd, and I think he's going to have to settle for 3rd. But another podium result for him, and as we keep seeing, that does mean that he will jump into the lead on our race to Qatar.
Yep, he certainly will. That will feel good at the halfway point of the season, leading this T100 series.
Like Kate Woff, he'll also have a complete set of podium results for the year. He'll have a 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Can't complain too much with that, really.
I don't
4 races in a 1st, 2nd and a 3rd is pretty solid.
Absolutely. Mika
still looking good.
Yeah, still looking good. Just passing Harry Palmer.
Harry was one of our quite last-minute additions of, I say last-minute, a couple of weeks ago I think he was given a wild card, but he did do a full-distance race just 2 weeks ago, and he did say this was an opportunity he just couldn't turn down, being a home race. But at the same time, he knew he was in a race against time to recover from his very first ever full-distance race as well, which, from what I've understood, hits a bit different to when you've done it a few times.
I think we forget just how easy Martin van Riel made it look in Singapore.
Yeah.
When he did exactly that.
I can't
was
fathom
able to podium.
Yeah. Not on my radar.
Definitely not on mine. Hayden Wilde there, still running with Justus Nieschlach. A little high five from the crowd.
I wonder if he'll give him a little tap on the bum as he goes by at the finish when he comes to that point when they go their separate ways. But with just over a kilometre to go now, it seems we are dead set to see our 2nd win of the series from Hayden Wilde. He will be the first athlete to win 2. Of course, Lucy Charles-Barclay delivering our 4th different female winner from 4 races, I should say. But Hayden looking set to repeat, and that is the first sign, I think, of a slight grimace on his face. Don't think we've seen any kind of distress from Hayden up until now, and just starting to wonder if he's finding it a little bit harder than maybe I gave him credit for. But hey, it doesn't matter if he's finding it. I'd be pleased if he was finding it hard, in fact, because it shows a little bit of humanity in what is a superhuman athlete.
Yeah, it's probably time to start reflecting on the job that he's done here at the T100 in London. Coming back from significant injury, I don't know what odds you would have got on him even being a factor in today's race at the start of the day. If you were asking all the athletes at breakfast this morning, I wonder what sort of response you would have got if you told them that Hayden Wilde was going to be there or thereabouts coming off the bike. We had no idea what his run pace was going to be, but he's proven us and everyone, or proven to us and everyone here in London, that he's built of exceptionally stern stuff.
And just the class of the athlete as well. He is an absolutely classy athlete. There is no question. I did predict that he would be on my podium today. I didn't put him in top spot. I thought he would come back and be really solid. I didn't think he'd be here if he couldn't probably get close to that podium. But to win, and to win in the way he has done, to not be too far off, even on that swim, to then ride through pretty much everybody in the whole field, come in with a reasonable gap back to, or in front I should say, to Rico, and to close that down as quickly as he did on the run, and then just to see him so calm and measured as he's gone about his business. It's just been such a professional and classy performance from him.
Yeah, you might have thought this was a bit of a free hit for Hayden from the outside, just looking at what he could do and saying, well, you know, it doesn't really matter where he finishes, the fact he's on this start line is impressive enough. But putting in this performance just goes to show how, well, the athlete in question here is something really quite special, and what a treat it is that we get to see him on the T100 week in, week out. So Hayden Wilde, thumbs up from the crowd. A punctured lung, broken ribs, an injured scapula, all within the space of a few months. He's on the blue carpet, and perhaps the emotion starting to show, because this Kiwi athlete is built of something quite extraordinary. Hayden Wilde, 2 wins from 2 in the T100 this year. What an incredible, logic-defying performance.
You can see this is emotional for Hayden, and I really love to see that, because he has been through such an extraordinary amount in the last few months. And here's the moment where it all pours out, and again, getting emotional up here in the commentary box, and sport will do that to you. That's the beauty of it. These lovely moments with Hannah. She's also obviously wiping away the tears. What a victory, Hayden Wilde. Welcome back. Stunning performance.
And while Hayden Wilde celebrates a truly remarkable result, Mika Nut has taken out the hairband, because this is a super special result for him as well. The German taking the blue carpet, 2nd place on the T100. This is his best ever T100 result. He held off a charging Yelagines and crosses the finish line. He's just got one more to go. I wonder if that win, it's not going to be far away.
He's become such a consistent athlete, hasn't he now? 2 third places and a 2nd place, along with, what was it, 5th at the first race of the series, back in Singapore. He's also 9th in Singapore earlier this year, so just some such solid racing from him. He's going to be after that win.
Yeah, you bet. He's committed to the T100 this year. Those are the races that he wants to race in, and he's being rewarded for doing exactly that. Our winner last time out in Vancouver, Yelagines, put in a mighty shift on the run. He was able to catch Rico Bogan to make the final podium place. He looks absolutely shattered. He's expended an awful lot of energy. The smile starts to come. Yelagines rounding off our podium here in the men's field. I think they'll probably all take a look at Hayden and go, what?
You're like, mate, what was that? we thought we had a chance today, and then you went and did that. Yeah, I mean, what are we going to see from Hayden Wilde later on in this series? If he can do that within 100 days of a near career-ending crash, what next?
And celebrating like he's won the race, because he's been through a lot this year, has Menno Koolhaas. He's come back from injury, and that's what it means. Crossing the finish line in 4th.
Yeah, we love to see that emotion and that passion, and Menno's someone who desperately wanted to be here in the series. He wanted to be in Vancouver, he just couldn't make it back in time, and he is delighted. Look at that, welcomed across the finish line. Brilliant.
Just
absolutely
goes
love
to show,
see that.
doesn't it, the toll that these injuries take on these athletes, and how much they have to dig deep in those cold winter months when things aren't working out, rehabbing, doing physio, all of the things required to be a professional athlete. These moments make it all worth it.
Rico looks like he's just about held off the charge of Mathis Marjurier. We saw him look behind just as he came into the Excel Centre there. But he has rounded out our top 5 today. Great result from him. Probably not the podium he would have wanted, but still a fantastic day.
Another one of our athletes coming over the line. Mathis Margirier finishes 6th, also coming back from injury. Great to see him back. Yuri Kulin making his way onto the blue carpet. This will be a 7th place for him.
I believe that's Wilhelm Hirsch right behind him, coming in 8th. So really tightly packed from about 5th place through to 8th place there. Not much separating these athletes at all, just 40 seconds, in fact, between Rico Bogen in 5th and Wilhelm Hirsch in 8th, so very close.
Yeah, fantastic result for Wilhelm Hirsch. I mean, 10th in Vancouver, 8th here in London. He's really trending in the right direction, for sure.
Yeah, another athlete relying on wild cards and doing them justice when he gets them, and again, we love to see that too.
So the inquest begins. After the race, some very tired looking athletes, as we can see at the moment. So let's get some reaction, shall we? Alex, as we saw a little bit earlier, he's down with our winner, Hayden Wilde.
I came out with car, I was like, fuck yeah.
We are indeed. Champions united here, nattering away, and rightly so. Hayden, welcome along. We're live. That is a heck of a story that you have written today, and I think one or two will be quite relieved that there was a bit of emotion as you crossed the line, given the way you've navigated the last 100 days with the minimum of fuss. Just share your thoughts, if you wouldn't mind, as you cross the finish line, having taken victory here in London.
Yeah, no, honestly, it was super nice. Like, you're always a little bit afraid going into the swim. That's why I started wide on the left side, so there was some space. So I wanted to give my shoulder a little bit of leeway. When I got told about the pontoon and everyone was on the right, I just wanted to be a bit more cautious, so I stayed wide, and for me it was a good move. I didn't have as much sprint speed, but I just slowly coasted to the back of the group, and yeah, just had to wait there and be patient, and came out with a good group, so I was really happy with that. And yeah, the bike was the bike. It was rough. Just had to play my cards, hold the power I was told to hold, and got to the end and started cracking a little, and Rico started putting time in. I was like, wow, he's riding well. And then, yeah, got onto the run and just, yeah, had to keep looking at my watch as I went out a bit too hard, and had to keep looking and keep on the pace, and caught up to Rico and recovered a little bit for a few K, and then, yeah, went on.
Tell me about the emotion, though, of this, because it has been an extraordinary journey. Are you feeling like it's another day at the office, or are you aware of, I mean, I asked Jan how big a story this is, and he just said you're a freak show. I mean, are you aware of what you've achieved, or are you just trying to park that and just concentrate on the racing?
Yeah, like, honestly, I wasn't afraid of the race at all. Like, you know, I'm used to racing these guys. I know what the level is. I knew what my level was going into it, but it was just more like, you have a big injury, you're off for 3 months more or less, and you have those, negative thoughts in your mind when you're like, can I actually get back to that level? You know, it's easy to do that bike session solo, to do that run session solo, but to put them together is completely different. So this, that was the first swim bike I had since Singapore. So 3 months without doing that, it's always a little bit cautious. So I was really happy that the legs felt good going onto the bike.
But 99 days ago, you put together the fastest 10K triathlon has ever seen. 98 days ago, you went up against a truck and came off second best. Like, what a journey. Like, what a journey. This, I would honestly have to think this, I couldn't think of a bigger comeback in sports. Considering the time, considering the effort, everyone being there, you must be over the moon.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, like, it was...
We've got some of your injury shots on here. I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, this is a lot of people never play sport ever again off the back of this, and 98 days later you're back and winning.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, it was one of those ones where, like, yeah, I didn't, like, for example, I didn't even realize I had two plates on my back not after like 3 weeks. But, with the team with Red Bull in Austria, having physio twice a week for 2 months, my team was incredible, like, it wasn't just me doing it. Obviously, I have to put in the effort and it's the self-discipline, but the whole package, is the big one, right? Like the coach is to have the confidence in me to put that back in, and me having the confidence in them saying, all right, it's time to push. And then just the physios, my manager behind me actually putting that all together, my doctor back in New Zealand, flying over to Japan from New Zealand, getting me on a medical flight to Belgium to have that operation. And I knew it was, if I didn't have it in 10 days, I wouldn't be able to put my arm above here. But as you said, and you picked up, you didn't even know what shoulder it was. You thought it was my right one, even though it's my left. So in some ways, it's a blessing in disguise. So.
I hate to say it, but I think you owe your team a big dinner and a big celebration. I know exactly like you said, it's a lot of a team journey. What are you thinking? I mean, right now you come here. This is obviously a huge win. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, obviously, the next one is in Fréjus. I think it's for me to have an easier week. It's been a big 3 months.
You deserve it.
It's a big 3 months, and it's a big, big mental impact. Just being focused the whole time, and then chill out with my girlfriend, who I think I asked on the course came 13th, which is really nice.
Yeah.
And obviously, she has a big role to play in the recovery as well. So I think we'll have an easier week.
Quite right too. We're actually going to show you the highlights of the day that you've put together here, and obviously 16th out of the water, I think, in terms of the swim. Were you nervous ahead of things today? Were you as calm as always? Did you feel a little bit of pressure, a little bit of uncertainty, or you were ready to go from the off?
Yeah, like I looked and I found Kyle's feet, and then Kyle dipped in hard onto the right, and I was like, oh, I've lost him. And then as I said, I just had to keep super aero and just keep focused. Probably pushed a little bit too much power than I should have, but had a good transition. And
there was a moment on the run as well when I think you're about a minute behind Rico, and there was quite a lot of chat. What were you saying to him?
Oh no, it was I was asking a lot of people around because I didn't actually know how many laps I had to go, so I was a little bit confused.
Details that get lost.
Doesn't even know the T's and C's, and he's still out there.
I know, right? And I was like, you do so many laps, you kind of forget sometimes. And I looked, I was like, I'm at 14K-ish, and I was like, I still got a lap to go. So I was asking around people. I was like, how many more laps to go? And it was nice to have just people to chase throughout the run.
I think a lot of it, you spoke, like having physio twice a day. It sounds great, getting a massage, whatever else, but it becomes painful, right? It takes up a lot of time. It takes up a lot of mental energy. Are you now at a stage in your recovery that you can sort of dial that down and get focused again on, the details, so actually know how many laps? I mean, Fréjus is only one. I'll let you that much. So if you do more than one lap on the bike, you're done.
Yeah, like I think I can ease up on the physio, but there's still a little bit of thick scar tissue. So that's probably the most painful part, where I've got to do a lot of cupping and a lot of acupuncture inside the scar to make it more nimble. The worst part is if the scar gets too much scar tissue, it becomes an issue. So I'll probably still have to do that for another few months, and it just feels like someone just stabs you in the back, and you're just going to go with it for a couple minutes and hope for the best. But it's definitely a painful part, but most of the mobility is fine now, and it's just getting that strength of the catch back on the left, and hopefully by Fréjus I should be back to my best. Slightly
frightening when you are back to full fitness. If you're not at that today. I'm going to take the microphone off you. I'm going to say a massive congratulations, Hayden. Well done to you. You have put an extraordinary performance in. Go and get yourself rested and recovered. We'll see you in Fréjus. I'm going to bring in Mika. Come and have a quick chat with us. Congratulations to you. There's a lot of congratulations around today. Your best performance at the T100, third, now second. Tell us how that went for you today.
Well, yeah, brutal day from the start, actually. I already suffered in the swim quite a lot. There was one moment after 500 meters where I made the choice to, I'm not here to come third again, so I rather push it. The swim was already hard, and man, the bike. My dad is going to ask me when I'm going to talk to him in a couple of hours, did you have fun? He always asks me that. And I'm not sure if I'm going to say yes, because honestly, like Rico really killed us there. I was just flat out for the first 6 laps, and then I was so glad to see Hayden start to coast through some corners, so I know he was pretty dead as well. The run was actually the easiest part of the day. It was just a constant cruise. Felt quite good. It was more like a sub-threshold effort the whole way, so that in case Jelle came too close, I could push a little more. So brutal day, but super happy, obviously.
And how do you feel you're building into the season now with Qatar? It's not yet looming into view, but it's getting ever closer. How do you feel your season is progressing?
Yeah, very well, I'd say. I mean, I started with P9, then 2 third places, now 2nd place. So I'm on my way up. But yeah, I mean, honestly, there's so much more in the background going on in order to perform that consistently, which is my main goal for the season. And yeah, I do put a lot of pressure on myself to perform well. Because, like, for example, I don't accept the excuse of having a bad day. I believe there's always like small mistakes in the background that lead to bad days. So yeah, I really want to nail everything in everyday life leading into a race to avoid having these bad days. And I believe this enables me to have like this consistency so far.
Well done today. You are very much moving in the right direction. We are tight for time, so I'll take the microphone off you. Mika, well done. Congratulations to you. And Matt, we're going to hand back to you for the final race standings.
Thank you very much, Alex. Great to get the thoughts of our winners and 2nd place there with Mika Newt. Just confirmation then of the men's results. Hayden Wilde emerging here in London victorious. Mika Newt in 2nd, and Jelle Geens rounding out the podium with the fastest run of anyone here in London. Mina Koolhaus in 4th, Rico Bogan in 5th, Mathis Margirier in 6th, Yuri Kulin in 7th, Wilhelm Hirsch in 8th, great result for him, Gregory Barnaby in 9th, and Leo Berger with the fastest swim of anyone in 10th. And let's take a look at how that impacts the race to Qatar standings. Jelle Geens, well, with a nice lead at the top there. 9 points the difference between him and Mika Newt. Rico Bogan in 3rd. Martin van Riel not here in London, so he moves down into 4th place on 73. Hayden Wilde on 70 points. 2 T100 races in 2. Those are the wins. And then Yuri Kulin in 6th. Antonio Benito Lopez in 7th. Carl Smith in 8th, Leo Berger in 9th, and Mathis Margirier in 10th. All right, Alex, back to you.
Yes, the series leader is alongside. Fastest run of the day, but you said at times it felt a bit like crunching the gears. Give us your breakdown on your performance today and how satisfied you are, A, to be atop the standings and coming 3rd here today.
Yeah, I think my day started actually with a very good swim. I'm known to be not one of the best swimmers, and yeah, I found myself in the lead pack like quite comfortably, so I think that was the highlight of the day. From there on it went a bit downhill, and I actually really struggled to find my rhythm a bit on the bike, and I ran well, but it was yeah, it took a lot out of me. It wasn't easy.
But the overall consistency you're showing throughout the races, you know, if this wasn't a great day in this kind of field, I mean, to make it onto the podium, we were sort of having bets, and I was like, oh, 4 minutes, you know, that's what your deficit was in T2. How do you get to the consistency that you've now achieved?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing about long distance. Like, it's really, or middle distance, it's like really depends a lot on your, like, about your own level. And I think even though I maybe didn't feel 100% today, I'm still like on a quite high level. With short courts, like 2% off and you can be like 30th. So I feel like it's a little bit easy to get consistent. And I don't know, I just get consistent training in. It helps as well though, knowing that like, you know, every point counts. So I really like was in my head, like first I was trying to catch Mathis, and then like people were starting to tell me that they were like struggling up front. So I just, at one point I believed in 2nd place, but the last level of the run was I was struggling.
Listen, well done today. I'm afraid we're tight for time, so we'll say well done to you. Good luck for the rest of the season. I'll pinch that off you. Let you continue your recovery. Jelle, congratulations to you. Matt, once again, you're going to wrap up the women's standings and result for us.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I certainly am. And confirmation that it was Lucy Charles-Barclay who got the win in the women's race. The fastest swim and fastest run award going to her. Kate Woff in 2nd, a super impressive performance from her. And Taylor Knibb rounding out the podium in 3rd, the fastest bike leg of anyone. Julie Duron in 4th, Lucy Byram in 5th, Jessica Learmonth in 6th. That makes it 4 Brits in the top 6 at a home race. Ash Gentle finished in 7th, Lisa Pertera in 8th, Hannah Berry in 9th, and India Lee rounds out the top 10. So those are the results from the women's race. Let's see how it impacts the race to Qatar. And it's a two-way tie between Kate Woff and Taylor Knibb on 90 points apiece. Julie Duron not far behind on 87. Lucy Charles-Barclay on 84 and Jessica Learmonth on 60 in 5th. Ash Gentle in 6th. Lucy Byram in 7th. Taylor Spivey not with us this weekend. She's in 8th. Lisa Pertera in 9th. And Holly Lawrence in 10th in the race to Qatar. So Vicky, I mean, out of the two storylines that we've got there, in terms of Lucy Charles-Barclay getting her first T100 win after so many nearly moments on this series, and then Hayden Wilde coming back from the remarkable journey that he's been on with that injury, how on earth do you pick your favourite story there?
Well, I just don't think you can, because they're so emotional and so fantastic for different reasons. Lucy Charles-Barclay has won big races but has been the nearly woman so many times, and to do it on such a special occasion for her, emotional and fantastic to see that. And then of course Hayden, just the unbelievable story about perseverance, resilience and what the human body can do. Just two fantastic winners today and just great racing all round.
Yeah, it certainly is. Alex, down to you.
Thank you very much indeed. We had tears from both the winners. Not a dry eye in the house, actually. And I know we don't want to stray into the realms of hype and hyperbole, but wherever we go and wherever we have racing in the T100, there always seems to be a meaty, a fascinating and intriguing storyline. Just break down for us what the headlines are for you out of London here today.
I mean, this is probably my favorite T100 yet, to be honest. Of all the ones I've had the pleasure of witnessing, the comeback day indeed. Lucy Charles-Barclay making a comeback on the run that, you know, a few people saw coming, and for her to realize this dream at home, absolutely amazing. And then Hayden Wilde, for me, is the comeback story of sports, full stop. It really is mind-blowing what he is able to do in the last 3 months.
Absolutely, coming from you, that is quite an accolade. It really has been a wonderful day here. A reminder, of course, we've got 5,000 amateurs out there swimming and biking and running as well. So all going on here in London. But as we've said, it has been a day of remarkable headlines. A reminder, we're off to Frejus in a few weeks' time, so we'll see you for that. But well done, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Well done, Hayden Wilde. Fabulous stories. Bye for now.